Hello, everyone. Welcome to our webinar Beyond the Hype. Is generative AI is actually ready for finance? We are happy to have you here, and let's together dive into details and discuss a couple of topics that might be interesting for you and to us as well. So we all saw and we see different articles and different things flying here and there about technology landscape and how it's changing over time. And right now, it looks promising, but is it actually like Gen AI ready for finance itself? Let's discuss. Today together, we're gonna take you on a journey and check POCs and practical examples of what we did here in data art and what we can do. And yeah, I'm not the only one here today, and please welcome Andrei Boldarev, hey Andrew, and Dmitry Baikov. Guys, maybe a quick roundtable, a couple of words about yourself, because before we dive into details.
Yeah, let me start. So, name's Andrei. I'm a product manager and a solution consultant in finance practice for many years. I'm focusing on a wide variety of finance departments or areas like compliance, payments, trades, risk assessment. However, well, it was quite a big surprise for me why my colleagues have invited me on this webinar. Because, well, I'm really skeptical about the artificial intelligence in general. I honestly never used ChatGPT yet because, well, I don't really believe it's quite secure yet. And so maybe this webinar would answer some of my personal questions I have collected for last year and maybe some of yours. Yeah, Dmitry, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Andrei. My name is Dmitry. I'm working as a technical director AML here in Data Art. So we are doing a lot of interesting projects, and we are happy to break your understanding what is possible and impossible with AI. So today I'll be happy to dive into finance and show a couple of our use cases and explain how we do POCs there and what are the things which are really working for years already. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Dmitry. Thank you, Andrea. So, guys, I think let's dive into details and see what you got, Dmitry. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I have a quick deck for approximately 15 slides. So let's start from the second one. And what I wanted to bring to light that actually machine learning in finance, it's quite a live industry. And in data art, we are doing machine learning for the last 10 years. And you see a couple of examples of what we did as a company for different clients in different countries and in different cities, different size of organizations. And we started from all the range of cases, starting from loan default prediction, customer churn prediction, some financial assets classification, and finishing the forecasting of the sales revenue prediction, some optimizations on the client onboarding side in commodities prices, and also fraud detection and outlier detection, which is very important topic for transactional banking industry and all other trading activities as well. So we have a wide range of use cases which are mostly targeted at optimization, at routine optimization, at revenue optimization, workforce optimization, and that's why machine learning exists overall. So this is mostly related to tabular data, to natural language processing and computer vision. So that's what was also touched by generative AI, but actually tabular data is one of the things which is untouched and which can be solved using algorithms which are there in place for years, and even before production implementation, they were there from mathematical side. But one thing I want to mention, and I want to dive deeper on this webinar, is financial document processing. So this is very huge domain, as we see in data art, and we see that a lot of clients wants to adapt it, even if they don't know it, we see that they have the benefits of adoption of intelligent document processing. So this is a huge sphere of automating, handling, and management electronic documents and actually physical documents as well. And it's all about how to recognize the data from scanned images, from emails, Word documents, PDF documents, and what to do with this data so it will bring you the benefits for your business. You can, and the benefits actually are, it's streamlining workflow or increasing efficiency. It's all about saving the costs and better customer experience, but also on the other side, it's structuring the unstructured data where you can build analytics on top of it, when you can show the people what's inside there, what's inside this huge amounts of emails you have. How can we build statistics on top of it? How can we extract the main entities inside it? How can we classify these documents? And what should we do after that? So this structurization and intelligent document processing gives huge benefit just to start, just to build on top of it for the future machine learning projects. And that's what is really a complex process. So starting from the data ingestion, where you gather the data, you understand your data sources, you understand which type of data sources you have. If you have images, you need to dive into image processing with OCR techniques and extract the text first, extract the structure, extract the tables, and only then move further into applying machine learning techniques to classify the document. It may be different document types, like we have a contracts, we have agreements, we have policies, so we need to classify them. And we also need to extract the data out of it. So we may find some entities or names, and we may find some dates. So it's all about getting more structure out of these documents. So you may have documents of 100 pages, but what you really need to know whether they're signed or not. And for that, you need a human to check it. But with all this flow and plus validation with human in the loop and like light integration into different production environments, you can bring more value into different departments, starting HR and support and finishing your development departments as well. And this delivery, this last stage, it's one of the most important. So how do you integrate? To which data format you will convert, and how you will transfer this knowledge, transfer this structure inside your organization. But overall, the workflow is like that, and it's a great image to visualize that. And actually, we see this use case so often that we developed our own accelerator for doing that inside ATART. So it doesn't mean that it solves a lot of different things, but it's a great foundation for us to start when we see such projects. So we can go to production faster, we can get the results faster, and this solution supports both OCR and both NLP techniques, which I mentioned before. Again, it's just to visualize that we have a lot of experience with that, and we see that this is what industry really dictates as a need. You can find more details on our website with a great promo video if you want. But also, as I said, the scans are a real problem here. So it's not about how we analyze the text, but it's also about how we get the data, textual data from images. And tables are really a complex structure to extract the data from, because it's an image, it's a scan, it has its own format. And you can see on this slide that how complex and how much data you can get out of this processing with the tooling which we, for instance, developed. And as you see, it may require different document types. It may require validation. It will have some errors, but eventually you will have 80 to 90% of the text you have on a slide with the structure itself. So it's good to understand what capabilities there are here in the space. And it's only before generative AI. But if we go deeper, again, this is an industry cases we had, and this is what we see. And again, it's even before generative AI. So we'll dive into generative AI in a couple of later slides. But again, it's just for you to see how impactful it is. And for instance, we did a project for a big financial institution. The problem was that they have a complex time-consuming process for manual document review, And we got the benefits that we improved operational efficiency, and overall we speed up the document review process by up to 80%. And this is working without generative AI, but you need some good team in place, and the timeline would be quite big to get this project rolling. And if we speak about generative AI solutions and what they bring to this problem, we can see the difference and the impact it gave immediately. So we are working in different domains with generative AI solutions. We did a bunch of POC on different cloud stacks and technologies. And we started from code generation and knowledge-based chatbots and email intent detection. So a bunch of how to bring more value to support teams, how to bring more value to developers, how to get easy and fast access to your knowledge with the chatbots. But document processing has also quite good improvements comparing to what we had. So now we are pretty open to asking the questions to the documents. We are pretty confident in that we can define the sentiment or emotions from the document. We can extract the entities even better if we will just describe these instructions by text. We can get a POC rolling not in 3 months, not with the clouds, but just within a couple of weeks within our small team inside the organization. We can do a summary and key points from the documents as well. So it gives us much more benefits and much more features we may use just from the generative AI itself. And again, there is a lot of services right now in the space. Of course, OpenAI and Azure OpenAI services are one of the first, but currently there are open source models as well. Google Cloud and AWS has a great offerings as well with AWS Bedrock and Google Cloud Palm API, which gives you an access to build the solutions inside your infrastructure on-premise, both on-premise and clouds, do not depending on OpenAI or Azure itself. But of course, like Azure OpenAI is a good model. It has a great benchmarks, but now all of the competitors are getting to the same pretty similar stage. And again, conversational search or chatbots, all of these use cases are also available on all of these platforms, and image generation as well. So here is the point that there are a lot of generative AI applications on different technologies. And just an example, one of the POCs we did for real estate client, they have these types of documents inside. This is like advertisements about the real estate, and we have some addresses, we have some pricing, we have some contact information, and even descriptions, so we can extract the entities from that. But the most important thing that as soon as you have only one document, you already go and start building, and you may have not the best accuracy, but you can tune it later. So your road to POC are much slower than doing that with NLP technologies from previous, because it's large language model. It is trained on the whole internet plus proprietary data sets. That's why it has this knowledge. It understands what does it mean to be an advertisement, what does it mean to be a real estate, what is address, what is US. So it understands a lot of concepts. That's why it's easier for this model to extract this data without pre-training. But of course, you can train it and you can fine-tune that and make even better results. The other POC we did on the financial data, just to come back to finance, we extracted the liabilities and extracted entities out of table, again, with generative AI. So this one was a bit more complex since we need to do OCR and tables extraction. But afterwards, we got the liabilities, for instance, object, which represents in any format you want, like Excel, CSV, and JSON, your table. So you can build reports on top of that. You can do analytics. You can work with this data. It's not an image which is unstructured. So it's a generative AI gives you easily ability, and I'm talking about text generation models right now, gives you an ability to make it faster and make it accurate as well. So both about speed and accuracy. So what generative AI opens for us in specifically document space in finance do faster classification problems, classify your documents to different formats, make a document summarization. If you have 100-page document, but you really need like three lines, 3 sentences, text generative models can help you. Key points, keywords, and contracts extraction, that's all possible as well. And answering questions, which was quite hard to do before, but it opens us a huge range of capabilities by indexing a lot of documents. We can create a chatbots, and we can ask the questions, and I'll show demo very soon where you will see how it exactly works. Plus sentiment analysis and emotion detection. If you want to go deeper to your data, you can extract sentiment per sentence or per abstract, per document or per page, per email. So it's all available without any additional tooling except one single API call to generative AI model. And aspects and entity recognition goes out of the box as well. So you can extract entities and you can extract things like dates, names, etc. So imagine you can do all of these features in just one API call. So that's what generative AI brings to you. Before it was a model per the case, but now you can basically do it inside one request. About one email, you can do all of that. About one document, you can send a couple of requests, like one request per page, and you can get the same. So it gives us huge range of opportunities and applications without even having like data science team in place. So only with engineering skills and within proper security in place, it gives you best combination. So let's dive into demo, and I'll show you one of the prototypes we developed before. So this is simple UI, and you can see that we are working here with some document which actually represents healthcare insurance information. And there are a lot of information about your premiums, how to change the class. So huge document, like not huge, but 13-page document, which you need to read to understand. So what I will do, I will just upload this document to one of our POCs we did in past, and I will ask the questions to this document. And actually, I have already pre-built 3 questions, and these are how to change your insurance class, how to understand when my insurance begins, and what should I do in case of emergency. So these all are important client-facing questions, but also from the other side, from the other support side, they can help to serve clients better, and they can help to understand internal documentation and policies better. So let's see how it works. And we have the answers pretty quickly, and I'll just download and wrap it in more like wider space. But as you can see, we have our 3 questions and we have answers in place, which are actually like pieces of text out of our document, which gives us the information about what we actually ask. So about how to change insurance class, it says this text does not provide information on how to change insurance class, but you may submit a written request to change your insurance class and people can help you. And on the last one, in case of emergency, we see that there is actually a phone number and there are some addresses or websites. So basically, this is the information we can lift, and we can move forward with that. So what if we can have an automatically generated email or summary of our conversation and send this to our support agent, so we'll see what exactly is happening with this specific person, what is their request. Or we can give only the phone number as a result, so it's totally tunable up to your business needs. But it's just to demonstrate that it gathers the data out of different parts of the document, and it gives us in-depth look without reading this document like from start to beginning. So this is just one of the examples from insurance, from healthcare. Let's go into something more finance, and let's see this electricity account bill. And as you see, it's like a scan. I cannot just copy paste something out of it. So I have a couple of prices and total amounts with discounts and without discounts. So basically tables and not normal scan, I would say. So it's a bit shifted towards left. So what I'm doing here, I'm using in the background OCR technique. You can use any from the clouds, from the open source as well, but just to show how it looks like after OCR, it's a TXT file with pretty unusual, uncomfortable format, so you cannot read it. It's not structured, but it gives all the text what's inside this document, and it opens us the opportunities to build something with generative AI on top of this document. So let's do the same within the same prototype and copy paste this text and ask different questions to this document. And again, these questions may be in text format, and these questions may be just return me one price. And that's what we are going to do here. So I have a couple of them which ask what is the total due amount, what's the total due amount with discount, and what's the address, because it's one of the things we want to find out of this scan and this PDF file. So in short time, we are getting the total amount and total amount with discount. So it understands that these things are different, and system is not fine-tuned for these specific types of the documents. It can parse basically any type of document with your questions, and it also gives you the address as well. But what I'll do next, I have the separate text invoice, and I have separate bill, like totally different format, with total due as well, with the number, and with, of course, the address, since it's utility bill. So what I'll do next, I'll do the same OCR within the same tooling and getting the same TXT file within unusual format, unstructured. I'll copy paste it, and I will not change the questions. So the questions will remain the same because it's the same type of document. We want to parse this data from different type of contract. That's it. So we still want to have total due amount with discount, and the address. So in a couple of seconds, you will see that we still have total due amount, the correct price, and the system says there is no total due amount with discount. So it understands that there is no this amount in data. So it can also like skip it if needed. It will not invent the new date for the new price for you, since it's not there in the document. And it says, yeah, your address is this one. So again, different document, but the same idea behind that. So that's just for you to understand what are the capabilities right now of generative AI. This POC can be done in like pretty quick terms with your data, like up to 2 months for data in integration, and like just a couple of weeks are needed to validate this idea and to get the first insights. So let's come back to the presentation, and I just want to speak a bit more about compliance and security, since it's very, very important topic here in finance as well. So I want to say that we are not using OpenAI platform for building our POCs. We are not using ChatGPT. And there is a separation between client-facing products like ChatGPT, BART, and Hugging Face Chat, and B2B products, because on client-facing products, they say, yeah, we may train for your data, we might take a look at your data. It's not secure to build solutions with that. But the same OpenAI models are available inside Microsoft Azure, and it's the same models with the same billing, but with all security and compliance we have on Azure. So your security and compliance team can validate the documents, can validate how they approach data retention, and actually the retention is only 30 days for Microsoft Azure, and in 30 days, no one can look at your data except some abuse monitoring cases. But if you want to move to production, there are also capabilities that Microsoft provides, which gives you the opting out of your logging request and response. So which means that no one will have an access to your data, and your response request will not be stored anywhere. So Google Cloud and Amazon has their own policies in that space as well. So again, you need to read it very carefully and understand how it works. And if still it's not the case, there are open source models which are also getting each day better and better. Due to latest release, the model Llama 2 from Facebook, it got really great and comparable to GPT 3.5. So with these types of models, you can deploy them on premise, on your private hosting environment, in your cloud environment, without using this as a service, and use these models as you were building like simple API service. So it's pretty available right now. There is no like blockers for compliance and security from as we see, but it's important to keep that in mind and each use case validate with your teams and ask to explain how it works within your engineering departments as well. So this is pretty it from my side. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Dmitry. It was fantastic.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
guys, we are now in a Q&A mode, guys. We have some topics to discuss and we want to discuss it with you. But meanwhile, feel free to drop a messages in the chat and we will be happy to answer all of them. On that note, Andrew, let's kick off.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm waiting for this. So let me start from more generic question. Many years ago, on my iPhone 5, I seen Siri for the first time. And right now, everybody knows about Siri, Alexa, and similar helpers, as I would say. However, in like many years, I never considered Siri as something intelligent. So I kind of don't really believe it is. However, last couple of years, something has changed, and we see ChatGPT version 2, now it's version 4, and it's like somebody says it's like a 30 years old human being. So like what happened in last 2 years, why it didn't appear earlier than that? So do you know, Dmitry?
Yeah, sure. So let me decompose these questions. Previously, Siri and Alexa, they were built like a chatbot. So basically, they have a tree of responses plus some parts of machine learning which they can answer to you. So they are not generative models. They do not invent. They have some pre-built replies, and they can work with you on your problems within your space of problems. But what is different that machine learning evolved and there were big improvements on how to train models, how to like in processors, in GPU and CPU as well. So basically now you have new approaches how to build bigger and more clever models which can explain you something from the core of their nature. So it's not something pre-built and it's not some if else plus machine learning. It's basically the model and which saw the whole internet, which saw all the articles on Wikipedia. It doesn't mean that it understands the facts. It doesn't mean that it cannot imagine something new, but it only means that it understands a lot of concept and it works like I saw on the internet that this question is answered like that, and statistically we answering its model this model answers in that way. So if you ask what is the capital of Great Britain, it says that yeah, the capital of Great Britain is London, but it's only because it saw that it's the most common request on the internet, and that's what it sees inside their training data. So that's why I would say it's a number of things that changed, but couple of things are the most important. It's new it's new neural network architectures and the cloud technology and processors which lets us to train this type of models become so they do not have intelligence by their own, but since they like trained and they are educated on a lot of things, they can answer in that regards very well.
Okay,
All right.
clear.
Thank you so much, guys. We have a couple of questions in from the audience. So let's start. Dmitry, can you talk about prompt engineering, please?
Yeah, sure. So prompt engineering is a door to using text generation models. So it's the new domain, the new sphere of how to describe your problem better, rather how to code your problem in the code like Python and .NET. So there are a couple of great documents and couple of great studies and articles in the internet how to do prompt engineering. You need to explain your problem very carefully. You need to say how you want the model to perform, whether you want to perform as a special marketing specialist or some .NET engineer. You can set the roles. You can show the examples how you want the answer to be shaped. So if you're generating SQL code, just give a couple of examples how you want to see this code. If you're doing the summary of the document, just give a couple of examples of the summary in this specific document. So it will understand and be tuned for your model. And also experiment with prompting. you have a lot of different options, you have a lot of different phrases. Sometimes you need just to replace something, sometimes you need more structure inside the prompt. Try to describe your problem in the beginning, then give the examples, and then show what do you want to do. So actually it helps. It's a matter of like data science and data analysis, but mostly it's a huge domain with a great improvements like chain of thought approach, for instance, where you can build your prompts not in a way that you have only request response pairs, but also you can build your prompt as system and in that way that you set more high level goal and set the tools for your LLM. Like for instance, I have this API to connect. This API gets you the list of products, and actually the model itself can in chain of thoughts generate what it needs to do. So in some cases it will hit the API, in some cases it will just get you something out of its knowledge. So it's all about different approaches and how you work with that, how you help this model to reflect, to retrospect, and how you describe your task. But I would recommend you checking a lot of great courses on Coursera and OpenAI documentation for more details on specific prompting examples.
Thank you so much. Let's move on. We briefly touch base this question, but yeah, let's repeat. Which departments or processes within a organization are the best suited for AI implementation to bring significant benefits? Maybe like a couple of them.
So Andrei, do you have any ideas on these departments and use cases?
Yeah, in finance, usually companies are structured in a way of departments, if you could call it. So, for example, operational department responsible for like payments, trades, fraud, put, verification of the balances, accounting departments for finance, compliance, obviously responsible for KYC onboarding process, underwriting for credits, and so on and so forth. So these type of departments, I'm guessing, because it's not my question, but probably it would hint you what to answer. And don't forget HR department. Every company might have one.
Yeah, so my question was mostly on the use cases side, but okay, let me try to generate some of the cases we can do. We are doing our own research inside DataArt as an organization where we can bring more value inside different departments. And for instance, for HR recruitment, we saw the value in doing something with with the data, maybe with CVs or maybe with something else. So it seems like there a huge potential in processing the documents and getting the data inside HR recruitment. So you need to see your specific use case. In support automation as well. So if you have support, we did a POC for a travel company which wanted to increase their support speed and increase their benefits from support. So we did for them a great tool which classifies the input emails to its intent, and then it extracts the data and generates a follow-up email automatically. So support agents spend less time on creating these responses, understanding what is needed for the request, and spending more time on actions rather than getting this information. So there are a lot of applications, and inside your I don't know, customer department. It depends on your product. You can predict the revenue per customer. You can predict clicks per customer. So it's the whole range of use cases. The use cases I described in the beginning, they totally works with that. They totally work with that. But again, it depends on your structure.
Well, I could give you one example from compliance. For example, quite a lot of efforts and resources companies spend for onboarding processes for their clients, companies or individuals. And one of the checks are so-called OFAC check or sanction check, as well as PEP check, which is publicly exposed person. So for example, if my new client and the name Osama bin Laden, which surprisingly is quite popular name. However, well, it's still a human area where to understand, is it like our Osama bin Laden, or the one which is in sanction lists. So you mentioned artificial intelligence learns by quite a big amount of data, including fresh data from internet, including maybe articles, news. So can artificial intelligence help here? And instead of human made a decision, is our private individual Osama bin Laden the right one, the law-abiding citizen, or a dodgy, well, the one who is in sanction list? So is it kind of a case for finance?
Yeah, so exactly. I would not say that it's more about fraud detection or outliers detection. So I would not say that we need generative AI to resolve this use case. So there are techniques which are working for fraud detection, like the models which were there in place for years. And of course, it can help you to detect the biases, to detect the outliers, to work with your data like better, to understand the quality. Generative AI, on the other side, can help you to explain these decisions. So, in case you have like this Osama bin Laden, and it shows you somehow on outlier side because of the mess, you can have your own small ChatGPT, not ChatGPT, but generative AI model, which trained and fine-tuned exactly to explaining why this user or this client seems to be like fraudulent, why these transactions seem to be fraudulent. So it gives you more human understanding and more human explanation in that terms, but it's a combination of classical machine learning algorithms and generative AI, which can be there in place.
Perfect. That's exactly what needed,
Cool.
because for compliance department, explanation should be attached to any similar case. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys. We have a bunch of questions. Let's move on. We want to answer everything like possible. So next one, how do you deal with hallucinations of the model? I noticed your chat said I don't have enough information when it couldn't answer the question.
Yeah, so this one is pretty similar, pretty simple. Sorry, I just explicitly wrote in prompt when we were building this application that if there is no answer to the question, then answer no information present. So this like trick, which is very simple, gives you an opportunity to fight these hallucinations. So it's one of the tricks, which of course you may have more, but this is the simplest one. Work with your prompts to get better visibility of what you expect from the model. If you do not expect anything, just say it explicitly. That's number one. Number two, limit the data and give more data for the context of the model. So if you are working with specific documents, do not ask the questions which model might not know, but rather give it the context, give it the document, give it a piece of text where this knowledge may be inside. So it's pretty good at getting the information out of text, but it's pretty bad at inventing the information when you don't need it. So it's something like that. That's why explore different techniques, try all you can, work with your prompts, and add more context to the model, to your prompt, basically.
All right, thank you. Next one, have you worked with Lotus Notes and Domino?
So we are partners with Domino Data Lab, if that's the question. We are working with their MLOps capabilities and exploring their other capabilities as well. So for Lotus, I cannot comment since I'm not familiar with this company, but for Domino Labs, yes, we have expertise and partnership with them. So we are working with them for a couple of years right now within MLOps space.
All right, hope this answers the question. Next one, have you tried to fine-tune any models for a financial domain? Any accuracy, feedback, price, or performance?
Yeah, I can comment on the Bloomberg GPT model, which is like a huge deal in the finance sector. And I think a couple of days ago there was a podcast of the guy who was building this model, and he was explaining all of the technical details they bring there. So actually, it was 512 SageMaker instances working in parallel to train this model for like 30 days at least. I think it was 48 days, and the investment only in this was more than $1 million, and there was a team who was working on that. So you can imagine this huge investment. So the final thought of the podcast was probably we would need to explore fine-tuning more before doing the same in future. So answering your question, we are experimenting with fine-tuning as well. We have a couple of experience with GPT-3 even before GPT 3.5 and 4 came out. And for the finance data, we worked a lot in building machine learning models like from NLP side before generative AI came in. And now we have a separate research project on experimenting how to fine-tune open source models on all of the cloud platforms. That's currently what we are doing, and financial data is included there as well. Just because we have this experiment with Bloomberg GPT, we have the metrics and we have their result, and now this podcast, which clears up some things there. But the answer to your question, yes. And we are starting usually from prompt engineering, then we add indexing, and then we add a couple of more context into the prompt and build some system based on your knowledge, and only then we go to fine-tuning the model if it's needed. And like training from zero, it is not the usual request right now from the clients, because we have a lot of tools which we can work with right now on the market. That's why, answering to your question, yes, we have an experiments, but now the clients are mostly exploring this space yet.
Thank you so much. Next one. How effective is AI in forecasting and risk assessment? Could you please explain the methods and the mechanism it uses to perform these tasks?
Yeah. So again, this question is for me goes into like tabular data and forecasting that was possible before the generative AI, but there are a number of techniques. For instance, Prophet model from the Facebook, which does pretty well this forecasting, and the ARIMA models, and a lot more like neural networks are pretty good in that as well. Deep neural networks like transformers, and all of these are the solutions you need to try on your data to see the model accuracy on your specific data on the forecast. Do you want to forecast 1 year or 3 days or 1 hour? It also depends on your accuracy. The longer you want to forecast, the more data we have, the better results for the more data, and the worse results for longer forecast. So this is what's already working. For accuracy, it depends on your data. Sometimes it may be good. Sometimes you don't have enough data. You need to gather more. Sometimes you need to select different model. But again, if you have the data, usually we set up a POC in DataArt. It's like 4 to 8 weeks, and we explore your data. We give our insights and our feedback. We train basic models, and if you want to forecast, you will see like preliminary metrics, and you can decide later whether you want to move to production and integrate, or you want to finish this research. So we are doing a lot of these POCs, and like forecasting in finance and in retail is quite often a request from our clients.
Cool. Next one. How can I input spreadsheet data such as list of transactions for a month into the AI system for analysis?
List of transactions data. So you can do a number of tricks. First of all, if the biggest model right now, it's a Claude model, which has 100K context, which is pretty big, like 75,000 words, and it can work with like this limited data. So ChatGPT is limited right now, I believe, to 16K symbols, which is roughly 14,000 words, which is pretty big as well. But usually it's something there from 4,000 words to 75,000 words. If your data set can be like plugged in, you can ask the questions, you can upload the data, you can ask to explain, and all of that. If it does not like goes into this space, you can aggregate your data, you can subtract a piece of your data, you can make it you can make it available only for a small bunch of transactions or a small bunch of your documents, and work with that. And as soon as it works or not works, it will give you more clarity of what you are trying to find, because usually it depends on your request. If you want to build a plot, for instance, on the whole of your data, you may just need the code, and you can run this code offline in your data. So it depends on your use case. For the documents, there is a great trick called indexing. So basically, there are currently the approaches where you can index thousands and hundreds of thousands of the documents and ask the questions, as I did in my demo, but to the bunch of documents, conferences, PDFs, emails, all of that can go into this system, same as Microsoft Copilot provides as well. So for the documents, is pretty solved question. For the tabular data, there is no great solution right now which generative AI can help. So that's why classical machine learning is pretty often used in finance still, and will be, I believe, in nearest future at least. So it cannot very well forecast as well. So one more point on this, if you're speaking, I saw the comparison between ChatGPT in forecasting and revenue prediction and classical machine learning models. So it still happens that classical machine learning models can predict the numbers better based on the math inside than text generative networks, because they are trained to predict the next word, not the number. So it's very important to understand that probably for classification, yes, but for revenue prediction, it's still twice or a bit more worse than classical algorithms.
Yeah, so it basically depends on your needs and your tasks. All right, sounds good. Next one, does it have possibility to provide references to the pieces of documents, pages, sections, paragraphs, and so on and so forth?
Yes, it's a great question, and we are working right now on one of the POCs which has this as a requirement. So they want to have a solution which provides them the sources for the data, for the insights. And we are currently in progress of building one. We have a good progress with that, and our goal is to not only show the paragraph, but also show the lines and highlight the sentences and lines in the paragraph which relates to this question and to the answer for that question. So to answer your question, it's even possible to go deeper to the sentences level and to the phrases level rather than just the paragraph. So sending up the paragraph is pretty straightforward task for this type of solutions. It goes out of the box solution.
Yeah, thanks. At this point, guys, we don't have questions from the chat. So yeah, feel free to ask more. We have some time left, but maybe Andrew, you have another one.
While we're waiting, so I have two questions. One is quick one, and another one is rather long. So on one of the slides, you mentioned about document processing accelerator. Is it free of charge, as many of our accelerators we provide for our clients?
Yeah, exactly. So we use accelerators to move faster and bring the client faster to the market. That's why we have a set of tools which we can reuse for specific use cases, which gives us more value in building the POCs and focusing on the problem itself, on production implementation, on the product side. That's why, yes, Data is not developing the products, but we have a lot of different POCs and IPs inside in AI specifically, which can help you to move faster. So all of these POCs I demonstrated, they can be reusable, tuned for your needs, and the kickoff for the project would be much faster for these use cases.
So if I were a client and want to start a new project in using generative AI, all I need is to ask, can I use this accelerator to speed up development?
Exactly. So we will have one teammate who can bring it to speed with your data, and you'll have this pretty similar UI and working POC relatively fast.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. And the long one. It seems like we haven't seen similar in the chat. So it's regarding security. You mentioned for custom solutions using open source AI, you have some controls which could limit like the data exposed to other sources. However, what if I were to use OpenAI from Microsoft or similar from Google? Like as a client, I'm usually have to submit my client's data, which is my main possession. It's my money technically. How can I guarantee this won't be leaked, won't be available to somebody, well, maybe even from Microsoft, since I maybe don't trust them entirely. So are there any, I don't know, safeguards or doors making me at least feel secure?
Yeah. So if you're on Azure, you can understand the level of security this platform provides, because if you store your client database there, that's the same. If you store your APIs there, that's the same. If you're using their services like image generate, not image generation, text generation, but both image generation as well, some ML services or services like Azure DevOps, it all stores some of your data. So with OpenAI, it's the same case. So it's B2B product for integration into your solutions. And that's why they have a separate layers of internal security as the Azure platform, and you have an access to all of security features which you can have as a client of Azure platform. If you want to do IP whitelisting, okay. If you want to log your data, okay. So all of that stuff is available with different Azure services which are on the platform. And for data storage and retention policies, as I said, they have pretty great guides and explanations how they store and not store your data. And they are pretty open for security experts consultancy as well. So if you have doubts and your compliance team have any questions, you can reach out to them and they can handle that. So usually you can go all the way through I believe it and to a consultation with Microsoft experts from Azure.
Right, cool. Thank you, guys. And we have more questions from the chat. Thank you, guys. You're so active today. So, this is an interesting one. Did you see recent analysis of the chat GPT is becoming less effective as more data gets uploaded? And what do you expect from GPT-5?
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, less effective. That's really the case. I saw some research which says that it becomes like more stupid. I've not tried though the same comparison on Azure OpenAI services. I'm not sure that it became like worse, because it would be really strange if you integrate it into your product and it became worse. So I believe if it was the use case, no one would integrate and it went public very fast. So again, ChatGPT is a different product of OpenAI, which is not related to Azure OpenAI services for B2B integration. So I cannot guarantee that your data will not be used for research. I cannot guarantee that ChatGPT will become more stupid. I cannot guarantee which even version of the model you are using. Maybe they trained something yesterday and they are doing A/B testing on us. No one knows. That's why, like, I'm not sure. It may be the case, but what I expect from GPT-5, I expect multimodality. This is what really is the next step, when you can send the picture to OpenAI. And I was saying, not OpenAI, to ChatGPT. I was mentioning that, and there are some features in preview like that. But imagine that you are not need to do OCR on your documents. So you just send the picture to OpenAI services, and you already can ask the questions to it. So this is no OCR approach, which I believe would be a part of next models and ChatGPT as well as a product. And vice versa. Can it generate a plot? Can it generate an image? So it seems like this system would be a bit more complicated with different models inside. And it will be as a solution for working with multimodalities, with the code, with the images, with videos, and doing that for input and output. And for the text generation, so I believe that it would become more strict in terms of what it can work with, how it can generate, how it can speak with people. And GPT-5 will be rather not bigger and more performant, but rather more stable in terms of like compliance and security and all of the integrations. So that's my point, that Sam Altman said that there is no sense of building bigger models, and there are rumors that GPT-4 are like a set of 8 smaller GPT models. So and add meta learner outside. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, agree. Let's see. So we have one more question and one comment. We have 5 minutes, exactly 5 minutes. So can you just repeat, Dmitry, does my data get sent to OpenAI if I'm on Azure OpenAI?
So your data is not sent to OpenAI if you're using Azure OpenAI services. Your data goes to Microsoft, who serves the same models due to their agreement with OpenAI. So it's the same if you would like to host your application in Azure. It's the same. OpenAI is used there for branding and for partnership, showing that they are partners, not for sending them the data.
Thank you. And the last comment, and on that note, I want to wrap up in a couple of minutes. So fast moving forward on GenAI is what I take home. And like I have a question, and let's briefly like discuss this thing. So right now, as we know, like finance, insurance inside of as part of finance is like really conservative domains, right? And they like it's hard to adapt, right? We have like dozens of like Excel files, outdated processes, but they are working, right? They're working fine. But what if I don't want to use this modern ChatGPT AI stuff, and I want to use my old school, but again, great working solution right now? Because we see, like, for example, if you're talking about insurance, Lemonade, they did their like claim with AI for just 2 seconds, right? AI opened like new opportunities for like Swiss Re, right? And new like markets and new things and new business. So it wasn't possible, or like it was hard to do before like implementing actual AI. So my question to you guys, what like is your feeling? What if I, as a company or as a business, I don't want to like go with like trends and do my internal POCs or whatever? What's gonna happen?
Andrei, do you want to start?
Well, it's difficult for me because, well, I'm not that deep in this area. However, previous cases, specifically when challenging banks start to using open banking API, I do recall the conversations in the year like, oh no, all the banks, we are quite secure, we can survive. It's something which is... but right now, count how many people using Revolut, Monzo, and similar challenging banks, and positions of big banks are really kind of under question mark right now. So I won't be surprised if new technologies could challenge even more these positions. So I'm not a forecaster. I can't envision what happens next, but clearly something in the air.
Yeah, from my standpoint, like from technology side, it seems like we are ready for implementing POCs and solutions. That's what we see on our client side. We have a lot of clients from finance which are doing both classical machine learning and generative AI document processing as well. So my recommendation would be just to try to understand what use cases you have, try to brainstorm, and try to select top 3 of them, and maybe consider doing one of the quick short discovery POCs for 4 weeks investment and see how it will help you. So my recommendation is to select low-hanging fruit like document processing or like some forecasting, which will definitely help you to improve your business metrics, and like remove routine, and then extend if needed and if you see the traction. But my point is just to start experimenting right now.
All right, gotcha. Thank you, guys. So, on that note, I would like to thank you all for attending. It was amazing. If you have any more questions, please contact us. You can do it by email, aiml@datar.com, or feel free to contact us on LinkedIn, drop us a message. and let us know about next topic we should highlight for you guys. See you soon. Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks you all for being here, and this is PyCon Day 3 keynote, Artificial Intelligence in Finance, and this session is about different important aspects in finance field, and speaker is adjunct professor of financial engineering at University of Miami Business School now. And he's a founder in Python Quant and AI machine, and focus on programming, training, and finance data science. And he's also the author of the AI in finance, Python for finance. And let's give him a big hand and enjoy it.
Yeah, good morning everybody. Hope you all fit on a third day here, PyCon Taiwan. It's a little bit loud, maybe we can reduce it a bit to avoid the feedback. Just 1 second before I get started, I want to just make sure that we have it all kind of like recorded as well from my end. Or maybe the feedback can indeed be, because I'm inclined to speak kind of loud usually, so therefore feedback might be something of importance. Yeah, first of all, big thank you to the organizers for organizing a great event here in Taipei, Taiwan. And thanks for inviting me to give a keynote here about artificial intelligence in finance. My name is Yves, I'm founder and managing partner of the Python Quants and also founder and CEO of the AI Machine. I will show you a few slides that introduce what we do so that you get a little bit of a better background in this regard. And artificial intelligence everywhere, we can say everything has become AI first, and finance in particular so. Although to some extent we must say, and that's my serious opinion, it's still something like a blind man's game or blind man's buff. So many people, many institutions are trying to apply it in many different fields, but I think it's still a nascent discipline. And most of it, what I present today is, my opinion, is really from well, I think this works better now. It's driven by my own experience, and these are my opinions. Other people in the industry might have different opinions, but I'm not shy to present and argue for mine. So let me get into my slide deck. Quick introduction. If you're interested in what I'm doing, what I've been doing over the last couple of years, just visit my personal page, hilpisch.com. You find there not that many personal things, but many talk resources, podcasts, videos, etc. So it's all about Python for finance and not that much about myself. And what I've been up to over the last almost 15 years, I can say, is the Python for Quants company that I founded already in 2005. Back then we couldn't really make a living out of Python for finance. It wasn't that popular. People were even arguing that Python and finance don't go along quite well. But these days, the biggest companies in our industry are using Python as a strategic platform, so I'm pretty happy that it turned out that way. The AI Machine is our recent project and company where we develop a platform for the standardized deployment of algorithmic trading strategies, and those are in general powered by AI. And I've also recently taken on a role as a professor, adjunct professor at Miami Business School teaching. You guessed it, Python for Finance to incoming Master of Finance students. So at the company, you see here what we do is all centered around Python for Finance. We provide trainings, online, offline. We run events with our partners, for example, Fitch Learning, the CKF Institute. A bootcamp, for example, is coming up in November about Python for algorithmic trading. We provide services to hedge funds, banks, for example, in the form of customized trainings as well, but also development services. We run a platform with some 25,000 users on it. We have open sourced a couple of financial libraries and packages, and I've written a bunch of books that I will show you in a minute. So our core online training offering these days is the University Certificate in Python for Algorithmic Trading. So this has grown tremendously, and I'm pretty happy about it. The topic has become so popular, and when we got started there was just a little bit of AI in it, a little bit of machine learning here and there. Now that's at the core of what we do. We even have a full class going over 12 weeks actually, which is only concerned with AI and finance. So it's a 16-week program, 150 plus hours of instruction. Many thousand lines of code, because so many people, not only those who are employed on the buy side in our industry, but also individuals that might have been doing some day trading in the past, now go algorithmic and want to automate their trading strategies. And Python, I think, is the perfect platform to do that. The AI Machine is, as I said before, like a platform for the standardized deployment and execution, of course, for trading strategies. I will say a little bit more towards the end of my talk this morning and explain why we have started this project and how far we have come. Because to make a long story short, people usually are having an easy time to come up with trading ideas, and in Python you might formulate an algorithmic trading strategy even with some AI included. Let's say with 150 lines of code, but if you want to deploy that strategy in a robust and reliable fashion, maybe you would need 15,000 lines of code or more, and this is what most people can't really accomplish. They have their financial background, they know a little bit of Python, have their data science background maybe as well, but the deployment and the execution, that's the hard part, that's the big problem, and this is what we solve with the AI Machine. So if you're interested in a short story, short summary, here's a one-page summary of what we do at or with the certificate program. You see also here in my browser, by the way, the link to the slide deck. The slide deck is public, it's on my server, so hilpisch.com/pycontw.pdf, and you have access to all the resources that I'm going to show. My books, I just signed the middle one. The second edition of Python for Finance, which is my best-selling book. For sure it's not Harry Potter, but for a tech book I think it's selling kind of okay. The second edition came out in December last year, and the first edition 4 years before that. And these 4 years, so many things have happened, have changed, and we have seen tremendous progress in our ecosystem and in the industry with regard to the adoption and the usage of Python. It was really like a joy to update the book. Basically, I should say it's an upgrade, because we added many things like algo trading stuff. We reorganized the book, not to 100%, but I would say like 2/3 have been reorganized. So that's kind of nice, and it's also selling still, what I said before, kind of okay. The other two books on the left and on the right hand side with Wiley, instead of O'Reilly, they are really quant finance books that make use of Python. So Python usage is not explained, but if you have the middle one, I think you should master the Python code that is presented in the other two. And my new book project, it was mentioned already during the introduction, thanks for that, is Artificial Intelligence in Finance. A big surprise, a Python-based guide So I'm in the middle of writing it. I've drafted 5 chapters, some 170, 80 pages maybe. Not progressing as fast as I wanted to, but that's the same thing as with IT projects. You know, you're always ambitious when you get started, but then travel and other stuff comes in between. So, but I'm pretty confident that towards the beginning of next year, first half of next year, the book will come out and we'll have finished it, because I write more efficiently during winter time than during summertime. I also run a couple of communities. The biggest one is in London, Python for Quant Finance. There we have some close to 3,000 members. We started more than 5 years ago there. Refinitiv is our major sponsor there. We have usually meetups the size of 100 people. Focus, of course, finance, Python, everything around that, more and more over the years, of course, also machine and deep learning. Recently had a talk about deep hatching. So we now get these financial terms that rely in part really on the machine learning and AI side. I also have a group in New York, for example, where the last meetup was in May, for example. So pretty active, try to get back to the community. Even if you're not in one of these places, you can still get a member or meetup, and you might benefit from resources that we share, like slide decks and codes, etc. So feel free to do that. So having said that, before I now get into the talk, if you like to, you can follow me on Twitter. I just tweeted this morning the links to the slide deck, and I will also show later on a Jupyter Notebook, and there is an HTML version hosted as well, some interactive visualization. So feel free, A, to follow me, B, to access the slide deck as well as the Jupyter Notebook. So when I present something later on, you will have access to everything. It's all there. Just search me, look me up on Twitter, DYGH. Python, key skill in finance. So I said it before, when I get started with Python for finance, people say, well, that's ridiculous. You cannot use Python. It's an interpreted language. It's well too slow to accomplish something meaningful in finance. But these days, Python is in the quant and development-oriented parts of our industry, a conditio sine qua non. Without this skill, it's pretty hard to land the job. And we have these days some of the biggest Python applications and usages in finance. So JP Morgan is among them, among the first adopters, basically. Here the tweet is not really about like the major success story, but it's about the problem that once you get beyond a certain size of a project, here 35 million lines of code, and when you read the article, like 1,500 developers contributing to Athena, which is the major risk management and trading platform of JP Morgan. It's hard to migrate. But nevertheless, the first message is here we have one or some of the biggest Python driven applications in the financial industry, but on the other hand, of course, next year Python 2.7 will somehow stop, so to say. Support will stop, and there are problems, of course, related to that, but nevertheless, I'm more happy that finance has picked up Python in such a strategic manner. And when you read through different articles, again, something here about JP Morgan, what they require, and this is now, from my point of view, even more interesting, is not from their developers only. It's rather from analysts and other roles that usually haven't had any exposure to coding at all, to pick up Python as, again, a key skill. So back in the days, and still today, in some corners, dark corners of our industry, people use Excel to almost anything you can come up in the financial industry. But now more and more companies are also using these roles more towards a proper programming and data science oriented environment. And here you see on the right hand side the coding training for this year's juniors was based on Python programming. This is 2018. And then later on you can read that next year, this is now 2019, they will add data science, machine learning, and even cloud computing. And again, it's not for the developers, here it's for the investment bankers, analysts, and trading oriented positions. So pretty interesting that the big companies, and not only like the boutique-like companies like hedge funds, require this particular skill. And then There is another interesting article from my point of view. This is about Masters in Finance. When I was teaching in Miami like 4 weeks ago, I used this a couple of times to repeat the message. It's not about finance anymore. Finance has become not only an applied mathematics discipline, it's also kind of an applied technology discipline. So computer programming skills are becoming a must-have. She says, here the quote, "Don't bother putting Excel or PowerPoint on your resume." So you need to know languages, and in general it is Python as a programming language that you need to know. R, of course, is a good domain-specific language for statistics, but R brings you only that far, and more companies migrate from R to Python, migrate from MATLAB to Python, etc., etc. So that's indeed a key skill. And this was a message that I repeated over and over to the 200 Master of Finance students just starting out their journey in the field, and I hope they will pick up Python a bit more than we just did over the course of 2.5 weeks. Data-driven finance. So my Python for Finance book, the first edition, had a different subtitle than the second one. So we changed it for the second one due to this particular topic, to mastering data-driven finance, because this has become so important in our industry. And when I think back, when I was studying, I was like fascinated, even at school, high school or gymnasium as it's called in Germany, reading the financial news. In Germany it's the Handelsblatt, but internationally it's Financial Times, the Wall Street Journal, and I collected like staples of these daily newspaper editions. But today I think we can safely conclude that not too many decisions in the financial markets are driven anymore by what people read in the financial newspapers. So whenever they pick up the newspapers, that's already kind of old stuff. It's in a certain sense history. Maybe you try to stay informed, and that's a good thing, yes, but what people do since decades already, we can say, is to have a look at their terminals, like Bloomberg, or here Refinitiv Icon terminal. And if you're interested in information about Apple, you usually don't pick up, I don't know, the last 10 financial reports, the last 100 editions of the Financial Times, and search for some information about Apple. You go to your terminal and you find, like, in a single spot, everything, like from news, background, fundamental data, price data, tick data, current data. You find kind of everything, forecasts even. So that's the standard since quite a while. But now there is a new standard that has established itself, and that's data-driven finance. Because for many applications that are real-time today in our industry, it's simply not efficient to read anything or to look it up on a terminal and to scroll through endless pages of data. It's rather like that you use, let's say, Python or some other programming language to this, and you hit APIs from which you get all the data that you might require. And here it's a tiny example based on Refinitiv Icon data API. You see here, this is from 28th June this year. It's just for 1 hour. 1 hour of data, tick data for Apple, and you see there are some 20,500 data points. And who wants to read through that? Who wants to print that? And when we compare this 1 hour, 20,000 data points, and think back to the good old days when most of the financial theories have been developed and end-of-day data was the standard, then we must conclude the following. End-of-day data means you have roughly 250 trading days per year. So times 10 is 2,500, times 4 is 10,000. So Apple went public around 1980. So there are 10,000 end-of-day data points for the Apple stock price. So I speak of close, so you can say, well, there's open, high, low, close for sure, but closing prices, we have 10,000, roughly. So that's a rough estimate. But here on the tick data level, on the real-time level, what's relevant for people acting these days and the machines acting in the markets, we have twice as many data points for a single hour only. And for the machine, it doesn't really matter whether it's 10,000, 20,000, 200,000, 200 million, or 2 billion data points. So the machines are kind of like diligent and fast and crunching these numbers. And you see, there's no human being on earth that would like to get through 20,000 data points. And if you have 6 trading hours, you might get an idea, and then you have the S&P 500 with 500 such stocks, and you get a rough idea of what's going on a daily basis in the markets. The same holds true for news. The big news, or the big data companies, we can say, like the Bloombergs, the Refinitivs, Dow Jones, roughly consume 1.5 million news articles on a daily basis. So even if you say, well, I nevertheless read the financial newspapers because I want to stay up to date, I want to stay informed, the machines are better at that because there's well too much and it's coming in on a real-time basis. So it's not that you say, well, in the morning at, I don't know, 6 a.m. I pick up my newspaper and that's it. No, it's kind of like a 24/7 thing that's going on. And again, it's roughly 1.5 million such articles on a daily basis. So maybe not everything is relevant to you, but even if you are able to trim it down, there's still lots of stuff to crunch or left. And here we see another example with regard to the Icon Data API, where I search for Tesla as the RIC, as it's called in that universe, or Reuters instrument code, and for production and for relatively short time interval, some 18 days, something, and you get like first an overview, and then you, if you want to go deeper, you get the full text. And of course, the machines these days are also much faster, and in many instances also much better at going through that many articles. We recently did a project with Dow Jones where we applied natural language processing, sentiment analysis, summary, word cloud generation, etc. in real time to incoming news articles, and for example showed an application with regard to crypto related news and the relationship to Bitcoin prices. So you can do this in real time, you can do this on a large scale, and again the machine won't complain when it needs to process 1,000 or 10,000 articles, but for a human being, for an analyst working for a financial institution, I don't know whether 1,000 articles are something that they want to go through, not even doing a month worth of time. The Python ecosystem, I think, and you see I'm pretty convinced about what we have there, is pretty well positioned to master what is required in data-driven finance. And of course, on the other end, you need to have like proper APIs that you can hit. You need to have like the accompanying infrastructure. But if you want to work with it, Python to a large extent provides you with everything that is needed in this context. Even if you still want to work with Excel Wings, for example, you can put the analytical power, the financial power, the natural language processing power of Python also in your Excel spreadsheet. So that's where we are. And I mentioned now 2 times the students, and one student mentioned, well, this looks like an interesting future. I said, no, this is not the future, this is where we are already. This is what we have anyways, and a little bit more we have. And the next step, once you have data available, natural next step is AI first finance. What do I mean by that? So first of all, stepping back a little bit, scientific method, what is it? The method of procedure that has characterized natural science since the 17th century, consisting in systematic observation, measurement, and experiment, and the formulation, testing, and modification of hypotheses. I think in finance, to some extent, this has been implemented over the last, let's say, 7 decades, roughly. But where finance people haven't been that strong is in modification of hypotheses. So once something was there, let's say the CAP-M or mean variance portfolio theory or whatever, and people found it intellectually appealing, then they simply stuck to it, even if there was no, and in many cases that's true, even if there was no empirical evidence. This is a little bit contradictory to the scientific method, right? You might start with a hypothesis and you say, well, now let's observe the real world on physics, and let's do an experiment and measure. And if you can find supporting evidence for your hypothesis, you probably go back, reconsider the hypothesis, adjust it, or modify it here as it's formulated, and you get to start it new. But in finance, we have many instances where people came up with a wonderful, mathematically elegant theory, which has proven by no means useful in practice, but nevertheless you still find it up until today, maybe 60 years later, in textbooks and applied around the world. That's a little bit sad, but the problem might be that people only have one life and do one PhD, and there's not too many time to come up with 100 different hypotheses. And this is what the quote here states from this kind of popular book, The Master Algorithm by Pedro Domingos. Machine learning is a scientific method on steroids. It follows the same process of generating, testing, and discarding or refining hypotheses. But while a scientist may spend his or her whole life coming up with and testing a few hundred, I would rather say maybe a few dozen hypotheses, a machine learning system can do the same in a second. Machine learning automates discovery. It's no surprise then that it's revolutionizing science as much as it's revolutionizing business. Maybe, in brackets, finance as well. It's a little bit similar here what is stated to what I pointed out with regard to the news articles or the financial data, right? So we as human beings, we might be capable of reading on a daily basis, let's say 25 news articles, but a machine can read easily 25,000 news articles. And that's the same here with doing research. We can do that much research. We stand at the blackboard or we use whatever tools we have, but the machine, we know this all can scale, has I don't know how many compute cores, and machine learning is basically, and this is the major message here, the scientific method on steroids. If something doesn't work, the machine does not complain. It goes back and updates the weights or updates whatever is to be updated with regard to the algorithm. So that's where we are coming from. And starting last year, this was one of the first books, if not the first book, which had both finance and machine learning in its title, by Marcos Lopez de Prado. He's both a practitioner, having managed billions of dollars, as well as a double PhD, so he is both in research or practice, as well as in academia. And 4 quotes that I highlight here following. The first is, the essential tool of econometrics is multivariate linear regression, 18th century technology. That was already mastered by Gauss before 1794. It's hard to believe that something as complex as 21st century could be grasped by something as simple as inverting a covariance matrix. I think this is a pointed statement in the sense that it would last, again, like 7, maybe 6 decades. Econometrics was driven almost exclusively by the application of ordinary least squares regression, which assumes many things, linearity and normality of the receivables, and it's a long list, and it can only bring you so far. And when we have a look at the financial markets, and they've changed over time tremendously, it might be no surprise that indeed these tools that are 200 years old maybe might not be enough to understand, to model what's going on in the market. So non-linearity is a problem, I come to that, or high dimensionality is a problem. And the conclusion here is econometrics might be good enough to succeed in financial academia for now, but succeeding in practice requires ML. Although I observe, of course, more and more machine learning pick up in academia as well. Of course, everybody wants to jump here on the train. When we have a look at the markets on the left-hand side, my simple representation, X stands for all the data that we have, the tick data, the news, whatever this might be, or political news, you name it, and then the markets act as data processing units, and they come out with some results. Let's say there is news with regard to the economy. At the same time, Apple releases a new product and the markets consume the new information, and then a new Apple price shows up on the ticker. And how this works, that's the big problem, that's the big question. We can conclude that it's probably nonlinear, it's complex, and it's changing over time. So in finance, we are not dealing with physics, right? The physical world is supposed to be somehow stable, right? When we discover a physical law, we assume that 10 years, even 100 or 1,000 years from now, the same law should hold true. But in finance, research and financial practice, we can say as well, was driven by brilliant minds, no question here. I'm a big fan of many of the brilliant minds we have in our field. But most of finance was or can be characterized as normative economics. So typically when you read the financial paper, there's the introduction, and then there comes something like model as a section header, and then they say, let's assume the following. And then there comes a long list of assumptions, or if it's more mathematical axioms, etc. And then they say, well, now let's assume that this characterizes our world, and then the researcher shows some simple, elegant theory, but when the econometricians show up and say, well, now let's test the theory in practice, more often than not, these theories haven't proven that useful. So this is what I call brain-driven impunity myth. So for decades on end, it was kind of the major goal to get your PhD, your tenure as a professor, or even a Nobel Prize in economics, to come up with some simple, elegant theory that people like, and again, that's elegant, that maybe even as an MBA student you understand, apply, even if you are not a math major, and say, well, I understand that this is appealing to me, and now I can go out in the real world. But I think it's time for a paradigm shift, as they call it, and I would say, well, now that we have the data, we call the data-driven finance story, data is there, we can access it programmatically, even on small machines. Here my notebook has, I don't know, 4 cores and 16 gigs of RAM. I can do quite a bit. Let's have a look at the data first, not start pen and paper and assume things. Let's have a look at the data and let's try to figure out relationships and what we see there. We have now a bunch of algorithms available, general, parameterizable, trainable algorithms, and I leave it here general, so not having something specific in mind. And if we are able to apply these algorithms for machine deep learning, etc., to our data, why not go with something that works somehow better, might not be perfect, and change from the brain-driven beauty myth financial world to the data-driven AI first one. Usually what people say, and I agree to that, is that many of the models applied to finance are really black boxes. So this raises issue legally, this raises issue with regard to compliance, etc. pp. But for me, as a practitioner running my own company, and if I would invest my own money based on something like that, I would say rather have a black box that makes me decent amount of profit, as compared to a theory that I fully understand, but that doesn't help me at all. But these are problems that are there, but I'm confident that it can be solved there as well. Again, Python and the Python ecosystem is well positioned. I would say that Python is a first-class citizen in the AI machine deep learning world. You might need some additional hardware, so when I speak of you can get started with a small notebook, this might bring you that far, but for the big financial institutions that want to implement large-scale projects, this might be a little bit of a different story. So now that we say, well, data is there, we can access it with a few lines of Python code via APIs, AI can be applied because data is there, and others in other fields have had tremendous success in applying, let's say, deep learning to certain problems. Think self-driving cars, whatever, recommender engines, Netflix, or search engines, Google, etc. So why not try to do it here as well? So therefore, the big questions, and this is what I'm concerned with. So there are many, many different application areas of machine learning and finance. I think also quite a few success stories, but there might not be in my direct field. So I'm more interested in the capital market side, so in trading, algorithmic trading, and one of the major questions is, are markets predictable? And for me, that's the holy grail, and for many others as well. So if I'm able to predict the markets, I might not only become a rich man, this might also bring me some fame and whatever. It's similar to going to the casino, and you know, when you play roulette, it's like a 50-50 chance, black and red, now neglecting the zero, the green, although in German casinos, for example, you get back your bet when zero shows up. You would assume that in a perfect world, the probability is 50% to see black and red. But what happens if, for whatever reason, and there are examples in history, you will be able to say with some confidence, to derive it, that maybe red in this particular casino shows up 55% of the time. Of course, you would, in general, if not always, bet on red, right? So this is what we try to do. We have basically a baseline, which would say 50-50, market goes up or down. This holds true in particular for mean reverting quantities like currency quotes or commodity prices, let's say. It might not hold true 200% for drifting ones like stock prices, indices. But let's think of this simple game, 50-50 or the toss of a coin, 50-50. That would be a baseline. In that sense, I would consider the markets a similar game. Market can go up or down. And we are now concerned with regard to, can we beat the baseline? And there's so many people out there still today that make use of technical analysis. So trying to spot a certain price formation, and here you see some 8, 16, 20 different ones. The first 8 about a bullish pattern. The assumption is that whenever you see such a pattern, the market is supposed to go up. Nobody says to 100%, but with the higher probability, the market should go up. This is the 55% or 60% case. The next 8, when you spot these patterns, then the probability is assumed to be higher that the market goes down. So you would probably short the instrument or you would not be positioned at all. And then you have reversal patterns. So there are many, many more, it's not just these. So out of interest, I recently bought a German book and they had like, this looks like astrology to me. I don't know what they did, like geometrical arguments, whatever. I didn't try to go deeper into that. I rather use machines to do it. But believe me, there are so many different things there that people try to use to beat the market. So the assumption here is that the markets are predictable, because if I believe in something like that, I assume implicitly that markets are predictable. But if you have a look, I'm a Wonder, that's one of our trading platforms that we deal with, and whenever I log in and look something up, I see like updated information, and the basic message here is CFDs are complex instruments, blah, blah, blah. And now comes the number. 73.5% of retail investor accounts lose money when trading CFDs with this provider. So the majority of accounts loses money. And they, I wouldn't say all, but the large part of this crowd applies, among others, technical analysis. So this is what people believe, and this is reality. So I would call this a myth. Maybe there are people out there that say, well, for me it works, but for the majority, obviously it does not work. Then normality. Normality of returns. This is something you find all over the place in the financial industry, and it basically started in the 50s, 1951, when Harry Markowitz came out with this portfolio selection approach, where he said, well, now let's get rid of reading the newspapers, let's get rid of having some assumptions about whatever. We need to put this on a quantitative ground. And this is fantastic, because this is basically the first quant model that was ever there. And it reduced the whole investment process to just analyzing the mean variance of a portfolio based on the expected mean return of single stocks, the expected, we must say, standard deviation, and the covariance or the correlation between the single stocks. So for the first time, this whole investment procedure was moved towards a completely quantitative grounding. And when I say that the only thing that is relevant is the mean and the variance or the standard deviation of the distribution, then implicitly, at least, I assume some normal distribution. Because only the normal distribution is completely defined by the first two statistical moments. Many other things, other distributions, higher moments that are as relevant or even more relevant. When we have a look at theory and practice, on the left this is a QQ plot. I don't know if you're used to this plot. It's often used to analyze returns here with regard to their normality characteristics. On the left-hand side you see what theory assumes, that all these blue dots, simply speaking, lie on the red line. But in practice what we see is that we have what is called fat tails. So we have more higher positive returns and more lower negative returns than we would expect from a normal distribution. And this is, of course, an important aspect. But nevertheless, finance is driven to a large extent by this normality. And many other examples can be mentioned, like the famous Black-Scholes-Merton model with a geometric Brownian motion, returns of the geometric Brownian motion are also normally distributed, so I can go on and on and on. Myth number 3 is linearity. So many models, and this starts here with the capital asset pricing model. Journal of Finance, this is in the 60s already, September 64, where there is also implicitly assumed that normality, so this now adds some more to the normality assumption. It is the linearity between different parameters here. So you see here the capital market line, I see here a linear line. These days, this is the original chart. These days, typically you would have the return on the ordinate and the risk on the other axis. So, but nevertheless, you see here the linearity and the equation here. Not going into details, just mentioning like the major myths that we have in our beauty myth world in finance. I write in my new book quite a large deal about these things and show Python-based examples that allow you to verify this on your own. So now we come to something that let us conclude that markets might not be predictable after all. So this is also from the 60s, where the discussion about random walks in stock markets emerged and was discussed over decades. And basically what this theory says is that stock prices are random walks, and basically, to keep things simple, this says it's indeed a 50-50. So we can't tell whether the market goes up or down because it's random and it's 50-50. And when you read here through the later parts, it says, for example, we shall see later that if the random walk theory is an accurate description of reality, then the various technical or chartist procedures, recall my picture of the 20 different patterns, for predicting stock prices are completely without value. So this is what the efficient market, as it's also called hypothesis, or the random walk hypothesis, suggests, that don't even try, don't even bother. Skip that part. Become a passive investor, sleep for 20 years, wake up and reap the benefits. So that's what the random walk hypothesis suggests. And if you apply, usually I show this as well, like ordinary squares regression, and try to predict stock price behavior, you will see that technically speaking, the best predictor of tomorrow's price is today's price in a least square sense. But it says, well, the market is always right, quote unquote, in the sense that the current price is the right one. There is no meaningful way in saying it should be higher or it should be lower. It is the price. Therefore, trying to predict something is worthless, as we see here. And now we see the efficient market hypothesis in action. There is a whole industry, the hedge fund industry, which spends millions and millions, if not billions, in aggregate per year in research, technology, trading, people, whatever, in order to beat the markets. And this is what I get paid for, right? The 220 model, 2% management fee, 20% performance fee. This has all come down a bit, but this is the standard, or the reference model still. And this is the analysis, these are the numbers from 2018. Key hedge fund facts, this is from a company called Preqin. And when you go to the slides, you can click on that, you see that, or you can access the full article. It's just like a 2-page one, this is the summary here. So the All Strategies hedge fund benchmark finished the year at minus 3.42%, the worst performance since 2008. Losses are widespread, 20% of funds saw losses between 0 and 5%, while 40% saw their losses exceed 5%. So the hedge fund industry, which is supposed to generate alpha, to outperform typical benchmarks, and after all, to get some positive returns, some profits, on aggregate loses money. So for me, this is, if not evidence, but it hints towards the validity of the efficient market hypothesis. You can invest, you can use huge resources, huge funds, and nevertheless, as an aggregate field, the hedge funds are not able to come up even with a positive return. Here in this particular year, this is not true for every year, but with the effort they put in, you would expect this to be true every year. So, my point of view, that's kind of support for the random walk hypothesis. And of course, you will always, every year you will have, given the sheer numbers, there are thousands of hedge funds active. You see 15,947 hedge funds, 2017. Just a few less in 2018. Out of all these, of course, you will see companies that really do great. Like in that particular year, there were a couple of funds that did plus 50%, plus 40%, right? That's amazing. But it's just like 2 hands full out of 15,000 that do that well. So, but these are typically the ones that you see then on the covers of the financial magazines. Now, what about machine and deep learning to the rescue? Might there be anything to it? So here I'm just quoting a slide that I typically use in a different context. It's a mathematical paper about the universal representation theorem. Here, a quote of that. The mathematical theory of artificial neural networks, the universal approximation theorem, states that the feed-forward network with a single hidden layer, so it's, so to say, a small one in terms of number of layers, containing a finite number of neurons, can approximate continuous functions on compact subsets of Rn. Doesn't say that it's a small network in terms of units, but a small network in terms of layers, and this is already powerful. So it's universal representation theorem. And you can do much more with such a shallow neural network, single hidden layer, than you can do with any kind of ordinarily scarce regression. And the assumption, the hope is that when I apply this powerful tool, this mega powerful tool to financial data, maybe there is something in it. And I have now a quick live demo. I won't go into details, it's rather about the charts, the plots that show up. But basic question is now, can machine learning algorithms beat typical investment trading benchmarks? And I have come up here with 3 benchmarks that I want to use. It's long only, so typically, let's say I trade futures on the S&P 500. I could, of course, buy an ETF, the SPY ETF, and just be a passive investor over time. Or when I trade futures, I can take long and short positions. One other benchmark I recently use regularly is short only. I'm the contrarian, I'm always short, whatever. And then I have random positions where I simply say, well, I don't do predictions, I simply draw random numbers using NumPy random, and I say, well, this is like the monkey thing. You might all recall this, the Wall Street Journal, throwing darts at the journal, and we all recall these stories, right? The monkey usually won against seasoned professionals. So interactive demo, Jupyter Notebook. You have access to that as well. So here, and again, thank you, Paul, for all the good work for Jupyter Notebook. Without it, I couldn't live anymore. So, are markets predictable? So this is now using data from Wanda. So we are Wanda users, and just importing a bunch of, and I have retrieved from the API, so in order to save time, I have saved that on disk. And this is now over a 3-month period. What did I choose here? The second interval here, June to September 2019. I'm using euro US dollar, mean reverting quantity. I want to later on do directional predictions. I work with a granularity of 10 minutes. Yeah, that's basically it. 3 months worth of 10-minute data. So we have data typically Monday morning until Friday night. So it's not really 24/7. It's somehow close to 24/5. Somehow, not exactly with Wanda. So that's the data. To get a rough idea of the data that we have, it's some 9,358 data points, and we have open, high, low, close values. I'm just going with the close price here, and I'm calculating the log return, and I also generate a binary feature. It's also my label, rather label, I don't use it as a feature. It's my label here, data D, and this is just like up or down. So I transform my log return into 1 when the locked return is positive and 0 when the locked return is negative. So it's my binary label. I'm just interested in whether the market goes up or down. That's enough in general. If we are good at that, again the red black example at roulette, that's okay. I'm not interested whether 37 or 25 shows up. If I get the color right with a high probability, that should be okay. So now the benchmarks, where I simply say my long strategy is just the market return. Here euro US dollar, my short benchmark is just minus that, and my random positioning, here I take positions -1 and 1 randomly, times the market return. So I simply switch back and forth just to have like another baseline benchmark there. Length of data is shown here. I split here in training, validation, test data, and I work with lagged data. I have normalized my returns here as features, and I work with lagged return features. And I normalize this based on the training statistics, mean standard deviation, and I use this as part of the model. So I take the mu and standard deviation from training for all the data sets that I have. So I have 5 lags, you see here, 5 lags for the test data set, and my basic idea now is to use these 5 lags. I'm not working with something that I shouldn't know. I'm allowed to know that, and I try to predict the direction. It's like pattern-based trading, right? So we try to learn about historical behavior and try to come up with predictions about future behavior. So first, standard bagging classifier here with a decision tree, base estimator. You see the parameters there, nothing really special. I train it. Here you see the calls. These are my 5 lags, lag 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Normalized return data, D is the directional data. And the accuracy of the model is 54%. And I can assure you, if you would have a 54% probability when you go to a casino that red turns up after a relatively short while, if you get the capital management, the money management correct, you will be a very, very rich person. So in the financial markets, we always have to deal with stuff like transaction costs, etc. So I'm currently neglecting that. So I more assume like a casino-like environment where I have my chips and I bet on the one or the other side. Then I do the prediction here on the test data. So the prediction on the test data and transform my predictions, which are 0, 1 to -1 and 1. So my positions are short, -1 and 1 long for my binary label data set. Now the position is taken. So my algorithm, my trained algorithm says if you should go 2,687 times short and 1,051 times long. So this is on the test data set. You recall we had some 9,500 points, and this is now the test data set. The number of trades, and this is now where the transaction costs would become pretty relevant, is 12,061. So in finance, we would rather like to have, let's say, the first 2/3 just short and then long. This would be 1 trade, but you see there are many trades taking place where the position is shifted. So it's not every interval, but it's happening pretty often. So transaction costs would be considerable. Now I calculate, given the positions, my returns, and when I have a look now graphically here at the returns, we see the following. We have here towards the end, that's the relevant part. We have the long, short, and random benchmark. So long is going down. Here you see it's from starting at 1, it's normalized, it loses somehow money over the test period. Short, accordingly, because it simply reverses it, gives me some positive return. The random one is in between, so it's somehow, you see, might be something or not, it's just a random one. But the machine learning one here ends up indeed with close to +4%. And if we could achieve that, again, neglecting transaction costs and then putting in a leverage of 10, let's say, we have an outperformance of 50 percentage points when we assume a leverage of 10. Again, transaction costs will eat that up. But we are only talking about whether markets are predictable or not. And here, to some extent, they seem predictable. I would rather go here with my red line, the strategy itself, than with the other one. Now, deep learning is the name of the game in many areas, so I show you the same example now based on scikit-learn with a deep neural network, 2 hidden layers, 192 hidden units per layer. API is the same. Fortunately, with scikit-learn, I do the prediction based on the positions. Just a quick look, you see the numbers change already. So here the multi-layer perceptron classifier doesn't go short as often as the other one, but we don't know whether this is good or bad, so we can't tell. The number of trades is similar, calculating the strategy returns, and we can add this to the mix. And now the final one is always the darkest one, given my color palette. So just what I did, this is the red one in the middle, and this is also outperforming our benchmarks. Unfortunately, the random one now turned somehow white here in the chart. And the bagging classifier is still the best performing one. If we are just concerned with regard to what we have at the end. Of course, for such a strategy, other metrics would be of importance as well, like drawdown, etc. Last but not least, just to show that it works with others as well, I use Keras DNN, deep neural network, a simple feed-forward neural network, nothing specific. 128 per layer, and I fit it with the validation data. Here's the first instance where I use the validation data directly. Training takes a bit, 50 epochs. One of the major advantages from my point of view of using Keras in this context is that I can easily access all the performance metrics afterwards. So this is what we now see there. We get access for every single training iteration, every epoch here to the validation loss, the validation accuracy, the loss and accuracy in sample on the training data set. And I can visualize that, of course, here. And this is now a typical thing, what we see in finance with regard to financial data. In sample, in particular with the deep neural network, you see I can go arbitrarily accurate. So I can, if the network is large enough, I can reach close to 100%. Maybe I'm limited by the power of my machine, actually, but we saw the universal approximation theorem. And in that sense, you see the purple line here, the accuracy goes up, more or less linear. But the validation accuracy doesn't go up. So universal approximation doesn't speak about generalization of a trained model, nor about the predictive power of such a model. It just says, with regard to approximation, I can get pretty close. We also see the loss coming down, but the validation loss goes up. So this is pretty typical. In sample, I can go up. And out of sample, it doesn't go too bad here, I must say, so the validation still is okay. But at some point, we for sure will run into major overfitting issues. So the performance itself, we can evaluate it. Here we have an accuracy of 52.4%. And translate it into our positions. Numbers are similar, but not the same. And here I'm now going to show the numbers. So the DNN strategy here outperforms the others 4.4% plus. And relative to the others, this is now the net thing. So long here is put to 0. So that's our benchmark, and we have outperformance of 5.7 percentage points. But again, you saw the number of trades here, 790 trades. So quite a bit of transaction cost that we would need to take into account. So that's where we go. And this is a pretty interesting chart because it more or less goes continuously up. There is not a major drawdown to be seen, which is something people would like to have. So sometimes you get results where you have an end performance that is kind of good, okay, amazing, whatever. But in between, you might see larger drawdown periods, which is what people typically want to avoid. But here in the end, we would say, well, this is not proof for the superiority of machine learning or deep learning algorithms, the prediction of markets, but there might be something to it. So out of sample, I'm here in a position to be able to predict my market in a way that I outperform my 3 benchmarks. Maybe there are other benchmarks, but I couldn't come up with that many more sensible benchmarks here in this case. I wouldn't use, let's say, the S&P 500 as a benchmark for a euro-US dollar trade, right? So this is not the benchmark. This might be for an active stock portfolio, the benchmark, but here long, short, and a random benchmark. And maybe the other algorithms present natural benchmarks here as well. So there might be something to it. Again, I'm not saying that this is kind of proof for it, but for sure, this gives us a little bit of a hope that the machine learning algorithms can do better in the markets than the traditionally applied multivariate ordinary least squares regression models. So yes or no, it's up to you to come up with your own conclusion. I'm hopeful, but I'm still not convinced. The AI machine. Now you might say, well, what about the AI machine? What is this project? I said a couple of words before, but maybe now a little bit of a closer look. So let's say you have attended our certificate program in Python for algorithmic trading, and there you see some stuff similar to what I've shown before. You retrieve financial data, you transform it in a way that you have proper features, in a way that you have labels, you get started applying different algorithms, you come up with good prediction results, you trust in your back-testing results, as we say in finance, and you say, now, so what? So I want to trade that. I believe in it, I want to trade it. What does it entail? Yeah, algorithmic trading then would start, let's say, with data, euro-US dollar, 1 minute bars, whatever the time frame is, features and labels, time series features, you might include economic indicators, in particular when you trade like currencies, direction and movement might be the target. As I did, machine learning, maybe you rely on standard ones, like kernel-based ones, support vector machine, you classify, you train and test, you validate, you come up with something that makes you hopeful, as I am. You vectorize, you use vectorized backtesting, maybe event-based backtesting. This is something we currently started working on. You visualize, you say, well, I've mastered it all, and then the big part comes here, deployment. I need to transform my algorithms into online algorithms. I need to deploy it in the cloud. I need to do monitoring and risk management. So that's the big deal. The other stuff can be mastered. I'm pretty confident when you, for example, go through our 16-week programs, then you should be able to master the first 4, but we can only get that far with the 5th one there. And the AI machine is indeed something that should cover the whole thing there. Data must come from some other place. We are no data providers, but we help with creating features and labels, with the training, with the backtesting, and the deployment. So this is basically what the AI machine is about. Standardized deployment of AI-powered algorithmic trading strategies. And here you see a screenshot, and I can show you. Unfortunately, I do a live demo, but the problem is it's Sunday, and Wanda doesn't trade on Sunday, so we can't trade there. So it's simply due. It's a fact that I can't show it live, but I can show you how it looks theoretically. So we use Jupyter Notebook once again here to allow people, us currently, to define the strategies. And I said before, and this is roughly accurate, I would say, 150 lines of code for the strategy, but 15,000 lines of code for the deployment. So here is a strategy. It's a class which inherits from our class. This is actually a bagging classifier, as I used as my first example. That's the reason why I added bagging to the story there. And when I go down, there are features in the middle. Here are features defined. And I just want to show you the numbers. So it's not 150, but with the empty rows, you see here it's some 184. So it's not huge. That's the strategy. This is what people well-versed in Python, data science, financial data science, algo trading can come up with. And the platform now is supposed to allow you that you say, well, this is my strategy definition. We have also kind of detailed logging and exceptions that we catch and so forth. So because we allow users lots of flexibility, this brings lots of problems, as you know. Here we have the bagging model, which I have backtested, and there you can access logs and it shows exactly what the code has done. So backtesting is not the big deal. So there are many other platforms which do a great job with regard to backtesting. To name a few, it's Quantopian, it's QuantConnect, and many others allow you to do backtesting. And here we have what I call confirmatory backtest, and I'm opening this to show you something related to my transaction cost argument. You see here, if you would assume that all this is true and reflects reality, you see here the green line, the model returns before TC, and you see the red line. Even if you have fantastic results, plus 70% over a relatively short period of time, after transaction cost, this might be nothing or even go south. Due to the fact, as we have seen before, that you might have 1,200, 1,500 trades for a relatively short period of time, and transaction costs are a fact of life. So we cannot neglect them. And here you see the impact. The red line is after transaction costs and the green one is before. So good backtest result in the theoretical sandbox world, but not as good anymore in the real world where we need to pay for every trade. But this is just one element that I wanted to highlight here. The major element is that I have defined a Jupyter Notebook with my class a trading strategy. This is what I backtest here, but this is where all the other platforms stop. What we have is now this single button, and I used to say within minutes you can deploy a strategy. Actually, it's within seconds. I click on Go Live. Usually I show this live, but I can't show it because there's no trading taking place. The API is dead, so to say. I say here what quantity to trade, stop loss distance, take profit, etc. I provide a bunch of parameters, can't go into details here, hedge parameters. So when I'm done here, I click on Add Model, and the model is traded. So this is a matter indeed of seconds. If you agree with all the default parameters that can be saved, then you deploy the strategy immediately. And then here the live models. Let me quickly search that one where I had that's the one here. I'm explicitly looking for that because the screenshot here is from the one that I'm going to show you. So this is from this week where the model, the backend classifier made some 4.37% plus over a period of 3.5 hours, which is excellent. It doesn't work always that way. This would be too nice. But this is the screenshot, and I can now show you this live. So when I click on that, and what I show you now as a, let's say, static representation works in real time as well. So when the trades are, let me decrease this a little bit, the resolution here is excellent. So this runs in real time when the trading is taking place. So you would see on the right hand side as new tick data flows in. And what you see there is that the first prediction was an upwards movement, triangle pointing upwards. The model went long. Then we have what is called position offload. When we have reached a certain threshold, we halve the position. So we capture like the profits. Then it goes short. This was a right signal. Whenever the signal is green, you see this was a correct prediction. We went short, we made some money. We went long, we made some money. This is like almost a perfect one, right? It went short, makes some money, long, makes some money. Here position offload and profit capture. So here trailing stop loss kicked in, and there is the downward pointing triangle. This means the forecast was down, but the market went up, but no problem because we haven't been positioned there. So by luck, and that's the reason why we pause. We pause later on. We didn't lose anything. And then we have here the final prediction, and shortly afterwards, this was A, correct, and B, there was the position offload and the profit capture. So this is the graphical representation, all interactive and updated in real time. Here you see the log as well with regard to what has happened, at which price, slippage, and all these information. You can export that and analyze it. You can This is something we just recently added. Here there's also a detail log that you can access, which shows you everything that might be of relevance when something happened, which features, data points have been used, etc. So from the definition of the strategy to the backtesting, with the same code, within seconds you deploy the strategy and it's executed in real time, and we hope robustly and reliably. This brings me already to my final slide, and I have put this at the very end because it's so important. It represents like hard learning for us. I recently listened to the audiobook, which is called Prediction Engines. And there I realized that what we have been working on and looking for is something that is not only true in our field, but it's true in many, many other fields as well. The machine learning side is one part. So come up with predictions, I think we can master that. You saw we had like a prediction accuracy of 83% in this smaller, shorter example. This works kind of okay, statistical methods, machine learning, deep learning, whatever we use here. And the deployment part is rather hard technical work. So to deploy it, to set it up robustly, and this is, I can't even point you to a single source in the form of a book or tutorial or whatever, where people speak explicitly about the right-hand side. And in the book Prediction Engines, which has nothing to do with finance or trading, but generally speaking, addresses the problem, they say, well, prediction is one part, but decision rules are the other one. So this is similar to self-driving cars. Even if the prediction is to turn left, you must have some safety measures built in which check whether there is some other car coming up front or whatnot, whether there are pedestrians or whatnot. And this is what we have in finance as well. We have all these decision rules, and they are plentiful, like entry rules, stop loss, trailing stop loss, dynamic stop loss, take profit, position size, and capital allocation. This is what we have been working on tremendously. And this is, when I say prediction, is just one side of the coin. Market realities, transaction costs are as important, at least as important, because they can eat up all your lunch. But what is at least equally important to the prediction are the decision rules. And this is the hard part. This leads to skews. This might decide whether you strive or whether you lose. So when I ask the questions, are markets predictable? Even if you come up with a strong yes, it doesn't guarantee that it can make money out of that. You need to have the right deployment, the right implementation, and I think we still have a way to go, but we have hopefully discovered a few things that help us in doing it. And again, here, all these POs, PCs, these are all the decision rules. Only the L and S are driven by the predictions. The rest, what you see, the other flags, they are based on the decision rules. So we have a long way to go still, but we have come a long way already. And I'm pretty excited that we can apply these days all the fantastic Python tools as well as the AI machine learning approaches to our field. And I'm excited to be part of the way from traditional finance to data-driven finance and AI-first finance. And having said that, I hope you will be as well, and say thank you.
Okay, thanks for Eve to give us a wonderful speech. And because of time, I select popular Slido question to ask Eve. Have you seen successful application of Python algorithm in marketing, in making macro predictions? Supposedly, what fonts like British Water is up to?
Yeah, seen is a good question. Of course, there's hardly any area, maybe beyond the intelligence community, that is as secretive as the hedge fund industry. So I have had the chance to speak to some teams from hedge funds that work on AI applications, not with Bridgewater, but I want to argue with regard to the macro prediction on a rather general level. So we all know for the application of most algorithms, in particular deep learning neural networks, we need lots of data, lots and lots of data. by definition, by nature, macroeconomic data is small, small, small. It's the same as end-of-day data or even smaller. So many macroeconomic data points that you have are maybe on a quarterly, half-year, or even only yearly basis. And I doubt that you will get to some reliable, robust prediction engines in this regard, given the small amount of data that we have there. But on the other hand, if you get this halfway right, you might have a tremendous advantage in this regard. But I see personally the problem of data availability and data volume, so to say, in the application of machine deep learning to macroeconomic forecasts. This is not about macro trading or macro strategies, but when we talk about macroeconomic predictions, then I would be doubtful whether this works out too well.
And the second question is, if AI can predict the stock price, then everyone will be rich?
Yeah, I think I tried to address this towards the end. The prediction part is only halfway through. You can have a model, and many people approach me and say, well, I have prediction accuracy of 75%. This still doesn't guarantee you anything. Only in the roulette world, where there are no transaction costs and you can bet what you like, this will work. But the financial markets are different. So be aware of equating 75% prediction accuracy with becoming a billionaire. You can, depending on how you trade and what your rules are, and your capital sizing, let's say, and money management rules, you can have a model which has 45% accuracy, but if the model gets the largest, the biggest movers correct, the big upwards movement and the big downwards movement, then you might become a billionaire. Because you will live only off the big movements and not when you get some tiny movements correct. This is for trading not enough. Tiny movements typically are not enough on the level that I was showing to even earn your transaction costs.
And the reason, so the last question, why did you choose the mouse on your book's title page on Python of finance?
Actually, it's not a mouse. I again forgot the English name. In German, it's a Schlitz, so you find it in Middle America. It's an animal that you don't see that widespread across the world, but it was the second or third email that I exchanged with O'Reilly, where they said, well, we can debate anything but the animal. O'Reilly has a marketing team, and they're almost running out of animals. As I was told, I'm rather looking forward to the animal for my next book, AI in Finance. But there was no discussion where I was involved. They simply came up with it. And my assumption was that the animal is close enough to the pretty well-selling book at the time of Wes McKinney, Python for data analysis. But I haven't been involved in that decision at all. I need to live with it.
Okay, and thanks for Eve's speech, this keynote, and last week got a big clap for him.
Thanks very much, guys.
Good morning and welcome to a week filmed entirely by me while we don't have Toby here because he's off camping. He's picked a nice weather for it, hasn't he? It's gone a bit miserable here for July. we in July? I think we are. So what's happening? It's about 10 past 10. I've just been trying to crack on with a few admin-y things, but we have had one customer come in already who has just cocked on his deal on this Range Rover Sport. So you probably heard us saying about that previously. That was one of the, came in, went out really quickly. Chap had just driven past, seen it. He was a bit of an old farm boy, Welsh boy actually, and he pulled up in his knackered old Hilux, and he was really interested in this. So looked around it, test drove it, put his deposit down, all that sort of stuff, and then he's come in this morning and said, "Oh, can't have it, I can't." I'm not even going to try and do a Welsh accent because you can't insure it because it's a Range Rover Sport. He didn't realise it was a Range Rover Sport. Don't think that was really going to have affected his insurance, to be honest, but I think maybe he just changed his mind. Jason had a feeling he might change his mind, but hey ho, it's not the end of the world. So that is now back up for sale. Other than that, it's still quite quiet. Adrian's back. He's come back from his 2,200 mile road trip on his motorbike where he went through Switzerland and all that malarkey. So we're back to 2 mechanics. We've got 1 valeter, we've got 1 Dan, which everyone asks what he does, and salesman, me, no Toby, and does that make up the whole workforce? I think it does, doesn't it? So I think we need a new valeter. We might get Dan doing some of the delivery jobs now. Dan is a bit of a here, there and everywhere type of person. He does kind of organising of the diary and the workshop and stuff like that, but he'll also now do our appraisals. When cars come in, he'll do the little quick test drive and check out what bits it needs so you can get them all plugged into our dealer management system, which is Dealer Kit, and get all the jobs lined up to be done, really keep a track of that. So kind of like a workshop orchestrator, I guess. But yeah, we do need another valeter. So that is one of my jobs for today. I've had a few applications come in. I put a little Facebook post out and I need to go through those and see who is worth getting in to talk to. I might put one out for another video editor as well. Don't worry, Toby's not going anywhere. At least, I mean, I wouldn't allow Toby to hand his notice. I would literally, I'd kill him before I lost him. You hear me, Toby? But we could do with someone else doing other bits of editing. So yeah, and I also need to try and buy some cars, so I'm going to do that now. I forgot to mention we got tugboat today because we don't have doggy day care for him on a Monday. So he is here surveying the stock, making sure it's up to his standards. I'm Toby this week, so...
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, Toby off, is he?
Yeah. Everyone wants holidays.
Yeah. I'm back.
He's back. There he is, making his entrance.
What do you call a technician's sister? Misdiagnosis.
Hey.
£400 aircon compressor was no gas in it.
What was that on? Oh.
Luckily, Jason refused to claim.
Oh yeah, but that wasn't us that diagnosed it, was it? No.
That's what I mean, he refused to claim.
Yeah. That's right, yeah, they want 400 quid to replace the compressor. And we said, well, we can get a compressor for like 100 quid. So bring it back to us, so they have. And it's turned out as gas. Yeah.
Is this going to be as big as the other one?
I reckon he's going to be bigger. He looks like a new bloody Foundland, doesn't he? He's huge. He's only 3.5 months old. Look at the size of the twat.
It's the legs and the feet, they're like trunks.
Feel the size of his paws. They're bigger than Bash's.
You'd go in the snow, wouldn't you?
He's got like cans of Spam for hands. Huh?
Does he like the water?
Yeah, he's obsessed with our shower. He will come in the shower with you, given the chance, and he will just go in there and lie in there. So we've decided he wants to be a plumber, so we've called it Tugboats, Taps and Toilets. What are you doing? Waiting for it to clear? Hopefully.
Got all fuel in his door tonight.
Yeah. So is the injector that you put in now, that's working now, is it? Oh, okay. It sounds smoother.
Yeah, it's probably very cheap types of bolts and stuff in there, but that fuel in his door.
Yeah.
Because the cat gets hot, and the pressure of the engine, it will blow
We'll have an exhaust fire.
Yeah, we'll clear. When you put it down and go down the road, you've got flames coming out of that.
Yeah. Do you know what I really like is the revometer like moves around to where you're allowed to rev when it's different temperatures.
The red light there.
Yeah. Right, it's now about 3 o'clock. Still just drizzling away, very grey and miserable. Steph has sorted out BMW M3 though. I was a little bit concerned about that for a while because all that smoke you would have seen, turns out it needed an injector. Someone had obviously been playing around with it before because it had a weird coil pack on that cylinder. So maybe they suspected it was the coil pack. Let's have the police go flying by the looks of it. But yeah, we seem to have cracked that now, so there will be a full video on that shortly. I'm just checking a vehicle to see if it might have, before I spend £250 on a detachable tow bar, I just want to double check. It wasn't stashed away in the car, but that would be too easy. Not round there is the answer. I don't want to show you what the vehicle is because we'll be doing a video on this at some point, and that would ruin it. Some of you who are eagle-eyed might figure it out anyway. Looks like we are safe to order a tow bar because there doesn't seem to be one in there. I'm trying to think what's been happening. Obviously Adrian's back, he's now working on a Jeep that you probably have seen in the previous weekly. We've got the radio out, so hopefully we can get that working. And they're just trying to figure out what's going on with the oil sensor on that. Again, I'm probably ruining another video, but you'll see that in the future. Been trying to buy some stock, but not been very successful. It's been very quiet. The phone isn't ringing at the moment. It's funny because everyone has been quiet the last couple of months and said it's just been dead, but we've been doing okay. And it seems like it's finally caught up to us. So maybe we're just behind the trend and we'll have a couple of quiet months now, or maybe we're just having a dip and we can I don't know, do okay. We also have someone coming in a minute because I put out a sort of job wanted post on Facebook for a valeter / driver. We have got someone who is fairly local and he said he could just swing in, so we'll see him, see what we think. Although I've got a good few people who inquired, so it's not going to be a given. We will try and get a few in. I've emailed them all back today. I've actually been quite proactive on my admin today without Toby interrupting me. Bloody hell, filthy.
She's a bit grim. All the hidey holes. Should be clean as always after this.
What do you think of it?
Yeah. I mean, when you're inside it, you can definitely tell you're in a Vauxhall.
Yeah, yeah.
Like-
It's like an Astra.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
back's amazing.
The
Haven't
back.
really looked
Yeah. Yeah.
The back's really cut. It's like, if you were going to have to go somewhere,
Proper-
you choose the back.
Yeah.
You got your own little,
Oh, yeah.
like your own little station.
I don't think we've got. These came with like a Velcro. Oh, it's got.
Got the hammock plus shelf.
It's got like a little tea cloth. But no, there was something that Velcroed onto the back of those, which had a little pocket in it, which closed up the rear of the seat, I guess, to stop stuff coming through. So originally it was just Velcro onto there.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Because if you break, it was all going to come flying through from
Yeah. Your tins of spam, they're going to shoot through and.
Sat in the back seat there with fucking beans flying forward.
I like Josie tins of spam.
Look at the F1 style rear light though. It's 10 years old as well. That's well ahead of its time. It's because it's an EV and it's been owned by some eco-warrior who cleans their car as often as they clean their body. Look, do you know the massive argument we had about drums filling up with water?
Oh.
How can there be caps missing? If a new barrel arrives, take the caps off of that and put it onto this.
I have no words.
Right. Yeah, that'll do. And here's a little baby one. Before we make a creamy oil and water mix,
Ta-da!
Vauxhall Ampera, also known as the Chevy Volt in America.
Oh yeah, I did think this when Steph came out. He was like, it looks a bit American on the rear, doesn't it? I was like, yeah, Chevrolet sort of. Looking.
It's because it's GM, isn't it?
Oh no, it's just a plus and a minus.
No, that's
I thought they'd actually used the Ampere.
That's like a circuit diagram style thing they've done there with those of us who remember it from science lessons.
Circuit,
Yeah. Right, that is it for Monday. I think tomorrow I'm going to have to do some moving around of stock from here to the farm, go and get a trailer hooked up, and got a couple of Evoques from here that need to go down the farm, and got a couple of like the cars that need fixing. We've got a Cougar that needs a steering rack, and we've got, what else have we got? I think I might have to bring back the Dodge Nitro, because no one wants to take it as it is without an MOT, which is fair enough, but we've got the parts to fix it, so I think I need to get it back. So, from me, Bash, and Tugboat down there, that is it for Monday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Contaminated and oil residue. Look inside through the hole, and the whole system is. Check DPF and that, and on the differential pressure sensor for it, and it reads 0 at idle.
I have to start factoring in a DPF on every Ingenium we buy.
Well, this is. I don't think this is not. It's a bit different to the other ones. The way it's done, the DPF, you know, like on the Evoques, it's slung right back under the vehicle. This one's right up where they normally are. But it's odd because it comes down, the lock sensors are right at the back, the injector for the fuel for it is after DPF, but there's another silencer after that, and then it goes to the sensors, which is different to the other one, because the Evoques, they come back with a balance pipe that went right back up to the EGR and everything. So this is a lot different. But yeah, it looks like it's broken up or cracked, so there's no pressure in it.
Here he is, patient zero.
You're feeling a bit better now.
Yeah, just giving it to Jason now. I think it'll probably be me next.
Oh no.
My fourth time having COVID.
Oh mate.
No, I feel alright.
I've got to admit though, that is the first time that I've actually had it. Like.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I thought I might have had it like obviously when it all kicked off and stuff. Because I just felt rough, but nothing compared to that.
Right, hopefully you can hear me okay with the wind blowing. Our Tuesday update is that it's now 20 to 12. Didn't feel much this morning because we've got our 4Com engineer in there fitting our new hi-hi system, the phones and whatever. A few people have asked me about that, what my reviews are of it. It's not actually set up yet. We had to get a whole new business broadband line put in, and it's all going to run on that so that we didn't have any downtime between the phones. So they will be up and running in a minute. He's going to give us some training, but I don't want to go out and stick a camera in his face. Jason has gone home with Rona, he thinks. Would make sense after Mark had it and had a few days off last week. So hopefully this isn't the start of everyone getting it, but we will see. Just letting Bash out for a wee. I've been bidding. I've bought one car from G3 today. Got another on a provisional, so I'll have to see how that goes. I think I've got a couple I'm looking at BCA, and then it's Wednesday tomorrow, so we might try and have a bid on some at Aston Barclay tomorrow. What I wanted to do today, as we probably... Just trying to dig up my post. My wonderful workmanship that you've all heavily criticised me for. And I was trying to dig it up, but look at that, rock solid. It's not the prettiest job, and you know, obviously I'm not a builder, but I have done better work than that before in the past, having done up houses and stuff, but needed a quick fix just to get it sorted, and it's sorted. So, and I need to get rid of all these old fence panels and everything else as well. Anyway, I digress. Oh yeah, I wanted to... This is here having some bits done. This is the one that we bought. It turned out to be a Category N that I didn't realise, and just don't want to sell it from here. So that needs to go on the farm so that Sophie can sell it. This one is the one that you saw me pick up in a video a good while ago. It's just waiting on something to do with the reversing cameras, I think. So I don't know why it really needs to be parked around here. I think they might have cannibalised it a little bit to fix another one that we had. And then this one over here is the one that needs a transfer case and whatever. This is a customer's car that we sold. God knows why we sold something this old. You might have seen that on previous ones. That's the one with the Northern Irish plate. And I said Irish plate. Obviously, I meant Northern Irish. I say things wrong all the time.
Yeah, I'm not used to public squeaking. I piss pronunciate a lot of my worms.
Yeah, just do a bit of space, but it's not that bad, so we'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow and go from there. I'll update you later in the day. Well, for me, I don't know who's been... Do you want me to try and adjust those settings? That's nowhere near I've ever used. Or does it seem alright?
Alright. I might come up the thread a little bit. Trying to weld it to weld the pipe and then bring it up. No pigeons were harmed in the welding of this pipe.
Beautiful. Right, so that is end of day for me. It's actually only about 20 past 4, but we've got to get home and meet a builder at home. So I want to get some stuff done there, I want to get some stuff down the farm, and in fact I want to get some stuff down at the garage. So this is a guy my dad's used before. I gave him a call yesterday and he was like, yeah, I'll see you at 4:30 at your place, send me the address. I sent him the address, but he doesn't seem to have read it on WhatsApp, so fingers crossed he actually turns up. Not that it really matters because we are dead as a dodo at work, other than with warranty claims typically. So, I mean, it's not a huge amount of warranty stuff. I think it just seems like it's depressing because we don't really seem to be selling much at the moment either. Yeah. I guess I do need a bit more stock as well. Did manage to buy 2 cars today. I'm doing videos on both of those, so keep an eye out for them on the channel. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. And yeah, so tomorrow I've got a Zoom meeting in the morning with G3, discussing a few different things. And then obviously Jason's off with COVID. I'm starting to wonder now if I feel a bit rough, but you know, I'll still work anyway regardless. I'm going to go through and do some cost cutting tomorrow, not so much just because we're quiet, but just because I want to do it as a matter of routine anyway. Get rid of some of our advertisers, eBay Motors Group. I don't think we're getting a huge amount of, you know, return on that. Then our AA Cars, again, we used to have a website through them, which was useless. We used to get almost like daily emails from subscribers and things saying, you do realise that your Discovery... Right, Wednesday update. It's been busy, but it hasn't been that busy. Jason's still off with COVID, but we think he's probably going to be back in tomorrow. I've been filming a few bits and pieces because I've got to do our Car of the Week video without Toby here, so I'm doing my best. But Dan has just had a call. In fact, I can probably play you it from our call recordings about a car that we sold on finance, and it's a C-Max. The customer was a bit of a pain. Some of you who are like an avid watcher of the channel might remember this guy because we've already talked about him, that he bought a C-Max and he was like, oh, this isn't quite right and that isn't quite right, and it was the most tiny, pedantic little issues. You know, the windows didn't go up quick enough or something. Anyway, we did lots and bits and pieces for him that were well above and beyond what a warranty would even cover because none of it was broken. And then the final, Jason was having them done at distance, and it was a bit like, oh, this needs doing, that needs doing. And then I think we paid for him to have brakes done for some reason, because I think he said they were making a noise or something, or they were warped, although they seemed fine with us and they just passed an MOT. And then he was asking us then again to pay for brakes again. Bearing in mind, we went back through the receipts, but hang on, we just paid you to replace those. Why would they need doing? How can you be blaming us for it? The guy was it was just bizarre. His final thing was that he wanted a clutch done because the clutch was lower or higher than he wanted it to be, and we expected us to pay for it. And we said, "We'll take it to a garage and just check it over, make sure it's not slipping or whatever. If it's a bit high, then it's just a bit high. That's what happens with cars." But he kind of went on and on till he raised a complaint with the finance company, who was First Response, and not a premium finance company. And he's raised a complaint, spoke to us. And spoke to me, and I said, "Look, he's raised all these thingies and whatever. By all means, go and get it checked out, because he just seems to be asking for stuff just for the sake of it, because he thinks his 10-year-old Grand C-Max should be perfect showroom condition, and we should be responsible for doing it, which is just completely unreasonable." And that was whatever. The guy bought this car back in December. It's now July. And last month they sent us an email, which I've got here, saying satisfactory quality complaint closed. I referred to my recent email in relation to the above agreement. Thank you for your cooperation with this issue. I can confirm that the complaint is now closed based on the following points. And there are 3 bullet points, but they are blank. I mean, I'll spin this round just to show you. That's their email. So we just, must be a bit odd they haven't put anything on there, but I guess there's nothing really much to talk about because there was nothing wrong with the car. And that was that. We forgot about it until Dan's just taken a call today. Well, the person wanted to speak to me. I said, I haven't got any dealings with First Response at the moment. I don't need to speak to him. And
to Joe with regards to that. So I was just really following up on that complaint because the customer has now been removed from the agreement. So we did need to speak with yourselves with regards to the remaining balance from the back.
What they're trying to say, but yeah, we do need to speak with you now because they've been removed from the agreement, whatever that means. They probably kicked up so much fuss that they've just gone, whatever, yeah, all right, we'll have the car back. And now they're just going to phone us up and be like, yeah, we want some money from you, by the way. You need to pay for this car that we've agreed to have back without any consultation with you whatsoever. Immediately, my anxiety goes through the roof. It's just, because, when I speak to them, I'm like, could you be any more vague? Because you're not saying, we've got a car here, and it needs to come back to you. This is what we want to happen, even though there's no legal reason for that to happen whatsoever. We won't get it back to you. You can have that. You can make your deductions or whatever. And it's like, no, we just need the balance. We just need money from you. And that's it. What an absolute shower of shit. In absolute jokers. So I have tried to call them back so I can fire some into them. But First Response was busy, so I wait to hear a call back, which hopefully I can play on our new hi telephone tablet system thing, and we'll see what they've got to say for themselves. And a lot of you may hate car dealers, but and a lot of you say, how does this happen? I get the worst, and I do seem to have the worst luck with customers. I don't know why. I think I used to be a pushover. Don't think I am anymore, but it's really, really testing my patience now. Someone who's bought a car 8 months ago, and his main complaint was that he thought the clutch was a bit too high. We had it tested by his mechanics, not just ours. We had it to us, we checked out, said there's nothing wrong with it. We've spoken to him and the finance company and said, take it to another garage if you want and get their independent opinion. They also said there's nothing wrong with this car. And now the finance company just phone up and say, we have to figure out the balance. The guy's probably just stopped paying and we're going to pick up his debt. Tested my patience. Yeah, speaking.
Joe, it's First Response Finance. How are you?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Yes, not bad, thank you very much. Not bad. Apologies, it's taken me a little while to get back to you. I did receive your messages, but I was stuck on a couple of other calls at the time, so apologies. But I've got back to you as soon as I can.
No problem.
So did Dan let you know that, obviously Dan let you know that I called you earlier on. Did he give you some context of the reason I was calling with regards to the C-Max?
He did, yeah. I'm a little bit confused because we had an email from yourselves last month to say that it had been resolved and the complaint was closed, and that was the last I heard.
Okay, yeah, so that's the reason I'm sort of giving you a call to follow up on it. So the complaint has been closed from the customer side of things. The customer has been removed from the agreement. So an independent review has been conducted into the customer's complaint, and it was found in the customer's favour. So that's the reason I've been asked to give you a call. So customer, yes, no longer has vehicle, and I was just really calling you with regards to the outstanding balance with regards to the finance, because we have had to remove the customer from the agreement, as I said, and the vehicle has now been sold at auction, Joe. So I was just really calling you with regards to the remaining balance that is on here with regards to this vehicle.
Right. So when you say he was removed from it, what does that actually mean? You've just
We had to cancel the agreement because it was found in the customer's favour that there was issues with the vehicle.
Right. And what were they? Because you haven't provided me with any information. That's okay. I'm just curious to know what exactly was the results and what the proof is, because I haven't seen anything.
Okay, so I can see that we sent you an email, as you've just mentioned to myself, back in fact it was May, wasn't it, that we sent you an email. So the customer did raise a complaint with regards to the braking issues and the engine management light being illuminated. I believe that we had tried to contact yourself, but we did arrange for a third-party garage to inspect the vehicle, which concluded that previously an engine had been fitted, I'm reading the email to you, sorry, had been fitted poorly, causing multiple engine faults. I believe that our complaints team had tried to contact yourselves with regards to this, and at the time you said that you weren't happy to move forward and help us with regards to the issues.
That's not true at all. What actually happened was there might have been a problem with the brakes, but we paid. We've got the proof that we paid a dealership for him to have that done, and then he tried to come back and basically defraud us by saying, "Oh, there's something wrong with the brakes again," and basically raised the same complaint again and asked us to send more money. So the last time we spoke, I said, "Fine, yeah, okay." Well, the last thing I heard was that it was a complaint to do with the clutch. He thought the clutch was too high. We checked it, said it was fine, and then we said, "Okay, take it to another independent garage." They checked it and said it was fine. And as far as I was aware, he then carried on to then raise this complaint and was going to have an inspection done, but no one's spoken to me, not giving me the option to buy the car back or anything along those lines.
So, from my understanding, Joe, the reason that we haven't contacted you with regards to buying the vehicle back was I believe that you did send an email saying that you were no longer looking to move forward and help with this complaint. I think that was a lengthy email that was sent to us. I think it was mid-April. I'm just scouring the notes on the system to find that. Yeah, so mid-April we received an email from yourself to say that you were no longer looking to move forward and help us with regards to the complaints.
Yeah, there wasn't anything to really raise a complaint about as far as I was aware. I hadn't heard anything about an engine. But right, anyway, this seems regardless. I'm just going to bang me against the wall. I think this is completely ridiculous, but it'd be interesting to know what the outstanding balance is, because I think we'll probably have to go to court to resolve this.
Okay, so I can definitely run through the figures with you here. I've got all of the figures here in front of me, Joe, so if you're ready for me to go through those with you. So overall, I can see that initially the vehicle we financed for $195 on there for you.
Yeah.
And the customer had a deposit of £2,800.
Yeah.
Which we have had to refund to the customer. Now, the customer has made some payments, so we have retained some of those payments from the customer for the usage of the vehicle, which has reduced the balance on there. So that was a total of £1,060.32.
Okay.
So 1,060.32, and then the auction proceeds, the vehicle did get £2,058. So the balance owed here of what is owing to first response is £3,876.68.
Okie dokie. So £3,876.86 is what you... Was that the right figure?
So 3,876 and 68 pence.
Oh, 68. Okay. Is there any chance you could put that in an email to me? Because I haven't had any correspondence other than the last time when you told me the complaint was closed. And now I'm being asked for £4,000, which is basically the price of the car, and I haven't. This is ridiculous. But anyway, yeah, if you could put it in an email to me, please, and I'll forward it on to my legal team, and we will hash it out in court.
So yeah, I'm sorry, Joe. Just to confirm, you're looking for us to go legal through this one for you.
I think so, because I think this is absolutely disgusting. The fact that your company can do this, yeah, especially after you told me that the thing was resolved, and then you're now telling me that I've got a £4,000 bill. I think you'd be upset if someone just presented you with a £4,000 bill with no option of having the car back. you know, after I've been told it had been resolved, I don't, you know, I know it's not your fault. You're just an employee of this company, but this is my company. This is my money that I'm going to have to come out of my, you know, out of my bank account. I think it's ridiculous. And obviously I'm very upset about it, but it's not your problem. So, you know, I'm not going to put that onto you. If you just put it in, in writing to me via an email, because, you know, if you're capable of that, because it seems like it's been pretty scarce so far, then
I'll arrange for it to come over to you.
thank you so much. Much appreciated.
All right, Joe.
Thanks.
Thanks for your time. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Right, I want to take a quick break from talking about finance companies and what a bad investment they are, and talk to you about a very good investment, which is my new wallet. The Extra wallet is pretty funky indeed. Extra reached out to me and they've sent me a few of their headline products, including the Extra wallet, the Finder card, and the Extra card holder, all of which I highly recommend. I've been thoroughly impressed with the quality of these items. So, not only does it look very smart, I've gone for the classic brown leather effect, it's also got this very smart card deploying system. You can easily access the cards that you use the most. It's got other pockets for other cards as well as a nice little band for holding your cash. This also has an RFID blocker in it, so if you have this in your pocket, someone can't walk up behind you and scan your wallet and steal your money, which would be easy to do if you didn't have a blocker on there with the new contactless system on cards. They've also sent this metallic card holder as well, which is incredibly smart. The workmanship on this is really nice. It's nice quality. It's got the same mechanism in it to deploy your cards. Again, it's got an RFID blocker in it. It's got a cash on the outside. And you've also got an adjustable strap on the back as well for adding in extra cards, perhaps business cards that aren't as sensitive as needing an RFID blocker. Both of those wallets are incredible quality and I really like them, but what I actually like the most out of what Extra has sent me is their Finder card. For someone like me who's forever losing my keys and my wallet, this is going to be a game changer for me. Inside this box is a very small tracker. It's the same size as a credit card, surprisingly. And, oh, I've got my charger, but I seem to have lost the card. I must have left it in my old wallet. Good news is I can find it by using the Find My app on my Apple phone, and it will tell me exactly where it is, and not just that, but also make it beep so that I can track it down. All I've got to do is, it tells me where it is, which it tells me it's at the garage with me, and I can hit a button and make it play a sound. Why is that going off in your pocket, Toby? Why is my wallet in your pocket? I'm just kidding, of course. Toby would never. This is the card I placed in my old wallet earlier. It's tiny, it's rechargeable, it lasts absolutely ages, and it will track your wallet wherever it is. All you got to do is slide that inside your wallet. I feel like that's going to be an absolute game changer for me. And while it's out here now, I'll play the sound again. You're not going to lose that in a hurry. Do you know what I really lose all the time is the remote control. I'm half tempted to superglue that to my remote control at home. That's probably where I'd need it more. I might have to get another one. So whether you need a wallet that has RFID protection to protect your hard-earned cash, or you want to be able to find your hard-earned cash because you're forever losing your wallet, Extra have got you covered. And with their summer sale, you can get 25% off. All the information will be in the description. A massive thank you to Extra for sponsoring this video and for providing me my new favorite wallet. Just for a little context, because I guess, you know, and maybe we'll make a new series here of me going back to court again. That's the last thing I want to do, but I am so sick of these finance companies taking the utter piss and just throwing their weight around and being bullies. This independent report that they are talking about is, well, let me show you. So, good afternoon. The customer has provided us a report. Please see attached. So this was when he first started his complaint with First Response Finance. Now we asked them to go, could you please go and get an independent report? This is the highly technical independent report that they have sent us to say that bell housing damage caused by this car. I remember now, because they are saying that this is a report after he had paid for himself to have a clutch fitted, so that was clearly done by them. So they've damaged it, and that's probably why they're saying now that it has had an engine. I just cannot believe it. Yeah, they've just basically made up whatever. So this will be a case of going to court. We will use logistics. and we'll use it as a benchmark. And I'll be, you know, slagging first response name, dragging it through the mud, left, right, and centre, basically, to warn other dealers they're not on your side. You know, most of these finance companies are. There are a select few who have the dealers and customers' interests in mind, but some of them, like this, it's just you're just a piece of shit to them. You're just providing something. You are enabling them to sell finance to someone that they probably shouldn't give it to, and they will come to you saying, we've got someone who wants your car, and if anything goes wrong with this, they get a difficult customer, it's going to be your problem, not theirs, even if it's legally not responsibly, you know, your responsibility. You know, to say that that is an independent report, which is just a photograph of an invoice book filled out by, it could have been filled out by anyone. You could have bought a stamp anywhere. That is not an independent report. For the fact that we then said, look, we're not accepting liability for this, if you're saying about a ball joint, how, you know, this is clearly a you to us saying, look, there isn't a problem with that car. Everything you've shown us, that's not a genuine report. So we're not, you know, until they showed us something else that was a report, then, you know, why would we hand over more money when we'd already paid, I think about, by this point, about £500 to this customer on a £4,000 car, and then now basically said, F you, we are going to let the customer walk free with what he's paid so far. We're going to send it to auction where it makes bugger all, and then we're going to ask you for the same money that you got for the car in the first place, £3,876.68. I mean, there's plenty of people out there who are going to say that I'm a dodgy dealer and I shouldn't have sold a car in whatever condition, but the car was fine. It just passed an MOT. The guy was just really, you know, pedantic, perhaps, you know, borderline personality disorder. He part exchanged a Grand C-Max with us for this one, and to be honest, we said to him, we think your car's probably better than the one you're buying. And he just spent an absolute fortune on it. He'd had a new clutch, he'd had a new this, he basically just replaced everything on it. He's probably got some kind of compulsive disorder. And then, you know, I bought him a car for free now, basically. Well, hopefully that won't be the case, we'll have to go to court. But I shouldn't have to. Shouldn't have to deal with the stress. Makes you want to give up some days. Right, good morning. It is now 20 to 12 on, what day are we on? Thursday, aren't we? I don't know how much of yesterday will have been recorded. I was having a bit of a stressful day with a finance company. This morning I've been doing a podcast with James of Chops Garage and Dave of the Lovely Car Company / Car Dealer Pro, just having a bit of a chin wag and a catch up and chewing the fat, so that'll be quite good. That will be out by the time you're watching this, so I will put a link to that in the description. We're going to try and do those weekly. Well, I want to do them weekly. How much patience the guys will have for doing that weekly, I don't know, but we will find out. So yeah, I've been doing that down the farm office. I'm now loaded up with my dad's Range Rover and a trailer. Dan is going off to pick up a Audi A3 that keeps having coolant issues from a lovely subscriber, Kelly, that Kelly actually won one of our Feel Good Competitions raffle prizes, £1,700, I think, and then bought an A3 from us, part exchanged her smart car. But for some reason it keeps sort of losing its coolant. We thought it had blown a hose or something, but I think it's been losing its coolant over about 10 days. We did send it to her local garage and paid them to sort of sort it out. I don't know what they did, if anything. We thought we'd resolved it, but we hadn't, so now we're going to pick it up and check it over ourselves, try and get to the bottom of it once and for all. So Dan will be taking this, but I need to go and get some fuel because the fuel gauge doesn't work. And then I'll be heading back and yeah, we'll see what we can do at the garage. I probably need to try and buy some stock. Got a couple of different cars coming from G3 and I've got a lot of emails to deal with. Talking of G3, I had a meeting with them yesterday. There could be some interesting stuff happening with me and G3 coming in the future. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you're subscribed. I'll deal with some of that this afternoon. once I'm back in the office. And then try and figure out what's going on. Tomorrow morning, I'm on another podcast. I'm going on the Car Dealer Magazine podcast with James Baggett, who owns Car Dealer Magazine. I've done a lot of stories on their, well, videos on their stories, I should say, in the past. So it'll be interesting to finally meet in person and have a good chat. And yeah, that's it. It's another scorcher. So get some fuel for this, back to the garage. Where did that come from?
Oh, it came out of one of the cars that Steph is working on. Guy Fawkes.
Right, so Thursday, been very lax with filming today. What we're doing a podcast this morning and trying to do some admin and whatever. Let me give you an update on what's been happening. We've got a Jeep in front of us. Adrian was fitting something on that, and I don't know whether that means that that is now fixed. Something like an oil pressure sensor type thing. Steph's had this on the ramp, which has now had some tyres, discs and pads all the way around. It's also had a new turbo, and they changed something to do with the DPF because it had like the wrong DPF fitted on it, which was missing a pipe. That's what you might have seen him welding up the other day. That is all back together now, because that's the one that was smoking to high hell. But now, all sorted. So that is here, waiting for Mark to give it a clean. Mark is currently cleaning up the Porsche 911 because we're going to swap back on the lobster claw alloy wheels. Someone made a comment that the purists might prefer that, which is fair enough. So we will do that. Here's a banging little part exchange we've taken for £295. That's a serious paint job on the bonnet there. Hopefully, well, there's no missing that, to be honest. Don't know what the mileage is. Could well be locked. We'll try and do a video on that. Then we've got the Audi A3 that's come back from Kelly that Dan has just got off the trailer. I need to figure out what's going on with the coolant on that. My / Sophie's high mileage BMW is in for a air conditioning regas service, and it needs a lower arm as well because it's a bit knocky. And then she may be happy again. And Adrian has been looking at our M3. Oh, we're doing an oil service on it. It's changed the injector on it, all that sort of stuff. Because one of them was just stuck open, so it's kind of, we got petrol and everything in the oil now. So it's now got fresh oil, but it needs a good, decent drive really to kind of clear out the exhaust for all that unburnt fuel that it's probably got in it. Other updates from today. I haven't heard anything from First Response. After yesterday they told me that they wanted 3,800 quid for me, and I said, could you put it all on an email with all the information and the reasons why I owe you 3,800 quid? But nothing as of yet, so time will tell on that. What do you think, Mark? Which do you prefer?
I like the black ones.
Yeah, I thought you would.
Like, these are nice, don't get me wrong, they are very pretty, but I don't know, obviously black on the Porsche. Yeah. But we'll see. It might bring in the die-hard fans again, sort of thing, like having the.
Is that a spacer on there?
Yes. Should I be taking them off? Do you reckon?
There's the spacers on all round.
All round.
Ah.
And they've been they sit on nicely with the spacers.
Yeah. I just can't remember them being on there, but I can't remember if I bought them or they're already on there. I don't know.
No. I mean, they must have been already on there because they've got like wear on them, sort of thing, like where they've obviously been pushed right against the hubcap and stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've owned it for a year or more. I think we should put the black ones on the Cayman.
Yeah. Wait,
An inch bigger.
Oh, are they bigger?
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely see that. Yeah.
It's now 5 minutes past 1. I haven't filmed anything. I've been pretty lax the past couple of days, so if this is a short weekly, then apologies, but it's just been busy, stressful, not with selling stuff, sadly. Sophie's just called because she's got a car that she was selling, a very rubbish Mercedes that's kind of shredded its fan belt now, sat at the train station, and I had to give her a lift there, and then waiting around for this guy's train to come, and the guy's kicked off because the fan belt's, you know, he's annoyed because he's come a long way, which is fair enough. The fan belt's literally just stripped itself, you know, things break. And, you know, I shouldn't really be dealing with it. I don't have time. I don't have time to deal with the car sales here, never mind Sophie's ones, so it's very frustrating. But, yeah. So that hasn't sold, which is fine. I could care less about £700 car. I could care more about the stress of it all. So what else has happened today? Not a lot, really. It's been very, very quiet. I know that last week's weekly, because I'm just about to upload it or put the titles on or whatever, is going to be like, no cars are selling. Same again this week. I think it will all, you know, level out and whatever. But it is very quiet at the moment. And knowing what else to do with your time, to a degree. I know a lot of dealers, it's quite funny, you know, a lot of dealers will say, oh yeah, there's a lot of downtime and whatever. Well, we never have that. We've got the workshop, we've got plenty enough cars. So, yeah, we will see. But I feel like I've had enough this week, and I said that last week, and I just think I'm just generally tired. But we will still do best car bought, best car sold, although I don't know if we can do best car sold. And then biggest headache and biggest win. I think we all know what the biggest headache is, I guess. I think that was this week with the first response. Absolute joke. Do you know what's crazy about the first response thing? You would have seen earlier in the week. I might make that into a separate video at some point. But how much we would have shown, I don't know. But basically first response saying that they've, although they sent us an email a month ago saying, oh, a complaint's been closed off because there was nothing really to complain about. They've actually now come along and said, oh, I want £4,000 off you for no reason. I said, right, you have to send me all the details because you told me you've had an independent report, but I haven't seen it. So could you put it all in an email to me, and you know, I'll give it to my lawyers and we'll go to court. That was Monday, Tuesday. It's now Saturday. We still haven't received that. I mean, what a bunch of jokers. So, yeah, Mark's currently swapping wheels around on the Porsche 911 to put the silver ones back on, and I have thought that we could put the black ones now on the Cayman, because someone did point out that the Cayman had been spec'd with 20-inch Carrera wheels, which is what they are, but it's now on 19s, interestingly, and I think there will be the same PCD and everything. I can't say for certain, I'm not an expert, but I think that they will fit, and then we'd have 20s on here, which, I don't know, would look quite cool, I guess. Probably should have done that before I had these ones powder coated, because the black ones are also like freshly powder coated. Could have saved ourselves some money, but I guess we can sell these ones. Oh. Typical weather again. Yeah, we've had a few test drives today, including the XKR. I'll be very glad when Toby's back and he can take over some of the editing again. I think we're going to have to hire another editor as well, because that's one thing I can tell you is, on top of all these weeklies and everything now, I am now doing a weekly car dealer chat podcast with James of Chops Garage and Dave of Car Dealer Pro, just going to chat about what's going on in the week and whatever, and that will be out tomorrow morning. Sunday at 8 AM is what we're going to do. We might change the time at some point if there's a better day to release it. We're going to try and film those every Thursday and get them out, maybe have some guests on as well. So that's something else we will be now doing. And we have to also edit, etc. So we have got about an hour to go. I could do with a cup of tea because I haven't had a cup of one yet. And then I will catch up with you, best car bought, best car sold, and all that malarkey. Right, so end of the week. Let's have our wrap up. Best car bought, best car sold. Well, best car sold is the only car we've sold, and it's a bit of a cheat really, because I said it last week because we were expecting it to sell, and it's taken quite a while, but it actually only 3 days ago now, it's the middle of the week, this is the only one that has sold, which is the red, is it Melbourne red BMW 320D. It is a nice thing, but that is the only one that sold. Then we need to do best car bought, and I don't think we can deny, although I didn't actually buy this this week. I bought it about a month ago. I've been mucking around trying to get it. There will be follow-up videos on that, an individual video on it, and kind of collecting it and everything. But look at that beast, a Seeker Ford Ranger. It's 2.2 automatic, and it's got like £10,000 worth of extras on it, like these arches, the tyres, the wheels, the side steps, the rack, all that sort of stuff. As I say, there will be a full video on that. It's just very cool, I think. Then, biggest headache, as we discussed, most definitely the fact that First Response want £4,000 out of me, and they can't even bother to send me an email to kind of justify why. And the biggest win this week, I'm going to say two. One being that we've got the Car Dealer Chat podcast off the ground now, and I'm quite looking forward to doing that weekly. I'm hoping it'll be quite successful. And I've got the guys on board. I wasn't sure, you know, we're all busy as car dealers, and especially the ones of us that are doing YouTube, like me, Dave and James, so the fact that we can find an hour each week to do that will be brilliant. And then the other thing was getting this BMW M3 sorted, because that had, well, as a lot of you have seen in previous videos, it was very, very smoky. Ended up just needing an injector. They've done a full service and plugs and everything on it now, but it had one injector that was just completely open the whole time, so it was just dumping fuel into it regardless, which was making it come out unburnt or something, I don't know. But yeah, that was that. So as this weekly goes out, we will have drawn the winner of the RS5, and that will be one. We've gone over the minimum tickets now, although some of those were free tickets, so in complete honesty, we haven't at this stage, a week in advance, recouped the amount of money that I've spent on it even. Regardless, we will be giving it away. Someone will win that for sure, and then we'll have to try and find the next car that goes up, but maybe we'll have a week or two in between. And there are tons of other competitions on there anyway, for like Ray-Ban Meta recording glasses. They're quite cool. There's still, it will be about the last week now for the Omega Swatch Mission to the Moon phase. That's a very fancy watch. So check those out on feelgoodcompetitions.com. Yeah, if you're looking to sell all the usual stuff. So if you're looking to sell your car, head to carsportformore.com. If you want to buy a car, head to barrowmotors.co.uk. If you want to buy merch, head to shiftingmetal.co.uk. I'm only just realising how many websites I own. It's a bit obscene, really. But we'll leave it there. That is it for this week. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you do subscribe and you're one of my subscribers, I'm going to hit 75,000, which we are very, very close to now. Within like a couple of thousand, I am giving away a £2,000 Tagway watch completely free. It's free to do. It really helps out the channel, and you could win a watch. So it's a win-win all round. That is it for this week. Thank you so much for watching. It will be a much better quality version of this next week. If this is your first Barrow Motors Weekly you've seen, apologies, because it's been just me recording, and I've probably been quite lax because I'm a very busy person, believe it or not. Toby will be back filming and editing next week. It will be much better, and don't forget to check out the podcast channel. I will link that in the description, where you can catch up with the dealer chat.
Well, good evening. I thank you, Jeff. I thank you, Ludwig. I thank you, Lou Rockwell, and I thank Joe Matarisi for sponsoring me. So congratulations to Lou, the Mises Institute, to Ludwig himself, and to Murray Rothbard, and to all of you who support this wonderful organization on this fine and festive occasion. So, ladies and gentlemen, after 50 years on the job, that's me, 50 years on the job, it is a dull journalist who has not stumbled across even one sturdy, bankable truth. And I think I have found mine. It is this: money is not humanity's best subject. Money is not humanity's best subject. maybe our financial genome is missing. So for the evidence of this humble conjecture is stamped in the cyclical record for all of us to see, and you will recognize it when I tell you. As investors, we tend to buy high and sell low rather than the other way around. As lenders and borrowers, we tend to overdo it in a boom and underdo it in the predictable succeeding bust, and we are pro-cyclical creatures. It's just the way we are. And we are this way in constitutional monarchies and republics and democracies, statism, capital. That's just who we are. So theorists talk about efficient markets. They assume rational investors and costless transactions and prices that instantly incorporate every scrap of available information. You might as well talk about efficient romance as efficient markets. Yes, there do exist the steely-eyed moneymakers who build wealth by adapting to circumstances and learning from mistakes. They do exist. But if the average investor learns from one cycle to the next, it's news to me. For all I can see, that is we, keep stepping on the same rakes. So the very last thing our fallible species needs is a monetary system that leads us into temptation. Yet that is precisely the system in place. A dozen years of suppressed interest rates have misdirected money, waylaid judgments, and turned the switch marked financial gravity to the off position. You've heard and read stories about UFOs. No, that's not UFO. They are stocks and bonds and cryptos and stuff floating in air. So I am going to tell you in the 4 hours given to me this evening, tell you about interest rates. Oh, my publication is named Grant's Interest Rate Observer, and I am in clover because interest rates were barely perceptible. But now there's something to watch. So if I seem a little bit manic, it's because my business model has been validated. So my plan is to talk about the source of the zero gravitational environment we live in. I have touched on the nature of the human material that does the investing. I'm going to project, or rather suggest to you that the Fed is the agent of entrapment, that interest rates and their absence has been the key to the everything bubble. I'm going to touch on the consequences of this experiment. I'm going to mention the hypothetical, theoretical insolvency of the Federal Reserve. Let's see what else. I'm going to delve into the extraordinary losses in financial markets, especially bond market losses, unseen in 4,000 years. And I'm going to propose a solution to these difficulties. Yeah. Think nothing of it, madam. All right, so an interest rate is a price. It's most think of it as the price of a loan, and it is that. But it is more, to borrow from the title of a new book by Edward Chancellor, in a superb book it is. Interest rate is the price of time, the price of time. So Jeff Bezos knew something about the human condition when he created Amazon Prime. What he was banking on was the people's impatience, their impetuosity. When we want something, we want it now. Murray Rothbard described this condition in a few short, well-chosen words, and they were this. So future satisfactions are always at a discount compared to present satisfactions. So you pay less for something that's promised than something you possess. So you hear it said that the rate of interest discounts expected future cash flows, and we all say, yes, yeah, quite true. Right. But the words are somewhat opaque. So what does that mean? It means that interest rates connect the future with the present. They adjust an investor's expectation of the timing of tomorrow's rewards. So very low rates of interest seem to reel those nuggets into the present. And very high rates of interest seem rather to push them further out over the horizon. So imagine, you are minding your business when your financial planner calls and he says, I have a stock for you. The stock is called Uber, some years ago, and Uber is going to revolutionize the taxi cab business, and you happen to be a student of Graham and Dodd and a value investing. You say, wow, what might this company called Uber be earning? Well, says the salesman, nothing just yet, but you wait. In the fullness of time, it's going to earn the profits that its foresight and its vision have gifted it. That's what the salesman will say. Now, you have a choice. You can invest in that future promise, or you can take the here and now. If the here and now is priced at nothing, that is to say, a 0% interest rate, you might be inclined to leap at the chance of getting in on the ground floor of a great thing that's going to happen, says he. But if the present day is offering you, say, 10% on a treasury bill, you might be inclined to hang up the phone. So that's what we mean by we say with this interest rates discount future cash flows. They calibrate our expectations about the future. If they're low enough, they kind of they subsidize fantasy, right? Where do you think this great levitation in tech stocks came from? Well, it came in one way from the objective improvement of technology, of human ingenuity. That was one source of the levitation of tech stocks. But another source was the lack of competition in the here and now. When interest rates are pitched at nothing, the future looks ever so glistening. So interest rates, they are a thing, as I mentioned, and that thing is a very potent force. The book that you have perhaps not spent much time with by your bedside is called The History of Interest Rates by Sidney Homer and Richard Silla. And 2000 BC to the present, 4,000 years of interest rate history. It goes by in a flash. But I will compress that narrative for you in a few words. Interest rates have never been lower in 4,000 years than they have been in the past dozen. 0%, actually, in some respects, was a high rate of interest because in 2020, as many as $17 trillion worth of fixed income securities were priced to yield in nominal terms, not adjusted for anything, less than nothing. So think about it. So you as a lender paid the borrower to accept your currency, Swiss francs, Japanese yen, Swedish kroner, and so forth and so on, mostly European. But $17 trillion worth. So remember what Murray Rothbard said. He said that this would be impossible because future things were always priced lower than present things. And don't you remember the theories that were spun to explain the extraordinary, seemingly inexplicable phenomenon of negative nominal yields? People would say, yes, they are just where they ought to be because central banks are fighting the battle against deflation, against everyday low prices, which we abhor. America spends half of Saturday seeking out the things that central bankers want to stamp out. But facts are facts. 17 trillion is a lot of money, even when you say it fast, and that much money was devoted to paying people to take your money on a loan. And so the question that we at Grants always ask, did interest rates fall or were they pushed? Is this extraordinary alignment of rates? Zero, slightly more than zero, less than zero. Is this a force of nature? Is it a turn in the history of financial affairs, or is it just another manipulation by the thimble riggers at the Federal Reserve and the European Central Bank? And it went on for long enough that many people came to doubt the theory that central banks were behind this. But so how has this worked out, this experiments in extra low interest rates? Have you been reading the Wall Street Journal in recent years? And have you noticed, if so, have you noticed the line that precedes often, that modifies the term treasury bond? That descriptor is super safe, the super safe treasury securities. Well, here is the way that these super safe securities have comported themselves in the first 9 months of this year. Long investment grade bonds down 28.4%. The preceding worst result over 12 months occurred in 1841 when states were defaulting on their debts, and that was only 22%, 22.9. So this was worse than 1841. In many respects, it was the worst in 228 years, and I'm referring now to long-dated, indeed perpetual, English sovereign securities called gilts, G-I-L-T-S. And British consols, or these perpetuals, in the 9 months were down 37.4%. The preceding, the runner-up worst occurred during the Napoleonic Wars, when the English Channel was a very, very fraught place. And the worst of that period, 1803, was down 23%. So this year, through 9 months, down 37%. During the Napoleonic War, darkness, down 23%. So in that case, the worst in 269 years. And unprecedented, too, is the tempo of the rise in bond yields, the fall in bond prices. Bond prices tend to trend over the course of generations. It's a unique feature of the fixed income security. From 1900 to about 1920, bond yields rose, and it took them 20 years to rise about 1 or 2 percentage points. Very, very slow rate of rise. The second generational occurrence in the rise of interest rates occurred from 1946 to 81, and it took from 1946 to 1956 for the bond yield to rise 1 percentage point. 10 years, 1 percentage point, from 2.25 to 3.25. So by way of contrast, in August of 2020, 10-year treasuries were priced to yield 0.5%. And recently they touched 4%. That's up eightfold in slightly less than 2 years. Never before seen. So the ferocity of this bear market, the speed of the decline in price and the rise in yield is a new thing under the sun. And it, to me, it shines a bright light on the power of the central banks for ill, and on the snapback, the power of the snapback to reverse the evident error in monetary policy over these many years. So this business about the essential security of government debt, I want to treat you to the wisdom of a man named Samuel Seabury, who was a Massachusetts judge on the Massachusetts Supreme Court and Judge Seabury presided over a case called Harvard College versus Amory. And the details of the lawsuit were not so very important. It concerned the nature of prudence in finance. It concerned the nature of the so-called prudent man. Today we would say prudent man or woman. But in the day, it was the prudent man, and the prudent man had to do with, how do you conserve the capital that is entrusted to you as a trustee? And Harvard sued a trustee called Amory because he had the temerity and the lack of perception to invest in these newfangled industrial enterprises rather than in government bonds. So here is what Judge Seabury said about the nature of risk and about the nature of sovereign government guarantees and credit. Concerning the nature of risk, quote, "It will not do to reject those stocks as unsafe which are in the management of directors whose well or ill directed measures may involve a total loss. Do what you will, the capital is at hazard. If the public funds are resorted to, what becomes of the capital when the credit of the government shall be so much impaired as it was at the close of the War of 1812, when the State Department could not raise the money to buy stationery?" And here's what he said, Judge Seabury said about the nature of sovereign credit risk. "It may well be doubted if more confidence should be reposed in the engagements of the public than in the promises and conduct of private corporations which are managed by substantial and prudent directors. There is one consideration much in favor of investing in the stock of private corporations. They are amenable to the law. The holder may pursue his legal remedies and compel them or their officers to do justice." Right, Elon Musk? "But the government can only be supplicated." So, them's interest rates, and they are back. I promised you and will now deliver some speculations on the consequences of the manipulation and suppression of the price of time. Some of them are quite obvious. The big drawdown in the prices of equities, especially those listed in the NASDAQ exchange, tech stocks have taken a great big beating. Bond market losses, you know about. What is less remarked upon are the unseen disturbances that interest rates, so these lawn level rates, have induced in what the Austrian economists call the structure of production. And this has to do with it has to do with, in a way, with hurricanes. So there's a Hurricane Andrew, which preceded the devastating Ian. And this was in the mid-'80s, I guess. Hurricane Andrew was a long time coming and very ferocious when he or it arrived. And in fact, so long had the interval been between the preceding bad hurricane and Andrew that building codes had gone slack, and builders had become a little bit inattentive to the details of their craft, and the losses dealt by Andrew for that reason were extra extraordinarily devastating because the world had become accustomed to the absence of truly horrific storms. And much the same thing, I think, pertains in the realm of finance. Muscle memory is a powerful force, I think a much underrated force in finance. Interest rates until 2 years ago had been falling for 41 or so years. 41 years. You had to have had 1.5 Wall Street careers to have lived through and navigated a bear market in bonds, meaning a time of rising interest rates. The 12 years following the financial crisis of 2007 to 9 were a time of very low rates and very easy credit, and a time of great opportunity for the promoters of what used to be called leveraged buyouts, but now have been rebranded owing to the difficulties of LBOs as private equity. And something like $3 trillion worth, nobody knows exactly, but $3 trillion worth of private equity, $3 trillion or so of venture capital has come into the world, securities that are not quoted on public exchanges. But their coming has been facilitated by these same zero rates. So if you're a venture capitalist, what you hope and expect is that the stock market will be prepared to buy your unicorn at a properly fancy multiple when the time comes to launch it into the world. Similarly with private equity, you buy a company, you borrow money. With the proceeds of those borrowings, you pay the stockholders of the company that you are buying, and with the extra proceeds that you have borrowed, you pay yourself a big dividend. Now, in so borrowing the money and in so leveraging the company, you are betting on smooth sailing in the macro world, and you are betting on, as are the venture capitalists, with an opportunity to exit in the public markets. But what happens if an unscripted inflation arrives? What happens if that unscripted inflation loosens the grip of the central bankers on the interest rates they have suppressed, and the public markets are no longer welcoming? Well, we are looking at just that set of risks in a not small segment of the national economy. Now, until fairly recently, the Fed was talking about a so-called soft landing, meaning that it artfully would raise the rates of interest it controls just enough to crimp demand. Supply chains would snap back into operation, and before you know it, we would resettle into the realms of 2% inflation and satisfactory growth, and we would live happily and profitably thereafter. I thought then, and I think now, that the degree of difficulty in the soft landing can be compared to that of the fraternity initiation trick. Jeff Deese, would you please stand for a second and help me with this? Please stand, Jeff, yeah. And get a grip on the tablecloth. No. See, the trick is to pull. If you go to WikiHow, you'll see that the trick is to pull it straight down, and you must be decisive. And WikiHow also suggests for novice practitioners that you use plastic plateware, and but we can't do that in this economy. We are stuck with crystal and with silver and with bull market champagne flutes. And the Fed, unaccustomed as it is to this particular difficult trick, is going to yank straight toward itself, and the sound you hear may just prove to be the shattering of the aforementioned crystal. Now, I hear myself verging into dogmatism. With so many birthday candles have I blown out, I'm not going to predict that. I'm going to keep open-minded, especially before this august company, and only propound the idea that the consequences of suppressed interest rates are both seen and registered and unseen and latent. But the latent ones are the ones you have to watch out for. One could observe, apropos of this evening's change of setting, that climate is what you expect, but weather is what you get. So up until early this year, as the title of my fourth talk suggests, nearly everything was seemed to be floating in air, and we seem to have lost gravitational force. The public debt bulged and credit creation accelerated, and asset prices became disconnected not only from the touchstone of value, but also in some cases seemingly from reason itself. It was only last year, ladies and gentlemen, about this time, that something called Ether Rock, number 42, went on the auction block. Now, Ether Rock is, number 42, is a non-fungible token. Now, even with the 4 hours given to me, I haven't got time to explain what a non-fungible. But think of it as a digital Beanie Baby. It is a collector's item. Ether Rock number 42 is a digital image of a rock, you know. And if you were driving in from the Phoenix airport, you looked at these outcroppings of mesas or rocks. And I looked, I mean, I thought of Ether Rock number 42, which a year ago commanded a price at auction equivalent to $1,330,000. Now, mind you, this was not something for you to own. You, the buyer, didn't own it. You got bragging rights on the blockchain to say that you bought it. But the detachment of investing from ownership I took and still take it is kind of a disturbing trend. I mean, it's not really capitalism, right? It's something else. It is, I don't know, it's a fancy, isn't it? And it's a fancy that could be traced, I do trace it, to the absence of gravity, the absence of interest rates, the zero price of time. So that $1.33 million investment in the thing you can't own, that is down 90% from that price to date. And it was last autumn, too, when the price of Shiba Inu, which is a cryptocurrency, and again, time constrains me from explaining exactly why people buy things they can't see for money they possess, for the hope of that thing appreciating on the thing that they can't touch. But they do. And $3 trillion did a lot of talking in the day. If you are a libertarian, let us say, hypothetically, you're inclined to trust the judgment of individuals that come together and discover something in price, right? You can't scoff at them, even if you're, shall we say, a baby boomer of a certain age. You really shouldn't, but I couldn't help myself. This Shiba Inu is a satire of Dogecoin, which itself was a send-up of Bitcoin. It's like yesterday's canceled flight to the Newark airport with the judge at me. They canceled one, there's a delay of the other, and the delay of the third on the delay. So Shiba Inu, last year, October, registered a gain of 1,000%. No, that was just in October. Because Elon Musk said he liked it a little bit before he didn't like it much. So that sprint to the upside in October brought the year-to-date gain to an even 40 million%. Of course, that's before tax. Well, at least one could lay ownership, claim to the ownership of this immaterial monetary unit that bears the image of a cute little Japanese hunting dog, and for a nonce enjoyed the sponsorship of the fickle CEO of Tesla. So here's what our little journalistic lemonade stand, Grants, said a year ago. Quote, with neither the discipline of a gold standard nor the coherence of market-determined rates of interest, we investors operate in a state resembling zero gravity, where nothing is anchored and things that aren't nailed down go up. So perhaps the zero gravity phase of American finance is over or ending. You know about Ether 42. It was down to 90%. Shiba Inu has given up 67% of its peak value. And the not so amusing results in stocks and bonds are not quite so grim, but the standard 60% 60% stock, 40% bond, Schwab branded retirement portfolio, has suffered unusual drawdowns this year. Of course, the year's not over. They might recover, they might not, but they are down, are these portfolios, as much as the worst of the same portfolio would have been down in some years in the 1930s. There are other consequences of this bizarre cycle of interest rate suppression and this beach ball, as it were, that's held under the surface of the water and now is bobbing up, bouncing up. Other consequences. And one of these things is the hypothetical, theoretical insolvency of the Federal Reserve System. Now, I choose my words carefully. I say hypothetical because if a certain set of rules were not in place, it would be true, but it's not exactly true. And theoretical because, in theory, one's capital ought to be in excess of one's losses. But the Fed, through June, had suffered a markdown in its net worth of a substantial amount. It was down in a mark-to-market. The Fed owns many trillions of dollars worth of fixed income securities, which, of course, as you know now, has taken a big loss this year. And the Fed only holds $41.9 billion in capital. So the ratio of assets to capital at the Fed is well over 100 times, 200 times, I guess. So the Fed is not exactly leading from the front with respect to safety and soundness in the banking system. The New York Fed is the most leveraged financial institution in New York City. But the curious thing is what the Fed's kind of slipped into its financial statements in the first week of 2011, January 2011. It was a little recondite note in the balance sheet, the footnotes of the balance sheet, saying that heretofore, from now on, losses, if any, borne in the income statement will be in effect journaled through in a contra asset and will be deferred, and the Treasury will backstop it. So what the Fed is doing, it has suffered a drawdown in the value of its fixed income securities in excess of $700 billion. It has $41.9 billion in capital. It is hypothetically, theoretically broke, except those losses are treated on its balance sheet as a deferred asset, which the Treasury, in the fullness of time, will make good. And the Fed's not the only central bank in the world with this particular striking set of financials. The Reserve Bank of Australia is similarly looking at negative net worth on this same basis. Ditto the Bank of England. And as the news of the Bank of England's difficulties of the pound unreeled in the past 10 days, I thought to myself that here is a demonstration of the inherent vulnerability, and indeed, I submit to you, the absurdity of the fiat standard carried to its nth degree of intervention. So way back when, in gold standard days, the pound was $4.87 to the dollar. The Central Bank of Britain, the Bank of England, was a private institution earning a profit that became nationalized in 1946, but in the heyday of the gold standard, the Bank of England was a private institute. So what we now have is a central bank that is the property of the state that still talks about its independence from the Treasury, the British Treasury, although its solvency is in the hands of the Treasury, and the pound is $1 and small change. And the bank is obliged to intervene in the gilt market, in the public debt market of Britain to bail out a pension system that was leveraged to the hilt to try to compensate somehow for the lawn level interest rates that the Bank of England, in concert with the European Central Bank and the Federal Reserve, had imposed in the world. So it's a thing. It's a scrape, and one thinks if one is an old-fashioned liberal, a libertarian of a certain stripe, I sometimes wonder if I am not being overly nostalgic and thinking about the gold standard. I think I know there are no people-proof monetary regimes, as we all know. But you know, I wouldn't mind the return of the Brooklyn Dodgers to Brooklyn. I wouldn't mind if Count Basie were up on the stage of Birdland. I would not mind if Murray Rothbard were among us. Not at all. Nostalgia must be the least repaying line of thought or musing on Wall Street. It won't do. One can't be nostalgic for the past. It's about the future. And there is something on the face of things anachronistic about a monetary standard that devolves on the digging of something material from the earth and refining that thing and sending it off to be stored. It doesn't sound like the 21st century, does it? There's something undeniably anachronistic about it, given the world's preoccupation with monetary assets, so-called, you can't see or touch or own. And yet, it is the very tangibility of money which, in the day, sustained the value of money and the structure of credit. Anachronisms. I was 20 years old, and I got a job, just out of the Navy, I got a job in Wall Street, and I was a clerk on a bond desk. And I was laid off in 1968 because Wall Street could not process the business that it was doing at the New York Stock Exchange, 15 million shares a day. And the stock exchange closed down on Wednesday afternoons to sort out trades. Extraordinary. The United States landed on the moon 1 year later, so they say. But here was this paper, this landfill they called Wall Street. And I lost my job, $78 a week. And was founded in consequence of this scandal, administrative botching on Wall Street, was founded something called the Depository Clearing Corporation, Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, DTCC. And DTCC came into the world to facilitate the rapid and efficient administration of financial flows. And has it ever succeeded? Wall Street could not process 15 million shares a day. Now the DTCC does 200 million plus. Over the 12 months of 2021, it settled securities transactions in the grand sum of $152 trillion. That's a trillion. That number was quadrillion. You know what quadrillion is? It is 1,000 trillion. Trillions, billions, so a trillion, yeah, so that we're doing trillions now, many trillions of securities process. So that speaks a little bit, does it not, to the financialization of things. There's a wonderful phrase that a friend of mine said that the optimization of the economy with regard to finance and asset prices, the optimization of the economy with regard, and that a little bit, to me, evokes the central problem of 4,000-year low in rates, of persistent intervention in markets. And I wonder if our finances were not grounded, were not were not hauled back into the reality of tangible things, if there were not something like an element in the periodic table of the elements that defined the value of money, that could support a superstructure of credit, this would not be a step forward and not an anachronism. Well, I have asked the kind of question that the speaker asks when he wants you to know that he has the answer. The answer is yes. But we really must do something about this institution, this Federal Reserve. Ron Paul has convinced me of this. And I have been thinking about it, and I think I have a couple of answers. But first of all, I want to remind you of the sheer, willful ignorance of the PhDs at the Fed. There are 800 of these creatures who have earned the doctorate in economics, and I will deal with them in a moment. But first, we were talking about our table about the St. Louis Cardinals. Apparently there's a church in St. Louis having to do with a baseball team. And I want to recall to you a story from 1968, Bob Gibson's great year, that speaks exactly to the Federal Reserve, lest you get impatient with the telling. Here it is. All right. So this is great. Bob Gibson, the imperious, powerful pitcher of the St. Louis Cardinals, going to win 20-odd games. He's mad because he lost 3 or something. There's an infield named Ducky Schofield, utility infield, good glove, no stick, lifetime batting average 227. That's Ducky. So Ducky was at bat, and as was his wont, he strikes out. So he slams down his bat. Same with his batting helmet, comes back to the bench, breaks the water cooler, cusses up a blue streak. Gibson can't stand it, summons him over to hear what he, Bob Gibson, has to tell him, Ducky Schofield. So Ducky goes over, and Gibson says, pointing to his batting average, he says, Ducky, he says to him, what did you expect? What did you expect? So Federal Reserve, when you subsidize consumption, when you shut down production, and when you gun the money supply, what would you expect? So that's inflation. So what we need to do, ladies and gentlemen, let us say that the dawn of a new gold standard is for tomorrow rather than today. What do we do in the meantime? So as I say, I've given this some thought, and I've got a couple of things I would like to propose to you. One is the shambles they call a balance sheet of the Fed. I mean, it will not do that 41.9 billion supports 9 trillion in depreciating assets. This will not do. So how about, ladies and gentlemen, if the Fed were encouraged to conform its financial practices to the rules and regulations laid down by the bank examiners themselves at the Fed and at the Basel Record in Switzerland? How about if the Fed had to toe the mark on regulatory standards that it itself imposes on other banks? It would be unable to implement quantitative easing, so-called. So that's if I submit this to Rand Paul via Ron. So let's get the Fed on board with a little bit of solvency. And my other suggestion for the improvement of our finances is that there ought to be a Department of Common Sense at the Fed. I know it's crazy, but so I envision this as an office with direct access to the chairman's office, just down the hall. And the personnel would comprise, I don't know, maybe you can help me with this. I'd say, first of all, a stay-at-home mother who knows what things cost and who is not going to buy transitory if it goes on for a year and a half. There might be a financial historian. I myself am engaged, but there might be someone who is available for this job. And I don't know, a business owner or somebody from this, I think somebody from this audience might round it up. And the Department of Common Sense would have veto power over the pronouncements of the Board of Governors. That's my suggestion for you. Thank you. That's the thought. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, something tells me, I think my New York time zone tells me that my 4 hours are complete. But I have, at a grants conference many years ago, T. Boone Pickens gave a talk. And he gets up, just as he gets up and then he says, well, you know, I haven't, he had 40 minutes, 40. He says, I haven't really prepared anything, and I'm not very good at this kind of thing. So I am the sponsor of this event, and I'm wondering have we filled the other 38 and a half minutes? And were there any questions? And it carried through very nicely. So I promised the authorities at Mises that if you were of a mind, I would stand for a couple of questions. Not that I have the answers, but I would certainly welcome them. So if you do, I will be entertaining them. If not, I'm going to go and sit right over there and nurse my wine. So your call, ladies and gentlemen. I'd be happy to accommodate you. All right. So nobody drink that wine. Thank you. Oh, for quick.
I wanted to know what you made of the Biden administration.
I'm against it.
Not quite threatening, but almost threatening the OPEC with their deep dissatisfaction with their decision to cut 2 million barrels a day of production. And what possible good outcomes could occur?
Well, I think no good outcome. I think that maybe the administration was trying to save face by saying something. You know, somebody insults you, you don't want to necessarily walk away without saying, "So's your old man." Maybe that was the point of it. But this is really not my subject. I mean, we all know that if the Biden administration were truly concerned about the emission of greenhouse gases, it would not offshore fossil fuel production. It would simply invite us to make do with our sweaters, right? That would be the principal cause. But they are not concerned with that. Hence, they want others to emit those gases. So I think it is less than noble for us to be following this. And we have all the. There's a famous story about Guadalcanal during the very darkest days after the invasion, and there wasn't much to eat, and the commanding officer told the Marine, "There's plenty of chow on this island. You find it. There's plenty of oil and gas in this country, and we have found it," right? So again, this is not my subject, but that's my take on
it. Debt jubilees.
Well, it's no longer a theory, is it?
That's right. So,
well, you know, it's not a new thing. There is biblical precedent, and there is American precedent. James Madison found it necessary to denounce debt jubilees in one of the Federalist Papers. He called them wicked projects, and he linked debt jubilees with paper money. So what is new now is I guess the pending or a contingent precedent of wide-scale forgiveness of student debts. And once you get into a bidding contest for that, of course, it's hard to tell where it ends. So this speaks, I think, to Samuel kind of Peabody. Samuel, what was he? Joe Biden. I just read you the Harvard versus Seabury, Samuel Seabury, take on the nature of public credit. And is it necessarily so superior? And as Adam Smith said approximately these words, there's a whole lot of ruin in a nation. And I began at Grants, we began producing prospectuses on the financial condition of the United States in the 1980s when, if you recall, Ronald Reagan got up and I think gave a TV address on the occasion of the public debt crossing the $1 billion, was it the $1 trillion mark for the first time in 1981? I think that was it. And he said, this is all you have to know, $1 trillion. Well, now was it 31 today? So I would say that the United States is now a split-rated investment grade enterprise. It is AAA, AA plus. And this business with the student loans, I think, is very disturbing for the public credit. And the whole phrase, the integrity of the public credit, is never heard. And I think that stems, this seeming indifference to the public credit, the strength of the public credit, stems from the many years in which anyone who worried about it simply missed a great bond rally. Under Reagan, the public debt tripled and interest rates were chopped in half. So he needn't have given that talk because it was going to be fine, right? And it's still fine a little bit in that the United States dollar, the embarrassment of the dollar is not its weakness, but its strength. That's the cause of the anxiety. The world is rallying to it. It's better than the Japanese yen, whose central bank is still more aggressively interventionist and whose idea of interest rate suppression is still more radical and unbending. So I would call this just another example of the kind of the termites in the house of public credit. You can hear them chomping a little bit, but the house is still standing.
I mean, people are going to find out they don't own anything, right?
Oh, they don't. Yeah, they didn't seem to mind not owning NFTs while they were going up.
Jim, is the euro going to survive?
I'm sorry, say again?
Is the euro going to survive?
No. Wait. I mean, no paper currency survives, right? None ever has. I mean, the dollar is extant. It's now 99. It's one of these functions where the rabbit hops ever closer to the wall, but all these currencies lose their value. The British pound is, of course, a laughing, is derisory compared to its power value of yesteryear, and the euro is certainly, I would say certainly, that sounds also like dogmatism. I would say probably is tracing a speedier path to extinction because of the political organization of the European Union. So I'd say that, the PhD standard under a social democracy, I think, it's not a place that a prudent person would put his or her money for a store of value, I would say. All right. Thank you.
I've recently had just a tremendous opportunity to talk with Daniel with the Financial Innovation Podcast, and it was just a great time that I had with Daniel. Some of the things we talked about is the changing role of the CFO in the financial department.
Welcome to the Financial Innovations Podcast. I'm your host, Daniel Villani. We're helping CFOs save money and time by investing in cutting-edge technology. I'm really excited today to introduce Donnie Bradshaw. Donnie, it's great to have you on the show.
Daniel's great to be here. Thank you so much for having me today.
Yeah, and it's always interesting and great to have CFOs come on the show because, they come from a lot of different backgrounds, and, it's funny to see that, just kind of how the roles evolved over the years where, I've spent the past 14 years implementing technology solutions for CFOs. And, 10 years ago, if I talked to a CFO and mentioned the word data warehouse, I think they'd run away, right? And, it's funny to see some of the CFOs we've had on the show where, you're able to speak a little bit more, in terms of the technology language, communicate better with the IT staff. So, maybe if you just want to spend a minute or so just talking to us about, kind of how that role has evolved, where you see it going, and, we can go from there.
So, Daniel, you make such a great point in technology and how much it's changed everything, but particularly the finance suite. When I major myself a little bit, but when I started, especially in manufacturing, really the only ERP system such that exists was IBM AS400, because that was the only thing that could handle bill of material and routings. Now if you look at just the myriad of different sources that are available, to the finance suite and the executive suite, you have, there's got to be probably hundreds of just FP&A systems now that are all really, really amazing and can serve a pretty small organization to the most robust organization. So, that I've just really seen how technology is driving that. And if you think about finance too, you start bottom funnel to the top of the CFO suite. There's a lot of the process is repetitive. You think about the AP and the billing process. So I think we're really going to continue to see, as we've already seen, that how generative AI and intelligent automation starts to play into that. Being able to process a large amount of information in a short period of time, and more efficiently. I think we were talking earlier, Daniel, before, the finance function, really, the first job of finance was to get the books closed and report accurate numbers. Where I'm seeing it's now, that's pretty table stakes now. It's how well can you take the data at hand and a lot of data from a myriad of sources, not just internally more, but external. And how can you use that data? How can you aggregate it in a quick manner and make great business decisions with it? Not just for your team, for the organizational as a whole. Because the CFO now, I think, is seen much more as a partner with the CEO, and not just as a, we had the old view of the CFO was kind of this staid, dour person who the Jerry down Fridays was he didn't wear a dress vest. And now much more involved a partnership with the CEO, and it's really driven around innovation, growth, customer service, things that they really maybe didn't used to identify as much with the financial aspect of it, but I see that much more prevalent now.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like, with the emergence of cloud products, right, the role has shifted a lot from, back in the on-prem days when, you had to bring these tools into your own servers and data centers and stuff like that. IT played a huge role where it was almost like finance didn't even want to have many of those conversations until IT really vetted, looked at, said, can we bring this in-house? What's the, expectation there? And now that, we have the emergence of, all these cloud products, it seems like, finance has kind of stepped up a bit and said, you know what, we can evaluate a lot of these tools. We don't necessarily have to go through all these different processes. IT still has to vet certain things like the security of it and, making sure that it works with our infrastructure. But, it seems like around that point, the finance role became a little bit more technical in that, less likely to shy away from the conversation of, what's in the data warehouse and how are you going to, transform this data and bring it over. Would you agree with that, or have you seen something different?
Absolutely. I mean, Daniel, if you think about it, the position of now, which is even a mid-sized organization will have it. The FP&A position, the financial planning and analysis. It's a relatively new position. I'd say you really start seeing really prevalent in the last 5 to 10 years. And before that position was really it was absolutely an IT person. That was always an IT and finance where they butt heads. If you needed a report in finance, you had to go to IT to run it for you because you had to go into tables and again, everything was on a network. So it wasn't cloud based. So, that rightfully so, IT would limit who had access to the data because they were inside the network. But now things are cloud based, and now finance can go in and pull that data themselves. Data lakes that we mentioned earlier, just a tremendous opportunity to take that data, put it in one place. And then we constantly search for in finance now where those our company is very, it's a people-based business versus manufacturing, which I did for a long time, where you have raw materials. So our employee ID number, that's one thing it passes through every part of the organization. That my employee ID number works in every system we've got because sometimes that's your tangential point, to pull data. And if you can start getting those tangential points, you can do just about anything with a data warehouse now. What even 18 months ago, maybe I thought was, wow, 5 years from now, this is going to really be amazing. Where you would go in the old days, we'd go in and you'd run a report for March. You go in and you select the month and the year and you go, okay, I need to see actuals and prior year, and you pick all these data sets and kind of build a pivot table. Now the role you see generative AI and you literally go in and say, hey, how's my revenue in November compared to November last year in budget? We're seeing this. It's providing those reports for you. And as you tweak the reports, machine learning kicks in and it's learning what you want to see in the reports. I saw a demonstration where it was a hotel chain that had invested heavily in machine learning, and they were getting information that they really didn't even realize they were asking. I can't remember how the question was phrased, but it was they found out that every hotel where they had spas, they had a higher returning, higher customer return rate. They didn't even realize they were asking for that data. It came up as the generative AI was framing answers to their questions. That was absolutely unheard of even 18 months ago. So it's amazing how fast that's happening. But again, when you think about it, these things really, they really delve well into the world of finance. That's really what finance is taking data, applying an interpretive layer to the data, and then using what you know about the organization to act as an internal spot. You act as an internal consultant to your team.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's something where unless you have the luxury of being able to have thousands of analysts at your disposal that are all just looking for different data points and different things, to go and say, hey, go and find me some connections in my data. It's something where you can have, these autonomous, agents going through and, just constantly looking and seeing, what connections can I make and what can we learn. So it definitely gives a huge advantage to the companies that are investing in it, right? Because now you can do more with less. A smaller company can, be on the same, page, maybe even a little bit superior to the larger companies that aren't using it, just because now you have, an extra several hundred, several thousand, invisible analysts just, sifting through your data to see, what can we learn?
Yeah. Daniel, you make a great point. Before, and especially systems, financial systems, because they were very ERP systems traditionally were server based. So the larger the organization, they had a huge advantage in data. I almost think that switched now. Now it seems, maybe mid-sized and smaller organizations that can be more reactive with their systems, because now that there's not that huge cost prohibitive factor that we had in the past, because it did have to be networked, and it's got out of the box system. So small organizations can really they can bring data in a little bit easier than larger organizations can. So the systems now make it easier to analyze that and make decisions with it. So that's almost reversed, thanks to the technological innovations we've seen lately.
Yeah, no, that's great. And, there are a lot of companies now that are, very hesitant to start looking at AI. We don't understand it. Let's, wait till it gets figured out a little bit more. We don't know, kind of what the underlying data and what it's trained on, that kind of stuff. Like what, I guess, advice would you have for, maybe those companies that, they hear, I mean, let's face it, we hear, ChatGPT and all these big names of, AI companies out there pretty much on the news almost every day, if not every week, over there. So, anyone, who doesn't know what AI is has probably been living under a rock for 2 years. But, for those who have heard of it and said, you know what, this is a little bit scary to me. I don't really know whether I should trust it. Is this a fad? Is this whatever? What advice would you have for those guys?
But so I think that's the struggle we all have with AI right now. You absolutely have to embrace technology, and I think you have to embrace AI, or you're going to be left behind. But the struggle I think we're all dealing with right now is you mentioned the key point is as the machine learning kicks in. At first, we've still always got the issue we'll always have that's been prevalent in systems since we had the first system, garbage out. So AI is not going to help garbage out. What it can do, Daniel, to your point, is you can if you have more garbage data, it can lead you to make very, very wrong decisions. So I think that's one way we're going to have to really be careful with AI is taking, especially as the machines learn, and extrapolate what it thinks we're asking. And again, these are terms that that really we don't apply to machines, but that's the terminology. So, but is the data we're getting accurate for the questions we're asking, or is it just merely kicking out bad data at a more conversational pitch? Because again, before you'd run a report and you go, that doesn't look right. But now, because the AI is telling you something in a conversational tone, are we more accepting of the results it gives us? Maybe to our detriment. So I think that's really something we're all kind of concerned with. Is just because it's passed through an AI filter doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get more accurate data. It does mean you have access to more data, but it doesn't mean you necessarily have more accurate data. So I think that's where we're all want to go. Okay, we realize we have to be all in, machine learning and AI, but we also want to be very careful that that's not. We don't get rid of every other system we got and check and balance and just go totally rely on AI. So I think that's but those are all ethical, moral questions that we're all trying to answer. That we're all going, okay, let's go fast, but not too fast.
Right. Yeah, and it's great having you on the show, because you offer a lot of perspectives that especially some that are similar to my own, especially when it comes to AI, and for those watching, we're going to put a link in the description over here, but we have a free AI readiness guide that that you can go and download. But what I've even found just doing AI assessments for many companies is, to your point, is it's the same fundamental stuff, right? Is your data clean? Is it accurate? Is it centralized where you can get to it, right? Because if you don't have those types of things, do you have data dictionaries and catalogs for everything? Like, if you don't have the fundamentals right, it doesn't matter what you apply. You can call it AI, you can call it automation, you can call it, whatever it is you want to call it. But, the fundamentals that, a lot of us have been pushing for a number of years are, it's still the same thing. You put a different label on it and say now it's AI, but you still need to have data that's reliable, that you can count on, whether a machine's looking at it or a human being's looking at it, it's still got to be right at the end of the day, right?
Right. Daniel, I remember when, again, aging myself a little bit, when Windows first came out, there was this huge, you'd see the pictures of people fighting each other in the stores, to get their copy of Windows. And then I remember this wasn't a few, hundreds of people were buying this because I must have Windows. They didn't even have a computer. They didn't have a PC. They didn't, so it's almost like, you almost see that with AI. Oh, I need AI. Well, AI is a tool. I think it's going to be an extremely valuable tool. And I think it can make smaller, mid-sized organizations compete with data, on tap with larger organizations. And it's got tremendous potential. But again, to your point, Daniel, it's still blocking and tackling. It's got to be good data. It's got to be clean data. I think it can absolutely automate, but it can automate good practices. You still got to have the good practices. You've got to have good data. You got to have controls. So I think all those are still more relevant than they ever were, because again, you have so much data now. So if you don't, the likelihood of making a decision on bad data is even higher now because you have access to more data. So I think you've got to really, I think that it just, you make a great point. You really got to highlight that of having those good clean data points and having the different data points and data sets, data dictionaries. That's not changed. That still has to be there. Just the amount of data we have and the way the speed with which we can process it's changed.
Right. And, kind of piggybacking off what you said about, having good governance processes, it's very, very easy to implement AI and have it become a black box, right? Where, it's, okay, the AI told me that this is important or that is important or whatever. And, kind of what's paramount is making sure that there's always that traceability into how did the AI get to, whatever result that it got to over there, where, I was involved in a project for a big bank several years back. And, they did they put in machine learning to figure out whether they should grant mortgages. And, the AI made a connection that people from a certain zip code were more prevalent to default on their mortgages. And so it started denying, all of their loan applications. And, upon further investigation, it turned out the people living in that particular zip code were predominantly one race versus another. And, they got in a lot of trouble for, doing something that was in violation of the law. Right. So it's always important, and would love your thoughts on this as well, but just, making sure that those governance processes are in place for making sure that, you're following every, regulation, your AI is following every regulation. They don't know what it is that you're bound by, not bound by, at the end of the day, you can't just say, hey, the AI did it, and get away with it. Right.
So Daniel, that is a perfect example too of why we say, when people go, well, are you really scared of AI? I'm not scared of AI. I'm scared of a false positive that AI can give you. Because again, it can't be a black box where you're putting a question in, the magic black box gives you an answer. And again, you make such a great point on the least of your problems might be bad data. It might be you run into serious regulatory issues because you're relying on something that you don't understand the tangential points, and you've done something illegal, immoral, or unethical. So I think that's where a perfect example of where AI could and should scare us. Again, it's not AI really that scares us. It's bad decisions made because of, again, relying on a black box. I remember another example I heard very recently. System was using AI to, people would send that. Now you see this everywhere, but they would send their invoices into a AP email, and the AI was taking them and processing the payables. The AI just did, this is how you process this customer last time, I'll process it this time. And they had this huge volume, and they just assumed that, it's processing all these correctly. Well, no, these just because it's from the same vendor and maybe was had the same item number didn't mean it should be. It was capitalizing things that should be expensed, expensing things that should be capitalized, putting things to a wrong account. And so what they had is a system. They had a fully automated system that was absolutely processing incorrect data. But again, you got that black box of, okay, yeah, we've got AI, and we're just going to take the outputs it gives us, and yeah, they're sitting there closing books, and they had a monumental mess. So again, those are areas where you've got to really be careful with your data and make sure run it parallel. See, you process it and then check it and see, this is a potential issue we might have. I think you got those are perfect examples where you really have to be careful. With AI in any sort of automation of technology,
And it's funny because it just always reminds me of, it's kind of like the same problems that always existed, always, still, you still run into those kinds of issues with newer technology, right? Where, back when, all this web technology came out with usernames and passwords and stuff, people got into trouble because the way that they checked passwords, was open to, somebody just being able to, inject some SQL code into a password. And, the mistake they made was they just trusted that whoever's using it is going to use it properly in the way that it should be used. And now even, going with AI, it's, the scariness is not necessarily over the technology itself. It's where you should be, a bit scared is, do you have the right checks and balances and processes in place to make sure that it's, processing correctly? Like to your point of, now having AI, process, AP, AR, that kind of stuff. Well, taking a human out of the loop, is that going to cause an issue where if I'm a vendor for a company and, I no longer have a contract with that company and I just submit an invoice because I know what the process is and all the robot does is, read, what the invoice amount is and, run through the process and classify it and then pay me. Well, I didn't do any work and I sent an invoice and I just got paid, right? So, making sure that, I think there's a lot of fear around, is AI going to replace my job and get rid of, this function, instead of how do we ensure that, eventually, 10 years from now, a lot of functions are not going to be done by hand anymore. They're going to be done, by AI, but how do we ensure that, there is someone or a team or whatever it is that's in the loop to make sure that, everything that's running is running properly, instead of, we're just kind of trusting that the AI is going to do it right and nobody's, watching that.
Yep. And Daniel, another thing that I've thought about and I've seen, and you start to hear about it more and more, is dynamic pricing, and AI using dynamic pricing. And I heard an example the other day. I said, again, back to your regulatory, moral, and ethical dilemmas is, pricing, using automation to optimize pricing, it's not a bad idea at all. Darren, hotels do it, airlines do it, gas stations do it. But again, it can't be a black box, and you've got to have checks, because what if right now, there's storms coming through Florida? What if you rely totally on automation and you have a pricing model, pricing calculator set up with AI that you haven't vetted, you don't have checkpoints, and it raises prices during a time of disaster, which we all know that's at best immoral, but it's also illegal. You can't gouge. So again, it's an example of do we really want to raise prices on certain food items based on a calculator? Because that again, we're getting toward feeding families. Do we really want to try to start milking margin there? I don't. You could argue we're doing it everywhere else, but I think these are dilemmas and moral conundrums that we have and we should have. So I think it's just something we've all got to embrace technology, but as with anything, be guarded too. I think it's just always that thing we all should do, is do the right thing. So again, automation, if you're doing the right thing, automation should be a problem for you. It should help you do the right thing better. So
right. No, that's a great point. I guess just around technology in general, I don't know if you remember back when the iPhone first came out, they had the commercials of there's an app for that, there's an app for that. It seems like right now there's an app or SaaS platform or some kind of cloud utility for every single thing that you could possibly, imagine. For those that, may not be, up on what all the latest everything is, how do you filter through the noise of, I'm sure you get flooded with vendors saying, oh, you need better dashboards, you need better analytics, you need this cool AI software I came up with, you need, whatever the acronym of the day is over there. How do you kind of filter through the noise of what, everyone else out there is kind of telling you, hey, you need to have this in order to be competitive, and, what, you actually should be looking at and improving in terms of,
Such a great question. I tell you what, the way I approach it is take technology and just push it to the side and go, what am I trying to accomplish? And then once you define that, and it might be anything as let's go old school and go chart our process flow chart. What am I trying to get to? If I'm trying to process AP more efficiently and quickly, then go and look at the technology available to do that. And then you make intelligent decisions. What's my price point? What platform do I want it to be? Maybe something as simple as an Excel platform, or do I want to stand alone? So then you start to build your parameters around it. But I think if you start with take technology, now look, we've all been guilty. I guarantee you, I've done it. You hear about this technology and you go, oh my gosh, that's amazing. And so you buy the technology versus the solution. Figure out the solution you're trying to get to. What are you trying to accomplish? And then find the best technology fit that accomplishes that. And then I think we re-implemented our entire tech stack, and it has gone tremendously well. I always said I never had a good ERP implementation. There were just various levels of bad. Some were worse than others. They're because and a lot of them because they're not. They're cloud based now, and it's almost like instead of having to implement one gigantic system, which is what you used to have to do, you can always take it off in smaller parts and do it. So it makes it a little bit more palatable. But I think it's finding the right technology partner. You can have really great technology, and we've all seen that you don't have a good partner to implement it well, and you don't end up with you might have something that's not as good as some other technology, but boy, the implementation partner is great, So I think that's also very, very important when you look at technology. Our industry, one thing that we have a lot of volume and we have to process it quickly because whereas manufacturing, a company our size might have 100 employees. Since we're people based, we're service based, we have 500 employees, and so something you don't think about, credit card processing. That was really, so that's an example where AI is so great because that was a job. And think about how long it would hold up month end close. Okay, we got to get the statement in, then they got to get it coded, and you're waiting for all the sales guys on the road and sales people to send their receipts in. And then, you had one person almost that had to do just that because at first they had to get everything expensed and coded to the right account. Then they had to do the awful part of taking all those receipts and matching it up. Now, I'll tell you, I don't mind. We're partnering with a company called Ramp, and there's a lot of different that they have been wonderful to work with. So, but that's where I go and use my card to buy, and we built. There's 4 questions. Again, Daniel, to your point of. We approach this one as what are we trying to get to? Well, there were really 4 questions that we said that it needs to answer. Is it billable to the client? Does it need to show up as a line item on the invoice? We had these different scenarios. So I go and use my card, and it's immediately if I buy gas or pay a toll. Okay, is this billable to the customer? No. Okay, then what is it? It's a toll. Great. It saves that receipt. It processes the transaction to the expense account. Nobody has to touch it, not me. The receipt then, if and an auditor can go check it 18 months later, and that receipt is there from the transaction. Much more efficient. And even for us, if it's for a customer and it needs to be billed back, I can guarantee you, because it's that we missed those before. How can you catch everything that's billable back? Maybe there was a time lag when the receipt came in. Now you can't miss it, because everything's going to come in, and it must be. You have to answer the questions, and if it's billable, it's going to sit. And so we had it set up where it sits in a work in process file. So if you'd say it's billable, you got to have the project and job to bill it back to. So that's an area where, man, it's one of those that's worked better than maybe we thought it would. So, but it was a case, to your point, where we said, rather than going just buy something, and that's where I have the best team in the world, and I pretty much turn that part over to them. And when you take a lot of us ops, finance, and project managers, and they are really going to get thorough. And they had a tremendous flow chart and decision matrix that they used. They found the perfect product and the perfect partner, and it just worked amazingly well. But credit to them, what they did is they said, okay, here's what we're trying to do. And they found a product that fit what they were trying to do versus buying a product. I think that's a big differentiator I see when you're making decisions on what you're supposed to use.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, and this is why, we started the show. We wanted to give a lot of, great tips and recommendations to, other CFOs, finance functions out there. Highly recommend, anyone watching, just, make sure that you subscribe to our channel, and, to get all these great tips that we're giving out. But to your point, there's it's very easy to get lost in the, hey, let's buy this solution. It's going to solve a problem, and, put it in. And I feel like the problem has gotten a lot worse since the clouds come out, because it's just $200 a month per user or whatever, right? And so you pay $200 a month per user for this solution, and another $100 a month for that solution, and another $500 for the other solution. Before you know it, you're spending $1 million a month, on all this technology, right? But there's that initial rationalization of, what do we want to improve? And one of the biggest inputs or drivers to that is, what are we spending the most time on, right? And I can resonate with your example there for the expenses, because putting in my expenses and all that has always been one of the biggest annoyances, where I won't do it right away. I'll wait till like the day before the end of the month, and then I've got 1,000 receipts I've got to go through and scan and and upload.
And you can't find a receipt that
right.
And it's just, oh man, it's just, we all hate that, and then,
right.
Finance and accounting hates processing them, and
right.
and HR hates having to follow up with it, so that again, that was almost like a, hey, this is a problem. How do we use technology to solve it versus going and buy something? And Daniel, another great point you just made is, terms we hear now that we didn't 2-3 years ago. Analyzing your tech stack. How often do we hear that? Now is going in and go, okay, let's take a look at all our technology subscriptions. We do it now. We really probably do it twice a year. We did it the first time we did it. It was kind of funny that we had multiple subscriptions that were basically doing a lot of different project management tools, and then I found where 2 different offices were using the same project management tool, different versions. So I was like, okay, let's at least all be on the same version, But yeah, you get that where somebody looked at it and saw it and said, "Ooh, we need that." So we've tried to say, okay, let's all look at this together and make sure, hey, we want you to be innovative and we want you to push but let's all make sure we're not overlapping technology. And like Daniel, you can the death by 1,000 cuts is what we call it on technology subscriptions. It's only $200. Then before you know it, you got, but look at all of these we got.
Right. And then, I don't know if you've run into this situation, but, I see it more often than not, where you got the company that's got the enterprise, Tableau license, and then the other department has the enterprise Power BI license, and it's very similar technology where one group doesn't know what the other group bought, and either you run into situations where multiple groups have enterprise licenses, and of course the sales guy is not going to tell you, don't give me more money over here and buy the product again. And you run into cases like that, or two different technologies that are, very similar that, everyone's buying licenses for. So, I think it's definitely great that you brought up about, looking at those licenses, because it's not just about, hey, how much are we spending versus what's the budget for it? It's also about, are we spending effectively, and are we investing in the right stuff? And, now do we have to have support staff for this product and that product, and it's overlapping, but we need different people because we can't find, someone with the same, with both skill sets in there as well.
Yep, absolutely. We see it, and the Tableau example you give. I mean, I think that I bet probably every organization has had that where they go, oh my goodness, you had somebody, well, it's okay now, and you're gonna get some people go crazy about it, but it's pretty much the same product. Now I know some of them are visually more appealing, but you're really doing the same. They can do the same. It's almost like Teams and Zoom. I mean. So there's a preference there, but really you're doing the same thing. So, maybe it's worth picking one and cut that subscription cost in half, so,
And if there's a valid reason to have both of them, there are many instances where, maybe one product has certain features that certain groups need. It's just that more often than not, companies get themselves in trouble because they just don't know. They're approached by a vendor. Vendor says, hey, you need, this product. They say, oh, wow, this is great. They buy the product. Somebody else is going through the same thing, by a different vendor. And now, two different vendors sold you, a very similar product, and you just didn't know what was in there.
I remember the first time, I heard the concept because you guys are innovation podcast, was an open API, and I thought, now wow, but that'll never happen. Nobody's going to give an open API. Everything you better have an open API, or nobody's going to buy it. But instead of it, it's you're going to. What we heard is, if you have an open API, you're going to have a few people dominate the market. The exact opposite's been true. An open API, it allowed much more entree into the market. And I think, it's when you have more competition, things get better, So, and now I think, we joked earlier about, I do think IBM did an amazing job with AS400 because they built something that nobody else could do. But it was just them, there wasn't a big drive to innovate because why? It was just, it was just but as we get more and more systems, it drives innovation, it drives performance, it drives, preference. So I think that those are usually always good things for the market.
Yeah, we've shifted from it used to be, if you rewind, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, someone was looking for what vendor had the most number of products, if Oracle or SAP or IBM, had a CRM system and a planning system and an ERP. Say, oh, I'll just write one check and, and get everything there. And, it's all integrated and everything. And, now with the cloud, you can kind of go best of breed where you say, what's actually the best system for, my CRM? What's the best system for my ERP? It has its own set of challenges in terms of how you're going to integrate everything and, get all the data from one place to another out there. But it at least enables you to, how do I get all the features and benefits that I need without having to just kind of accept what you're given because you bought the bundle from, this vendor or that vendor.
And right, so even 5 years ago, that's what, when you bought an ERP system, Daniel, it's exactly what it was. Is who has the most features, built, and you would see the different, your Oracles and your Microsofts, and they'd go, and the Microsoft ERP, but they would go, this works well with this, they buy them, and okay, so we've got this. Now you've seen that big migration is when we looked at systems this time 18 months ago, it was this look at all the partners we have, and they'd be page after page of partners that already had an open, that already had you didn't need an open API or had an integration written, but now there's a partner for everything. So you got to kind of do your homework on, okay, what partner do I need to go to any major ERP system and go, okay, customer resource management. They're going to have 100, and they're probably all really good. So it's all right. Which CRM do I want? And how far do you want to integrate it into your system? So I think those are new challenges that have come up. But again, it is funny how much that's changed. It's okay. Our ERP system can do it all. To now, no ERP system can do it all. But look at all the partners we have. Between us and our partners, we can do anything you need. So.
How do you balance because I know one potential issue that a lot of people run into is, now you've bought from 5 different vendors, you have a different CRM versus an ERP versus whatever, in terms of the support behind it. How do you ensure that, you kind of have the right team in place to be able to, to manage, do you go for a fractional kind of managed service type of thing? Do you, do it in-house? Like, how do you make those kinds of decisions in terms of like
That is exactly what we did. We tried different models, but we went with a fractional service. It was fractional service. They really almost became like our third party implementation partner, and they were great about going. We some things we want to probably go too deep, and they go let's the whole crawl, walk, run philosophy. They were great about going, let's get this, and so we phased out the approaches with fractional partners, and that is where we really, really, really had the most benefit. Was doing it just that way versus not to say you can't get a great implementation from the provider, but really where we found the most bang for our buck was using that third party to kind of fine tune what we were trying to do with the system, and that's worked really, really well for us.
Yeah, no, that's great, because it's always important to, to have that right partner in there where, if somebody's just telling you yes to everything that you want to do, and you want to do this, yes, and that one, yes, and that one, yes, and can we have this in 6 months? Yes, right. Then that, there's that difference between, who's actually invested in you as the customer and, want to make sure that, you're set up the right way versus, who's just trying to get the sale to, to check the box to hit their quota for, for whatever it is that, for that period over there.
I'll tell you another thing we started doing, Daniel, too, is every solution that we looked at, when we got to the final 2 or 3, we didn't do it as we were evaluating. When we got final 2 or 3, we said we want to meet and talk to our solution architects, to see, what was there going to be a time zone problem? Was there going to be a communication problem? Did they understand what we were trying to do? Did they have experience in our market? Because again, a salesperson sometimes a good one will tell you, "Oh yeah, we can do it." So you need to make sure. So that was another thing we did is we said let us meet our solution architect. Let us meet our implementation team. And honestly, I think pretty much in every case, that meeting, not price, but that meeting was what determined which ones we picked. Almost every single case was like that.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think a lot of companies, can get lost in the, hey, we'll just hire a big company because they've done this a million times and what you were looking for, it seems like, is, not just, hey, does this company have the experience doing this, but are they going to put the people on this project that are going to have the experience and, ability to do it? Are they going to treat this project like they're doing it for their own company instead of, for a customer out there, I recently finished a project, several months back that, a big company went in to do the implementation. They went in, it was a CPG company, and they're going and telling them that price volume mix is something that nobody should do. Nobody does it, and it doesn't give you any valuable information. And it's like, wait a second, this is an industry standard for for this kind of company, and you're over here saying nobody does it. Meanwhile, everybody out there does it, and it's a matter of does that company have experience in that market? Sure. Did they put the people on that project that have experience in that market? No.
Right. Yep. Yes, we heard very similar things, and you quickly learn that okay, this is probably a great product. And these are probably great implementation specialists, but they specialize in a certain market, and it's not our market. So and again, I think that just these are things that help you make the right decision in the product. And so you really invest in the product and the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I know we're getting close to the end over here. Really appreciate you coming on the show here, and like I said before, just highly recommend that those watching subscribe to the channel. Get all the updates that we have over here. I guess before we wrap up, any other tips or tricks or words of wisdom that you have. Just either related to anything we talked about or maybe something we haven't covered?
No. So I was going to say one thing. I since we met, I've gotten tremendous value from subscribing to you guys. The best way to find out about technology in the sector you're in is talk to other people who are in that sector, and you'll quickly find what's worked for them, what hasn't. So I highly recommend subscribing to you guys, watch it, get that good information, that's centric to finance and innovation, and it'll every data point helps you make a better decision. So
right. Well, in terms of if those watching have questions, comments, just want to get in touch with you, what's the best way for them to do that? Is it LinkedIn? Is it?
Absolutely. Look, always happy to hear from anybody, and it's my email is still, I think, the best way. And it's my email is Donny DONNY.Bradshaw BRADSHAW @purered.net. Pure like PURE and red the color.net. More than happy to answer any questions or anything I can do or hey, better yet, if you have something that you tried that might work, tell us about it. We'd love to come back on here and talk about it as a group again. So
yeah, no, that's great, and we'll include all the information in our in the description to the video there, so that way those can just copy paste instead of typing everything out. But it was great having you on, Donny. Really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll be able to do a follow-up episode in the future, see what other innovative technologies, processes that you guys have been implementing.
Absolutely, Daniel, I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for having me, and I appreciate it sincerely.
All right, thanks
guys.
My name is Inger Anderson. I am the Undersecretary General and Executive Director of UNEP. I bring you greetings from beautiful Nairobi, where the rains have just started, but where we also know that adaptation finance, we see it up close and personal, is insufficient, which is why I'm so pleased to be hosting this very important event on adaptation finance. And it's wonderful to have such an excellent, superb list of speakers today. A warm thanks to E3G as well as to IIED for supporting this event. Now, in Paris, we agreed to fund climate adaptation and mitigation in balance. That's what we said in Article 9, paragraph 4. But we haven't quite done that, and it is time to step up. The Secretary General has called for equal financing for adaptation as well as for mitigation, and now is the time. We have these three planetary crises: the crisis of climate, the crisis of biodiversity, and the crisis of pollution, and each of this means that we we need to step up. But adaptation has an important key to bring us to some solutions. And we are seeing that we are not where we need to be. We are currently falling far short on the adaptation side. The OECD data tells us that countries have not met the 100 billion a year. We know that, not even once, and we know that we are significantly short, but we are much shorter when it comes to adaptation finance. We know that currently we estimate that the cost is around 70 billion currently for adaptation finance, but that is expected to be far, far higher as we unfortunately warm, as the IPCC scenario suggests we will, even in the most optimistic scenarios. So global finance flows need to increase significantly. We're facing some real challenges in adaptation. Generating the income streams is not easy, because it's not easy to see where the return will come from when you invest in coastal forest management, when you invest in mangrove restoration, when you invest in flood systems, when you invest in large storm drains, or in no-build zones for fire-prone areas. It's not easy to see where the return will come from, unlike maybe renewable energy. However, in the longer term, it will significantly reduce the burden on the budget and the burden on people's lives. And we do see that mismatch in the timing also, because these investments have a longer, deeper horizon, whereas obviously we need these investments right now, as we've seen on our television screens and in our real world, in terms of the impacts of climatic variability and change. And we know that there is a shortage of public finance resources. So I really hope that in the conversations we're going to have today, speakers will speak to how we will scale up, how we can expedite it, how we can make it real, and how we can make this commitment as we head towards COP26. I'm very much looking forward to hearing from everyone. We will have chats, and I invite people to chat in the event. And I'm very, very pleased to introduce our first speaker, who is Minister Colm Brophy, the Minister of State for Overseas Development, Aid and Diaspora in Ireland, to officially launch the Champions Initiative. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to obviously thank you, Madam Under Secretary, for setting the scene so clearly, and for dealing so well with the joys of technology and virtual conferences at the start. This, of course, obviously is a particularly busy time with UNGA and the run-up to COP26. So I'm honoured to introduce this Champions Group on Adaptation Finance, which reflects a real top priority for Ireland, channeling more and better finance to those on the front lines of climate change. Key message I want to give today to my colleagues from developing countries is that we've heard your calls on adaptation finance, and we're responding. The group you see here today, which is Ireland, the Netherlands, the UK, Denmark, Sweden and Finland, are all bilateral finance providers who want to increase the quality, the quantity, the accessibility of climate adaptation finance, particularly for least developing countries and for the small island developing states, within both our own financing and global financing as a whole. Now, we are inviting other bilateral and multilateral financiers, providers to join us if they share this commitment. And therefore, I'm particularly pleased today and delighted to announce that Germany has announced its intention to join our group. We recognise the UN Secretary General's strong call for balanced climate finance between adaptation and mitigation, and I'm delighted to see the Secretary General's representative here today. So Ireland has a strong record on climate finance to adaptation. Our assistance is primarily grant-based and focused on adaptation action. We're proud to support the Least Developed Countries funds, in addition to the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund. We quickly saw the potential of the Least Developed Country Initiative for Adaptation and Resilience, known as LIFE-AOR, which aims to more effectively channel the adaptation finance to local level. And Ireland stepped up on this from the very start. But we know that individual country investments are insufficient. We need to lead by example. and bring the finance community together to significantly increase the overall share of adaptation finance, to ensure that it flows where it's most needed, in particular to least developed countries and those small island developing states. We also know that there are significant barriers to accessing adaptation finance, and we need to delve into these so that money can actually flow quickly to where it's most needed. Most importantly, we know that the quality of adaptation action needs to be improved. Investments need to bring tangible improvements in the lives of those people who are experiencing drought, floods, extreme weather events, irreversible changes to their natural environments. So stronger data and learning is needed for smarter adaptation and risk-informed planning. System-wide approaches are needed. Adaptation needs to be built into national and sub-national planning and budgets across all sectors. To address these issues, we need to come together, to put the issues on the table and invite, as I said, others to join us to tackle the issues. This is an idea here today to stand together in solidarity with the calls from developing countries and put on record our willingness to commit and to bring other finance providers on board. We've received excellent support from our partners, E3G and IIED, to facilitate the launch of the event. I'd like to sincerely thank their teams for your hard work. Now it's my honor to pass on the floor to my colleague from the Netherlands, the Vice Minister van der Heijden.
And with your indulgence, Inger, thanks so much for setting out the scene. And I'm not going to sort of reiterate and acknowledge what you have said and what we've all read in the IPCC report. We know that the situation is grave and that we're running out of time. And I've seen it myself, having lived in Vietnam and Ethiopia for many years. One gets wetter, the other one gets drier, but it's all a consequence of the same. It's all a consequence of global climate change. And so we need to speed up our actions collectively to address those challenges. And in doing so, we need more money. We need to get to mobilize more money as a whole, and from within that pot, we need to allocate more to adaptation. I just fully want to align myself with the statement just made by Colm Brophy and his introduction of the Champion Group. And 2 weeks ago, we had the GCA high-level meeting, the dialogue with global leaders, and here again, we reconfirmed and reaffirmed our commitment made at the Climate Adaptation Summit that the Netherlands will respond to the UNSG's call to allocate half of our climate finance to adaptation. The reality is actually that we allocate more than 50% of our public climate finance to adaptation. And on top of it, and that is no less important for me, it is mostly grant-based and it is geared towards least developed countries. And we do this because we know that this is where the rubber meets the road, where poor and vulnerable communities face the consequences of global inertia and global inaction. And this is where we need to provide hope and perspective for a life in dignity. And for years to come, adaptation, grants, and least developed countries' focus will remain the priorities for Dutch public climate finance. At the Climate Adaptation Summit hosted by the Netherlands in January, Minister Kaag and myself, we convened a whole range of stakeholders for a dialogue on accelerating adaptation ambitions and actions in African LDCs. And what emerged from that conversation was really the strong desire felt by all of us to have sort of a common space where we can meet, where we can, from all parties, all stakeholders, dialogue on the issues regarding adaptation. And now with weeks to go to a crucial COP26 in Glasgow, there is a huge need to build trust, to develop a shared understanding of the barriers and the challenges, and to propose those concrete solutions, Inger, that you were referring to. And I'm really honored today that we're sharing this space, not just as donors, but together with representatives from the LDCs and from the SIDS, because only together we can get there in time. We take very seriously our role as an ambassador to advocate for the action that was pledged at the Climate Adaptation Summit. I'm incredibly keen that we have joined the Champions Group. We're committed to advancing a more balanced approach, the 50-50 between mitigation and adaptation, but equally to strive for more climate finance, making the cake a little bigger for all of us, and improved quality and accessibility of adaptation finance. I would like to use the opportunity also to announce that we will further increase our contribution to the LDC fund with 25 million euros. I believe the enhanced and easy access for LDCs to climate adaptation funding is of critical importance. And this fund is a really useful vehicle to facilitate such funding for this vulnerable group. In conclusion, I'm really happy and I look forward to partner with you, members of the Champions Group, representatives of climate vulnerable countries, to really progress on those issues and to achieve an ambitious outcome on adaptation during the COP. I hope that many countries will follow the example that we have set, that has now been joined by Germany, because we can, because we must, and because we shall, because we have no time to lose. Inger, back to you.
Thank you so very much, Minister, and it's a pleasure. I'd like to thank both Minister Brophy as well as yourself for very strong statements and commitment to this initiative and to the criticality of adaptation finance. It now gives me great pleasure to call on our next speaker. He is Minister Flemming Møller Mortensen, Minister of Development Cooperation from Denmark.
The new IPCC report is clear. Even at 1.5 degrees of global warming, humanity will be severely impacted by climate change. This will hit everyone, but it will be especially hard for vulnerable communities. Adaptation to climate change is not a choice. It is a necessity. We will have to adapt. We are just about 5 weeks away from the COP26. And we need collective action on a global scale. Delivering on our financial commitments is critical for building trust and accelerating action. The Danish government is stepping up. By 2023, we aim to deliver more than $500 million annually in grant financing the climate actions. In addition, Denmark will continue efforts to mobilize climate finance from others, public and private sources. However, we also need to increase the share that goes to adaptation. For every $4 of international climate finance to developing countries, only $1 goes to adaptation. This is not enough. Both developing countries and the UN Secretary General call for a better balance. In response, Denmark will dedicate at least 60% of our grant-based climate finance to adaptation. We want to make clear that Denmark is committed to walk and talk and give our fair share to climate finance, not least for adaptation action. This is why I'm so proud to be a partner today at the launch of the Informal Donor Champions Group for Adaptation Finance. We aim to lead by example, and I believe this is the most credible way to increase not only the quantity but also the quality and access to adaptation finance. I'm happy to be part of this group, and I hope many more will join us. Together with our developing countries partners, we need a collective effort if we are to succeed. Adaptation is not a choice. With our announcement, Denmark has clearly shown that we are willing to walk the talk. And looking at all of you here, I'm confident that together we can raise the ambitions for more finance for adaptation. Thank you.
Let me thank Minister Mortensen for his intervention and for the commitment that 60% of grant-based climate finance henceforth will go to adaptation, something we appreciate. And now I would like to give the floor to Minister Pia Olsen Frid, Minister of International Development Cooperation of Sweden. Over to you.
Dear ministers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, science is clear, the reality is even clearer. Climate change and the increasingly rapid and worrying loss of the planet's many species now greatly affect human security on the planet. It is destroying nature and depriving people of their homes, livelihoods, and futures, creating more inequalities. Indeed, true adaptation incorporates and harnesses the unlimited potential and values of biological diversity. While it is clear, and clearly critical, to bring down our global CO2 emissions to zero as soon as possible, we also have to build resilience to make climate change in the best way possible. And that time is now. The world is indeed in need of a new economic model that takes nature and its ecosystems into account as the precious resources they are, and that we are completely dependent on for our survival. Let me be clear. We need to reduce our emissions drastically and rapidly if we are going to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. There's no other way to save our planet, to save ourselves and our loved ones. The latest IPCC report is crystal clear. Adaptation measures are urgently needed. Therefore, we need to mobilize more adaptation finance and ensure that it's readily available to vulnerable countries. Now, I'm not in a position to point the finger at anyone else. Sweden also has a long way to go. Our material footprint is too large to be sustainable. The same is true of our carbon emissions. But we are taking the climate crisis seriously. And Sweden is at the forefront of an inclusive and technology-driven green transition that creates jobs for the future, fossil-free Sweden. And we are a leading contributor in international climate financing. Sweden has increased our climate financing more than 3 times since 2014. We are the biggest contributor per capita to some of the most important climate funds, including those that focus exclusively on adaptation. The need for long-term adaptation finance is vital. Therefore, are we providing multi-annual support to several funds, including to the Adaptation Fund and the Least Developed Countries Fund. We encourage other donors to do the same. We also contribute to adaptation through our bilateral development cooperation and the multilateral development banks. All in all, some 50% of our bilateral development financing goes to adaptation. We stand ready to continue supporting developing countries in the implementation of their priorities. And in doing so, Sweden fully supports the aim to achieve better balance in the allocation of finance for climate adaptation. And this is why Sweden joined this informal champions group on adaptation finance. By speaking directly with partner countries, we seek to overcome the current obstacles so that we can increase the quality, the quantity, and access to adaptation finance. Now, I call on others to join us now, ahead of the COP, to help raise adaptation finance. And by doing so, we will also help attain the 100 billion target and send a strong message to the partner countries that we deliver on our promises. Together, we need to take responsibility for reducing the emissions. And together, we need to deal with the consequences of our actions. Let us improve adaptation capacity, increase resilience, and reduce vulnerability of those countries most in need. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister Frid from Sweden for his intervention and for stressing the importance of the link between biodiversity and climate change. As we invest in adaptation, we are investing also in the future of our planet. It now gives me great pleasure to call on Minister Ville Skinnari, who is Minister for Development Cooperation and Foreign Trade from Finland. Over to you, Finland.
Dear friends, building resilience and adapting to the impacts of climate change is the most critical challenge of our times. Finland is scaling up its climate finance and, in the spirit of the Paris Agreement, aims for balanced distribution of funding between adaptation and mitigation. Building on one of the first national adaptation strategies in the world, Finland is a forerunner in national adaptation efforts. We're also supporting various adaptation initiatives through our official development assistance. Our contributions are particularly strong in the field of meteorology. We have financed the improvement of weather and climate services for over 50 national meteorological and hydrological services around the globe during the past decade. Together with the other Nordic countries, we have made a strong recapitalization of the Nordic Development Fund, making it a key actor in the fight against climate change. Finland is also a long-term funder of the Least Developed Countries Fund, and we are actively involved in the leaders panel of the Water and Climate Coalition. Together with Indonesia, we co-chair the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. We strongly support and encourage integration of climate action, including adaptation, in national budget and planning processes. While national institutions and processes such as planning and budgeting are key, we also need to ensure voices on the ground are being heard. Women and other vulnerable groups must be involved. Finland is proud to have joined like-minded countries in the Champions Group on adaptation finance in this effort. We look forward to working together with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Minister Ville Skinnari for his intervention and for the stress again on least developed countries and the imperative of financing. Let us now call on Minister Velkanandran, who is the Climate and Environment Director, Director Velkanandran, who is the Climate and Environment Director at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office in the United Kingdom. Director, over to you, please.
Thank you, Inga, and thank you actually for that very brief temporary promotion that you gave me. I'm very grateful. It's the fastest I've ever been promoted. But look, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. It's really great to be part of this meeting. And actually, I just wanted to say how terrific it is to be in a meeting where everybody's talking about adaptation finance. It's certainly the first time I've been in a meeting like this, and I think that just goes to the need for this group of adaptation finance champions. And as Kitty said, I hope over time, more and more colleagues are going to be joining us. Look, one of the good things about speaking at the end is everybody's pretty much said the things I wanted to say. And colleagues have spoken about why we need more adaptation finance, what the IPCC 6th report said, what we're seeing every day now with more frequency and more severity, but most importantly, what we've heard from developing countries, particularly around the need for more finance. So look, I was just going to say a few things. First, from a UK perspective, we've long been committed to a strong balance in our climate finance. We're increasing our climate finance to £11.6 billion over the next 5 years. That's a doubling on our previous 5-year commitment. And on average, we spend about 45% on adaptation. And like others, the vast majority of that is grants to low-income countries. And we've also been a strong advocate of increasing climate finance among other bilateral donors. We did that through our G7 presidency this year, and also the international system. So that includes the climate multilaterals and the multilateral development banks. And we've seen some good progress on that, I think, recently, but there's still so much to do. And that's why we were really keen to be part of this group and to be part of a coalition of partners who are keen to keep championing this issue, not just to COP, but beyond COP as well. And as we do that, I guess I just wanted to say 3 things that I think we need to bear in mind. The first is, this shouldn't be a zero-sum game. We shouldn't be reducing the mitigation spend to increase the adaptation spend, because we all know that we need more mitigation. We need more mitigation, otherwise the adaptation bill is going to be even higher in future. So as I think Kitty made this point, what we need to be doing is increasing overall climate finance. We need to get to the 100 billion, exceed the 100 billion, and then within that, the share of adaptation needs to be higher. So that was the first point I really wanted to make. This isn't about robbing Peter for Paul, it's about everybody kind of growing the whole pot. The second point, Inga, I wanted to make really picks up on a point you made, I think, although you didn't make it in this context, but it's that I'm not sure a one-size-fits-all approach works, because different donors, they work in different regions on different issues, and they use different instruments. And Inga, you mentioned that, you know, with adaptation, quite often it's quite hard to generate the financial return in the same way as, I think, renewable. So I think we really have to consider that adaptation is a different type of intervention quite often to lots of the mitigation side. And so we do need to think quite carefully about how we finance that and where that finance comes from. So I just wanted to make that point again about not being necessarily a one-size-fits-all. And then the third and last thing I really wanted to say is that adaptation is about doing development, but doing it differently. And it's that doing development part I wanted to focus on. And I mean, many colleagues will know, you know, that the principles that underlie good development have been honed over many years. The principles like country ownership, aligning to national plans, donors coordinating around those plans. And I think those principles should apply as much to adaptation as to development, really, with the important added dimension of being locally led. And I think that's obviously key for adaptation. And I really wanted to just sort of mention here the UK Fiji task force, which we launched on the back of the Climate and Development Ministerial that we hosted in March. And this task force is really all about trying to do that, to make climate action, to improve, I guess, the planning for climate action, and then the streamlining the way we support that. And I hope we have more to say on that at COP26. So Inga, I'll perhaps stop there. I'm conscious people have heard from us a lot, so I'll stop there and just perhaps end by saying how terrific it is to be part of this group. And we're really delighted as the UK to be part of it and to kind of help push ahead this really important cause. So with that, back to you, Inga.
Thank you very, very much, Will, and may my prediction in your future come through. Look, we've had a fabulous list of speakers, and we began listening from Minister Bromley, who spoke and officially launched the group of champions for adaptation finance, and spoke to the imperative of leading by example, of leaning in on LDCs and SITs. Then we heard from a low-lying country. We heard from Minister Kitty van der Heijden, where of course they live this. And so it should be no surprise for us to hear that they're already allocating more than 50%, but that they're now to adaptation in terms of their grant financing. And it is also geared to the LDCs, but now stepping into this group of champions and flying the flag together with Ireland. And we noted, of course, that there would be 25 million euros to the adaptation funds for LDCs, which we celebrate. We heard the recorded message from Minister Mortensen, who spoke about the fact that 60% of the grant-based climate finance will go to adaptation. We heard from Sweden, emphasizing that link, as I mentioned, between between biodiversity and climate, and the returns that are generated in this regard. And we heard from Minister Skinari about also the investments that have been made at home and the emphasis on finance ministers' coalition, where together with Indonesia, they are working to increase the attention to this. And finally, we heard some wise words from Val Gunandran, who spoke to these. This cannot be a zero-sum game. This is about increasing the pots, but living up to what we promised in Paris, in that these two imperatives, adaptation and mitigation, would be in balance, but that we also have to understand that it's not necessarily the same type of investments. There'll probably have to be more public investments, but you can also mesh them with good agricultural infrastructure, good investments in other sectors that will give the adaptation return. So with that, then, I wish to express my strong and sincere thanks to ministers present here, and for their keen commitment. There's a lot of chat here, and I do encourage everyone to read it. Basically, ministers are calling for others to join this group of champions. And please consider joining and calling for increased finance, putting your money into finance, not by taking it away from mitigation, of course, ensuring that the least developed countries are those that see the benefit. And in the comments, I just want to highlight that there are community groups and there are women's groups and there are activists who are active in least developed countries who are very, very keen to engage and understand how this will go forward. Now, as I thank out this brilliant group, let me then give a warm welcome to a number of strong champions who will now come up and speak. And I think we are good on time, so it gives me great pleasure, therefore, to introduce the first speaker, who is Mr. Pentu Teshring. He is the lead negotiator from the Kingdom of Bhutan. And that is a very happy place. So we look forward to hearing from Mr. Teshring, who is attending live all the way from Nairobi to Bhutan. We go now. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Inga. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As the chair of the Least Developed Countries Group in climate negotiation, it is my pleasure to speak at this important event on accelerating adaptation finance. Globally, the number of climate disasters and adaptation needs are rising drastically. We are witnessing that repeated events of disaster have significant and detrimental effects on the economic, social, and environmental conditions of LDCs. Climate change has already moved from science to reality, and its impacts are getting worse and more frequent. The LDCs and our people are the poorest and the among most vulnerable in the world, and we are struggling to deal with these impacts. Our populations are particularly vulnerable and disproportionately impacted. So when these crises hit our shores, they hit us hard. Both climate change, the loss of nature, the COVID-19 are aggravating existing challenges, setting back sustainable development efforts. We recognize that business as usual approaches to deal with the climate crisis are not working in our countries. Already, even at just 1 degree Celsius of warming, the impacts are devastating. If we cannot limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, as agreed in Paris, the impacts will rapidly increase. I would like to stress that adaptation is critical for us, not optional, and our priority is to improve our ability to adapt to the effects of climate change and build resilience to the climate shocks. For this, there is a need to scale up adaptation finance for developing countries to meet the needs of most vulnerable. We also need to build our local and national institutional capacity to strengthen our local and traditional knowledge and technology to adapt to the adverse impacts of climate change. However, less than 10% of finance from global climate funds is dedicated to local action. This is something not acceptable. Those in the poorest countries on the front line of climate change are not receiving the support they need to survive. If this continues, we will fail to address the climate crisis. Clearly, things need to change. More financial resources are needed for local government, communities, enterprises, and the actors working at the local level to implement their own climate solutions. To tackle these challenges, LDC Group has stepped forward. We launched our long-term 2050 vision at the UN Climate Action Summit in 2019. This vision is for LDCs to be on climate resilient development pathways by 2030 and deliver net zero emissions by 2050 to ensure our societies, economies, and ecosystem thrive. Our vision is not an empty statement. LDC-led initiatives are already delivering on this vision. For example, LDC initiatives on adaptation and resilience aims for 70% of climate finance to reach the local level by 2030. We also call on the international community, including development partners, civil society, climate funds, and the private sector, and all of us here today to follow our lead. As we get closer to COP26, I look forward to hearing more commitments to support climate adaptation from developed countries. Despite our respective differences, climate change will impact us all. The planet is that what we have in common, and we must all work together in the fight to save our planet. Thank you, and Tashidele. Over to you, Madam Inger.
Thank you very much, Director Teshering, and we do appreciate the strong call that you are making for others to come into this fund and for the absolute imperative that people step up on this to protect the most vulnerable. And speaking of vulnerable small island states, therefore, it gives me great pleasure to give the floor to the Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., who is the Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, and Environment and Climate Change of Jamaica. Sir, you have the floor.
It is my wonderful pleasure. Good morning to you and to all of our distinguished colleagues and excellencies. And happy Climate Week there in New York City. I am honored to represent the people and government of Jamaica today to participate in the launch of this Champions Group on Adaptation Finance. And we are pleased that our developed country partners and providers of climate finance have taken this very bold move to stand with climate vulnerable countries like Jamaica and other small island developing states across the world, and that they are responding to our priorities in this way. Indeed, as we have repeatedly said, while increased ambition is necessary and laudable, it is rendered useless without financing that is predictable, accessible, and equitable. We trust that this meeting is going to serve as preliminary evidence of the global shift in trend to make climate financing for adaptation and also mitigation fit for purpose. We remain hopeful too that loss and damage will be a standard feature of our financing architecture going forward. And so, my friends, on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica, I want to offer sincere congratulations, firstly, to the group and to its senior ministers represented here today. The list of names are too long to list out, but to everyone, and as you're aware, there's really no shortage of climate ambition in Jamaica. We have submitted our revised nationally determined contributions, and we have ensured that in that we have a broader sectoral coverage and a deeper commitment to reducing emissions in the energy sector up to 28.5% by 2030. And next week, we will be launching our NDC implementation plan and inviting our partners to join with us in its execution. In addition to that, we have also advanced preparation for a long-term low carbon and climate resilient strategy, which is our pathway here in Jamaica to achieving net zero emissions by 2050. We are completing our national adaptation plan, which identifies sector needs to build resilience and to help us to generate new opportunities for entrepreneurship, innovation, and sustainable development. The government of Jamaica is also taking steps towards floating a green bond here in Jamaica. We have a very strong stock exchange, and so we expect that we will be able to explore further benefits that can accrue through the green bond and from the carbon market. On the latter point, Jamaica was the first small island developing state in the Caribbean to register a project under the UNFCCC's Clean Development Mechanism, and that project is a successful one named Wigton Wind Farm, phases 1 and 2. And it is the largest wind farm in the English-speaking Caribbean to date. And this was done in 2006, and we have been able to successfully trade carbon credits under an emissions reduction purchase agreement with the Dutch government. It goes without saying then that achieving ambitious targets requires and will cause us to continue to have bold, innovative actions from major emitters and our developed country partners like those convening this informal champions group. And all of this is for us to ensure that there is available, accessible, flexible, and predictable sources of adaptation finance to support the efforts of developing countries like Jamaica. To echo the position taken by our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, at the Leaders Summit in April, the income per capita model and the high cost of debt servicing, these need to be restructured if we are to allow vulnerable middle-income countries like Jamaica to access concessionary financing on the terms similar to those extended to low-income countries. Without that, I must tell you, colleagues, we will not be able to translate our NDCs and its stated adaptation co-benefits into any real, cogent, tangible, and sustainable investment model for resilience building. And that is what we want to do. So we must make the changes now. Jamaica, therefore, welcomes the launch of this champions group ahead of COP26, which we consider to be a timely and strategic move that will augur well for the future of adaptation finance for developing small islands like Jamaica. I want to thank you and wish you all the best for the rest of the proceedings. May you remain safe during these times. One love.
Thank you very, very much to the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change. From Nairobi to Jamaica, warm greetings. And thank you for the very strong statement that you make and the absolute imperatives of showing solidarity and investing in adaptation. At this point, also because we are a little bit late because of technical issues in the beginning, we are going to view a 3-minute video pre-recorded on the climate and development ministerial process, including links to the finance agenda. In the meantime, while you enjoy the video, please also read some of the amazing comments that is in the commentary. Team in New York, over to you.
Good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to join you for the launch of the Champions Group. The need to adapt to protect people and nature from the effects of our changing climate have never been more acute. This year, I've witnessed the ongoing effects of Hurricane Irma in Barbuda. I've spoken to communities displaced by melting glaciers in Nepal. And I've spoken to ministers in Ethiopia about managing the effects of locusts and floods on their agriculture. The World Meteorological Association tells us that extreme weather events have increased 5-fold in 50 years, resulting in loss of infrastructure, livelihoods, hopes, dreams, and in many cases, very sadly, life itself. We know that these effects will get worse, even as we continue to reduce emissions to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. So where we cannot prevent, we must protect, and we must do so now. But that requires finance, and currently adaptation finance is woefully inadequate, making up just 20% of climate finance at the last count. This must be rectified. That is why the United Nations Secretary General has recently called for half for climate change finance to go to adaptation, and why the UK has joined with Ireland, the Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden and Finland to form this Champions Group, which is committed to delivering a balance between adaptation and mitigation in public finance contributions. And I urge all providers of climate finance, including donors and MDBs, to join the group. And those who have not already made a commitment to balance, please do so. Yet we know that as well as dealing with the balance, we must also deal with the fundamental issues, including increasing the sums available and improving access to finance. And that is why I have consistently called on the UK's fellow donor countries to mobilise the $100 billion a year in climate finance that we have long promised developing countries. And it is why, in March, the UK COP presidency held the Climate and Development Ministerial meeting, bringing together governments, development banks and others. And this addressed vital issues like access to finance, responding to climate impacts, debt and adaptation finance. And we held an event at the UN to assess the progress made since that meeting, which includes the launch of a task force on access to finance led by the UK and Fiji. I hope we will see ambitious finance commitments made at the UN General Assembly, including on adaptation finance, and particularly commitments that honour the promises made by leaders at the G7 to increase finance to meet the $100 billion target, including boosting adaptation funds. But as I say, finance must work as much to protect as to prevent. This Champions Group will play an important role in making that a reality. So let's come together, redress the balance and protect the most vulnerable from the effects of climate change. Thank you.
Allow me to thank the Right Honourable Alok Sharma, who is President Designate, of course, of COP26, and also to thank him for his tireless work leading up to the COP. He's told us about what he's seen firsthand during his travels, and obviously of the imperative of that financial commitment, as well as of the UK's tireless work to get us to COP26 and to raise awareness. With this, then, let me now go to some reflections from the front lines. And here it gives me great pleasure to introduce Ms. Angeline Popinau, who is the CEO of the Seychelles Conservation and Climate Adaptation Trust. She will come on now and speak a few words reflecting on the statements that we have all heard today. Ms. Popinau, over to you.
Greetings, everyone from the Seychelles, and thank you very much. All right. So I hope everybody knows the Seychelles, a small island developing state in the Western Indian Ocean, and it is an absolute honor and pleasure to attend this panel that has been providing us with optimism and hope. It's certainly great news as we move ahead with COP26 at a time when many countries, developing countries, have been emphasizing the need for more financing, inclusion, and supporting the most vulnerable. I must start with expressing my gratitude for all your leadership. You have finally heard our call, acknowledging that adaptation is not a choice, acknowledging the need for building resilience, and the need to ensure that there is access to SIDS and LDCs. And I must admit, a little bias on the emphasis on SIDS, but here we are. It is very much welcome to have this emphasis on quantity as well as quality. We have heard from others on the call that we're not looking to channel funding away from mitigation, but to ensure that there is additional funding that is being channeled to adaptation. But today we've also read concerns on the chat. the need to ensure that the funds are accessible and inclusive and reaching the very people who need it the most. It is certainly one thing to have funds available, but quite another to have it accessible. But what are the keys to success to achieving quantity and quality? There is much to be discussed, and we hope the conversation does not end here. But just a few thoughts on my side. Climate finance providers and the people who are affected have to be working more closely together. We need to be co-defining and co-designing funding priorities or these requests for proposals or requests for funds that are put together. We need to be embarking on meaningful, equitable partnerships. For a moment, let's think of those key performance indicators. We've heard the discussions about having more multilateral development banks involved, and we often know that these financial deals are often tied to key performance indicators. But what we hear from people on the ground is also that, and on the front line, is also that the KPI has to take into consideration impact on the ground. That shows that communities are in fact building resilience and capacities to adapt to the impacts of climate change. As the CEO of the Seychelles Conservation and Climate Adaptation Trust, a public-private trust fund that has been managing the proceeds of 2 blended finance mechanisms, including the first debt for nature swap for ocean conservation and a sovereign blue bond, it is important to emphasize that we explore adaptation or financing for adaptation, that we ensure that it is sustainable financing, long-term, equitable, effective, built-in capacity building for local communities, and moving away from these one-off donations. It is great to hear from ministers about the emphasis on nature-based solutions, protecting and managing nature in a way that protects the planet and people. But I really enjoyed the emphasis on women and other marginalized groups, thinking of the most vulnerable. It would be remiss of me, having been given the opportunity to speak, not to raise my voice for my own country, the Seychelles, part of a group of small island developing states that seemingly falls victim to this categorization of being a high-income country that completely ignores our vulnerabilities and therefore making finance less accessible to us. Just to put this more clearly, with so few of us, a population of 90,000 people, building a port that will be able to adapt to be resilient to the impacts of climate change is going to be a heavier burden on each and every one compared to a country with a larger population, and judging us by GDP isn't acknowledging that vulnerability. But it is great to hear that the group is already growing, to hear that new members are already expressing their willingness to join. It is giving us much hope ahead of COP26. So to end, I'd like to express my thanks to those who are leading by examples. And as leaders, we hope so many more follow. I thank you.
Thank you so much to you. And you should know that there are people in the comment line who are saying, great job, Angelique. So well done. And many, many thanks for this very helpful reflection on what we have heard. I am aware that we are a couple of minutes behind and we have kept Minister waiting for us. So let me quickly go back to Ireland then and reintroduce and thank Minister Bromby for staying with us, Minister of State for Overseas Development Aid and Diaspora, who kicked us off at the beginning and who will now give us some remarks. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I obviously want to make some concluding remarks, but just to start by saying it was a really interesting, I thought, exchange of views, a really interesting discussion. So many people, I thought, contributed, and I really found it a very, very beneficial thing that we've just gone through here in this event. So obviously, just on behalf of the Champions Group on Adaptation Finance, just to say a couple of concluding remarks at the start. Of introducing the group, I made comment on our current membership of 6 and was delighted, obviously, to make that point about that Germany has now announced its intention, its impending intention to join. We spoke together really in this session as bilateral finance providers who want to increase that the quality and quantity, the accessibility of climate adaptation finance, particularly for the least developed countries and the small island developing states. And I think that came through in so many of the contributions. In sharing our priorities and laying our commitments on the table, we are prepared, obviously, to lead by example. We commit to a very balanced approach in our own public climate finance, as you've heard today. And as we listen today, I heard really valuable insights from colleagues representing the climate vulnerable countries, as we've literally just heard from our last speaker there, about the gaps and needs in climate finance. We've heard about that financing bottlenecks and the barriers to quality adaptation action on the ground. We've heard, I think anyway, excellent suggestions on the way to unblock adaptation finance and improve the efficiencies. And there is much, I think, to follow up on from this event. To address the shared priorities, we also need, as I said though at the start, to bring others on board. We've had Germany's announcement today, but the Champions Group on Adaptation Finance, which we are launching formally today at this event, should not remain a group of 6 or 7. We invite again other finance providers to join us in this effort, to increase the share of adaptation finance in your public climate finance, and to join us very much in advocating for the improved quality and accessibility of adaptation finance. So with that, I will conclude my remarks, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very, very much, Minister, and thank you very much for staying with us and for being such a champion. We are very, very grateful, and you emphasize that this group should not remain small. I think we all echo this, but we thank you for the leadership that you and the other ministers have shown, and also for staying a few minutes over the hour, which I'm very grateful for. I'll hand it back over to Angelique, who is now seeing a fan club forming out in the text. So Angelique, any final comments or observations from you?
Thank you very much. No final observations, only to say and echo what's been said. We encourage others. We are happy to be part of the discussion. This is a partnership. We need to take global action, and I'm certainly keen, and I know others are, to participate and make sure that it is quantity and it is quality that really supports the most vulnerable in the world. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. And so it is my distinct honor and pleasure to close out this seminar and this launch of the group of champions for adaptation finance. I'm sure that there is a lot of interest. We've heard that adaptation, we heard from Angelique, adaptation is not a choice. She was the one who emphasized that quality and quantity matters, and the funds have to be available and accessible. In the commentary, we heard, well, it's very important that this funding is available across society, that there's local capacity, that finance is tracked. It's easy to announce, but let it be delivered at the grassroots level. And so I think it is, we also heard from humanitarians that actually to prevent crisis and to prevent catastrophes, this will be critical. We heard that it is important that we hit what we promised back in Copenhagen. I'm old enough to remind you, because I was there back in COP15, where we said we would hit $100 billion by 2020. We now need to live up to that promise. And it is critical that the funding that will go to adaptation, we heard, does not take it away from mitigation. Women and marginalized groups need to be in focus, and obviously LDCs and SIDS. So with this then, a warm thank to everyone for being here. We are going to meet in Glasgow, I'm sure, and whether virtually or otherwise, I look forward to seeing this group grow, as we just heard from the Irish minister, and to all from beautiful Nairobi, Kenya. I send you the best of wishes for a good day and continued safe health. Very good, and many, many thanks, everyone. Bye.
Okay, you're live.
So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. I mean, depending on the time zone. My name is Daniel Szegő, and in this presentation, I'm gonna give you a conceptual introduction to to DeFi, decentralized finance, which is perhaps getting to be an interesting topic. So this is Hyperledger, and this is a, free community-based Hyperledger meetup. Up to this point, DeFi was not really a hot topic in Hyperledger, but I guess it's slowly changing. So in the future, there might be like more Hyperledger projects in terms of DeFi, decentralized finance. Perhaps just a few words about me. I'm basically a software architect specializing in different distributed ledger technologies for a while. Two major directions that I have. One is a little bit like the consortium stuff. It's like Hyperledger Fabric, and the other one is Solidity and Open Ethereum. And well, in that sense, basically, decentralized finance, of course, is very, very interesting. What I'm gonna have is like almost 1 hour, or perhaps more than 1 hour presentation. My proposition is that I will just do the presentation. I will stop like in every 15 minutes. If you have like smaller questions or things that you don't understand, and then I would propose like a longer discussion at the end. We might as well have sometimes like 15 or 20 minutes at the end. So basically, we're gonna speak about DeFi, that's decentralized finance. And I have basically said that this is gonna be like a conceptual introduction. What do you mean by that? Conceptual means in DeFi, there are like a couple of interesting stuffs in terms of like market and market development. And there might be some interesting points as well in terms of regulation. But I'm not gonna talk about either regulation or market development. Market goes up and market goes down. And regulation is always, which is like more complicated. What I'm gonna cover in this presentation, it's gonna be like the new innovative and conceptual ideas that are raised basically with DeFi. And that's gonna be a presentation over on that conceptual innovative ideas basically. So that's what I mean conceptual introduction. So if you miss like at the end, what about regulation? That's a difficult question. What about market? Market goes up and down and collapses sometimes. It's an even more challenging and complicated questions, but I'm not gonna talk about them, at least not in this presentation, not in this slideshow. So let me just start. This is the agenda for my presentation. I'm just gonna start with the DeFi stack. Then I will just cover a little bit, not so much in details, but as an ideas, as conceptual overview on the different layers of the DeFi stack. That's gonna be like settlement layer, tokenization, some points from the protocol layer. That's gonna be like briefly covered, decentralized exchanges, stable cryptocurrencies, some further DeFi protocols like decentralized lending, decentralized derivative. And I have one slide on the presentation and the application layer. And of course, as I mentioned at the end, so there's just some discussion, or there's a place for some discussion. So if you have like longer questions or suggestions or ideas, we can likely discuss basically at the end. If you have like smaller points or questions, or something doesn't work, or my network breaks, for instance, then you can likely issue them basically during the presentation. So let me start basically with chapter 0, and this is gonna be the DeFi stack, or the conceptual introduction for DeFi on a very, very basic level. So let me have just one slide. This is a little bit like blockchain evolution. We started basically somewhere in Bitcoin, or with Bitcoin, and after that basically with Ethereum. I'm not gonna go so much into details, but what I would like to highlight in this slide is that the evolution basically of blockchain applications and infrastructure might be a little bit differentiated at the moment. So I would say that the direction of innovation goes a little bit into two directions. One is like something which is an infrastructure innovation, and the other one is something which is rather an application level innovation. So what do you mean? What do I mean by that? So it's like infrastructure innovation is something which is like, L1 scaling, L2 scaling, blockchain interoperability and stuff like that. They are very technical and very challenging, focusing on more transactions, faster transactions and stuff like that. But what's very important and very, very interesting, that there's kind of an application innovation. And basically application innovation might happen partly like independently from the infrastructure innovation. And I would expect that trend continues on a long run. So we can expect that like the certain part of application innovation will happen basically independently from the underlying infrastructure or from the underlying blockchain. We might as well say that these application innovations happening on a blockchain agonistic way. We are still not there, but that's kind of a trend, actually. That's kind of a long-running trend. So what do I mean by that? I mean, one part is basically tokenization. It's like, fungible, non-fungible tokens and stuff like that. So like NFT, and basically DeFi is kind of rather an application level innovation, which might on the long run basically run on any kind of infrastructure. This is not the case at the moment, but if you just consider NFT started basically with Ethereum, but at the moment I would say NFT is like a general concept that can be interpreted on almost on any kind of blockchain, and perhaps on a long run it will be interpreted even on like perhaps even on banking infrastructures as well. I know it sounds crazy, but that might come. So that's somehow the evolution. And again, it goes like two directions, I would say. One is basically the infrastructure, and another one is the application level innovation. So what is decentralized finance? It's just, I just switch a little bit like topic, but not exactly, that's gonna be a new topic. So decentralized finance is basically, I would say, kind of rather application innovation. What it does, it's basically financial-like services built on different distributed ledgers. So I would say, so yeah, is there any question? If not, then would you be so kind to unmute the microphone?
And Daniel, you're set as host, so you can mute people as needed.
Let's move on to.
Okay. So if I say financial or financial-like services, so I mean, I don't want to go very much into the details, like if cryptocurrency is money or not money, or if like a DeFi protocol is a financial service, or strictly speaking, it's not a financial service but something different. But I would say, I mean, the idea and the target is to have like financial services that exist at the moment, like with banks and other financial institutes, and it's practically a blockchain. So what do I mean by that? If we copy them on the blockchain, there are like two fundamental elements. One is the backend, and the second one is the front end. So on the backend terms, blockchain means everything is running with smart contracts. Everything is fully decentralized. I mean, not everything is fully decentralized, but especially the core logic, the core financial services are decentralized with smart contracts. That have certainly some implications. So like, I mean, if it's fully decentralized, it's a service basically running throughout the world. It's just more difficult to get, a legal entity behind who's running, more difficult to repair bugs and so on and exploitations. But nevertheless, that's the idea, that full backend logic of a so-called DeFi financial service is running basically with the help of smart contracts, fully decentralized. And there's another part of that, of DeFi, that's the front-end part. Front-end looks that way. Front-end is usually non-custodial, which means people using like cryptocurrency wallets. They transact with the networks with that wallets. and they just storing their own keys. We can say that cryptocurrency wallets, these are sometimes not just cryptocurrency wallets, but we can say something more like identity wallets. Nevertheless, the idea is that's kind of a web-free user experience, what we're having. Web-free user experience means something that if you just want to somehow transact or use that kind of a decentralized financial services, what you need to do is to generate your keys, get some cryptocurrencies or token perhaps, and then transact with the network. And they are just non-custodial solutions. Non-custodial solution means you are fully responsible for your keys. If you lose your keys, you practically use either your money or your tokens or practically your access to this decentralized financial service. And the other part is if your keys are stolen, then practically your money, your tokens, your cryptocurrency, or your access for these decentralized financial services are stolen. I'm sure everybody just already saw like MetaMask. So like one way of using such web-free user experience with a decentralized service, financial service, is just use MetaMask. So that's DeFi from a conceptual point of view. Again, we got one backend and one front end. Backend is fully decentralized, running on smart contracts, and front end is non-custodial. And what we try to do is just build kind of a classical financial services in terms of decentralized solutions. So going a little bit into the details, what we can take a look is the so-called layered blockchain application architecture, and that focuses pretty much on DeFi. So such layered solutions make always easy just to distinguish and improve basic quality of the service. Unfortunately, I mean, the full blockchain and DeFi space is pretty much in the early stage, but later on, I mean, we might really expect some layered solutions. It's like, like the TCP/IP protocol is basically built up in a layered sense, and so on and so on. So I would expect that we will see like more such layered solutions. So if you just take a look on the DeFi layers, we got like five important layers. I would say actually 3 from them are important, and one of them which is really considered as DeFi, but nevertheless we can consider all as DeFi basically. On the bottom, we see practically the settlement layer. Settlement layer is pretty simple. I mean, not simple, but settlement layer does. Settlement actually executes transactions. So that's all what the settlement layer does. It's not so simple, of course, from a technical point of view, but from an abstractional point of view, all the above layers are based on a decentralized settlement layer, which practically executes transaction for you. And that's a lot of blockchain protocols that can be found basically here. The next layer is the asset layer. Asset layer is the whole tokenization, I would say. So at the moment, it's just pretty simple. We got like fungible and non-fungible and perhaps some hybrid tokens. But if you just go a little bit more into the details, then we might as well find a big variety of further tokens as well. And there might be like future innovation and improvement as well. What's important is that it's not the case at the moment, but on the long run, I would expect that asset layer is pretty much defined independently from the settlement layer. So that would be ideal. If we, in the long run, we got like a fungible token, then we could define fungible token totally independently of the exact or from the exact settlement layer. That's not the case at the moment because the whole field is very strongly influenced by Ethereum or Ethereum style networks. So like ERC20 is basically a fungible token standard initiated by Ethereum. But perhaps on the long run, I mean, the field will be really further developed to cover this layered architecture. So that's second layer. And the third layer, which is usually regarded as classical DeFi. That's the protocol layer of this stack. And we got here like exchanges, I mean, especially decentralized exchanges. We find here like decentralized lending protocols, decentralized derivatives, asset management, all the yield farming, and even sometimes like decentralized insurance protocols, and so on and so on and so on. But I would say this is just a layer of the full world, which is pretty important and very much, I mean, evolving at the moment. But nevertheless, this is just one layer, which is, I mean, ideally that is built up on the asset layer and not directly on the settlement layer. It's again, I mean, the world is at the moment not so hierarchical, but I would expect on the long run that we can just define a decentralized exchange just based on a tokenization asset set, without worrying about what is exactly the settlement layer. Then we get the application layer. Application layer is the user interface. It's very important. Nevertheless, I would say people are just getting used to using like web-free user experience. I mean, just 5 years ago, everybody just wanted to say like classical banking user interface for such protocols, but that's not the case at the moment. Nevertheless, it's a very important layer. And on top, we got something as aggregation layer. Aggregation layer aggregates practically different solutions, different solutions. So I'm just stopping here for a second if you have like very short questions. Otherwise, what we're gonna do, I will have a couple of slides on each of these layers. Most of the slides are from the protocol layers, of course. And what we're gonna do, we just take a look on these layers one by one. Again, focusing mostly on the innovation part of the whole DeFi stack, and not on the regulation or on the market development side. So on a settlement layer, just checking if there's just like chat or something, but I'm not going to go very much deep into the settlement layer. I have just three slides, because as we mentioned, I mean, DeFi is mostly not interpreted on the settlement layer. But what's important that this whole decentralized finance DeFi stack practically pushed forward a lot of like infrastructure level or settlement level innovations as well. And they just worth mentioning. They are highly complex and highly developed partly, and perhaps they would exist without like decentralized finance as well. But I think it's important to mention these innovations as well in the DeFi stack. So if we speak about settlement, settlement executes a transaction. This can be like a cryptocurrency transaction. I send from A to B money or cryptocurrency, or this can be a smart contract call as well. The major idea of decentralized settlement, the first one is like layer one scaling. In layer one scaling, you got practically the blockchain having like nodes, transactions, public, private keys, mining, validation, smart contracts, and stuff like that. And what L1 scaling does, it tries to give something, or it tries to improve something on the performance side. So like usually better consensus algorithm, faster transactions, faster transaction settlement, more transaction per second, technically with like sharding or multi-chain or high performance, and so on and so on and so on. So that's all layer one scaling. But it's happening actually without DeFi as well. The things which are more related to DeFi, I would say they are the layer two solutions. In layer two solutions, what's happening, you just bring some transaction out of your chain. And there are many ways of doing it. One is that you get something which is a state channel, which is a channel but not a blockchain, and you just bring transactions off-chain, not offline, but off-chain, and you send these transactions somehow off-chain, and then sometimes you go back to the original chain and make some anchor or finalization transactions. These are like the Lightning Network and Raiden protocols, for instance. Another important concept of layer two solutions are rollups. Here you bring transactions again off chain, and usually you do either you execute a lot of transactions together or a lot of calculations together. There are two ways of doing it, or two big directions. One is the optimistic rollup. Here, practically the execution is based on a human factors, on a tokenized incentive. And there's the more important or more exciting like ZK rollups. Here, practically, you got cryptographic guarantee in terms of zero knowledge proofs that your transactions executed off chain are really correct and deliver the correct result. Of course, the correct result will be written back into the blockchain. And the third solution of layer 2 solutions, or third element, that are side chains. These are just sub blockchains anchored back to the main chain. So like couple of like Polygon chains are basically sub blockchains under Ethereum, or that having some anchor positions in Ethereum. And there's a third thing which is very exciting in terms of settlement. That's interoperability. On the one hand, as blockchain interoperability. On the other hand, as working together with something else which is not blockchain. And I must say, I mean these settlement side platforms are very important part of DeFi. So like the first one is like decentralized platforms. If you just need some external data out of your blockchain, you need to have some Oracle in a possible trustless way, which is not so easy to realize. But there are some protocols like Provable and Chainlink, and like Oracle platforms are used practically almost in every second DeFi protocol. So that's an important part. Then technically we get some cross-chain protocols as well. I mean, cross-chain tries to integrate like two chains. So not just Oracle. Oracle might not integrate two chains, can be realized in a way as well. Cross-chain really is something which is happening between two chains. Technically, you have something as atomic cross-chain swaps or cross-chain tokens. What's most typical from a non-technical point of view are cross-chain bridges. They usually connect two chains, and then they usually do almost in a user-friendly way. I mean, of course, we speak of Web3 users, but anyway, it's getting to be user-friendly. And of course, we have something as general purpose interoperability platforms as well. Sometimes they are just called as layer zero. It's like Cosmos, Polkadot, or in Hyperledger, that's practically Hyperledger Cactus. So these are the settlement level innovations. Again, if I just switch back to our most important side, this is our settlement layer. And the next one is the token layer, or the asset layer. So let me just take a look at the tokenization part. Yeah, just don't go very much into the details. But I hope despite it is understandable. Speaking in details about these things, I mean, each slide might, would require like a day or more than a day. So let's see the next layer. The next layer is tokenization. So very fast, basically, I mean, token is something that is not defined absolutely specifically. It is something which is like a poker chip, a big piece of jeton or poker chip, which is running on a blockchain. And what's important that the ownership of this token is basically realized by public key cryptography and by the blockchain itself. And if I say ownership, I don't mean like legal ownership. This is like a physical or a cryptographical ownership, basically. And this is a pretty wild, pretty broad interpretation. So poker chips can be like, you can imagine as like different colors, different size, different amounts, different supply, different characteristics, and so on and so on. So there can be a really big variety of different such poker chips and such tokens. Again, what blockchain does, blockchain basically realizes with cryptography first basically the transferring of these protocols and the exchanging of these protocols, and practically the cryptographic ownership of these protocols, and the implementation, of course, usually with smart contracts. Sometimes there are just exceptions. For instance, most platforms have something as native tokens, and basically native tokens are not realized by smart contracts. So this is tokens. What's more important, how do we use these tokens? Is there any question?
Sí, el Consejo de Mallorca.
So I'm not quite sure if there are any questions, but if not, I would just continue. So it is most important basically in tokens, how you use these tokens, or in which fields do you use these tokens. And these are like token types and token categories, what we can consider. These are the classical types. So we can have like fungible, non-fungible, or hybrid token types. In fungible token, one token is exactly the same as another one. It is fully exchangeable or interchangeable with another one. It's like if you consider like money, one 10-euro note to be exactly the same one as like another one. Or if you just consider like if we tokenize water, 1 liter of water should be actually the same as another liter of water. So that's like fungible. We get like non-fungible tokens, that's called NFT as well. In NFT, practically each token is totally different from another one. So they are not interchangeable, not exchangeable with each other. Classical example, if you just like to tokenize basically art, fine art, so like Mona Lisa and Picasso, you can imagine that both these arts or paintings are practically represented by an NFT token, and where Mona Lisa is surely not the same as Picasso. They are just two different things, so they are represented by two different NFTs. And we got some hybrid tokens as well. So like one is kind of basically hybrid token if you have like several classes of fungible tokens, but the classes are basically not interchangeable with each other. So like one example, if you just have a role-playing game, and in your role-playing game you have like swords and shields, and you get like 1,000 swords and 1,000 shields, and then basically your 1,000 swords are fungible. So one sword is exactly the same as another one, but like one sword is not exchangeable, not interchangeable with a shield. So they represent like an NFT token category or something. So these are the major token types. There are some more interesting innovation as well. Like you have like a composable NFT, or you have like token standards even for security tokens as well, and so on and so on. So let me just cover these 3 slides, and I would just stop and then take a look if there's question, or if I just should mute a couple of microphones. So another characterization is how we use these tokens. And basically, I would just say token categories. We can cover here. Like, I just use these token categories. We might as well use some other categories as well. There are different categories in the literature. Sorry, let me just. Okay. So one category is basically cryptocurrency. In cryptocurrency, we use like a token for payment. It's like Bitcoin. Practically, it's like a quasi money. It's like Litecoin. It's like Monero and Dash. The major purpose of these platforms is to provide a decentralized payment solution. Then we got some platform tokens. Platform tokens are basically represent the major economic incentive of an open blockchain platform. So if you just consider like Ether in Ethereum, that's responsible for operating and connecting your platform in an economical point of view. So practically, people just paying transaction fee, and the transaction fee is collected by miners or long run validators. So it means that the system is up and running from an economical point of view. Then we got something as utility tokens. I mean, and utility tokens from practical point of view, it's again, there's some discussion like which is utility tokens and which is not utility tokens, but it's mostly legal. From a practical point of view, a utility token is something similar to a platform token. It provides like the basic economical incentive and working mechanism of a decentralized application, for instance. So like, for instance, in Filecoin, if you consider Filecoin, there's like people are providing storage, and there are people wanting to store something on that storage. And then the supply and demand are connected with a coin with an economical incentive, and that's Filecoin, for instance. Then what's very good or very innovative thing is like governance tokens. It looks that way. So these decentralized applications or DeFi protocols are not fully decentralized usually. Usually there are like higher privileges who can do something. And there are many ways of doing such a things. One way of doing is such a things that you can just have some privileged user or administrator or stuff like that. But it's not very much decentralized. So what's happening instead is that basically, if you want to just fine-tune part of your protocol, then that should be basically a community or based on a community voting, community acceptance. And then the easiest way is to get such a community voting, such a community acceptance is via governance tokens. So governance token holders can practically vote for changing part of your decentralized applications. Then we got some security tokens. Security tokens, that's rather a legal term, meaning like financial security. So if you just tokenize like bonds, for instance, or stock, that's gonna be like security token for sure. And otherwise, stuffs like that, which are very similar to that things can be regarded as securities as well. Now we got some tokens representing natural resources, like Earth token, for instance. There are like initiative for representing and trading with like carbon and carbon credit. That's getting to be interesting at the moment. And last but not least, we got like two categories. One is like crypto collectibles, like NFTs. They are just like tokenized baseball cards or like crypto kitties or Decentraland or parts of your metaverse is basically which is considered as collectible or NFT. And the last category is stable cryptocurrencies or stable crypto asset. Here we got practically something which should be pegged to an external asset, like most typical. We got a stable cryptocurrency which is pegged to US dollar. So just referring back to this slide, we just covered the asset layer, tokenization layer, and I would just continue with the protocol layer, which is probably the most exciting one. But I would just stop for 1 minute if there's like some short questions, or if something doesn't work, or if my screen is not visible, or anything. Yeah, so you will get the so the session is recorded. It is published on YouTube, and then you will get the slides as well.
May I ask a question?
Let me just yeah, sure. So, is there any question then? Yeah, please just go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
My question is about, what is the main difference of private blockchain based on a tokenized, incentive mechanism and hyperledger fabric, something like this. Because I think there is many similarity between private blockchain that we are using a token as an incentive and hyperledger. I would like to know what is the main difference of those two platforms.
Yeah. So basically, Hyperledger Fabric is a settlement layer technology, which is a so-called consortium blockchain platform. And then it already provides some tokenization possibilities. So you can define like ERC20 and ERC21 and perhaps even basically ERC1155 tokens as well. So basically, Hyperledger Fabric is practically a settlement layer technology, providing a consortium blockchain platform, and there's already some support in terms of assets and tokenization. Did I answer your question?
Yes. Actually, I wanted to know what is the main difference that one preferred to go to the private blockchain using some tokens or maybe on Ethereum, and some of them go to the Hyperledger, technology.
Yeah. So let me put it that way. Hyperledger is basically rather an umbrella organization for incubating many different blockchain platforms. So it's not just one platform, but it's a Linux Foundation initiatives, open source initiative. So anybody having like blockchain ideas, platforms can practically contribute. And there are many platforms and technologies in Hyperledger, and one is Hyperledger Fabric. But Hyperledger Fabric is not the only one. So you find other Hyperledger technologies or initiatives as well. Most of them practically focus on a consortium level. Consortium level means that your network is running among different companies practically. So their usage is pretty limited in terms of that companies and the users of that companies. So that means that up to this point, DeFi was not so populated, I would say, in Hyperledger. But I hope this gonna be changing practically even on a short run as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I didn't succeed to answer it fully, then I would propose let me just bring to the end, and then we can just discuss it further if you like.
Yes. Thank you so much for your information. I appreciate it.
So let me just continue. And again, this one is getting exciting. So basically, as we saw in the last layer, we got tokens. Basically, we got tokens for everything. Sorry. So what's very interesting and what's a very core item of DeFi, that's exchange. So basically, most of the core logic of your DeFi protocol starts with exchanging one token to another one. I mean, you can imagine as the world is practically represented by different tokens, core idea is just to exchange one token to another one. So for this, one of the most important part of decentralized finance, these are the exchanges, more specifically the decentralized exchanges. So what's an exchange in terms of DeFi or in terms of cryptocurrency? So an exchange changes one token to another one on a certain exchange rate practically. That's what an exchange does. So the idea is that basically exchanges aggregate like supply and demand in a concentrated, formalized and controlled way, and then they provide better liquidity as well. If we speak about like non-cryptocurrency exchanges, then it usually worth mentioning that they provide like customer protection as well. This is not the case in DeFi or with cryptocurrency exchanges, or not so much the case. So they are partly a little bit like uncontrolled, unregulated. So which means customer protection is usually doesn't play a very high role basically. What you get in exchange, you get practically orders. So usually you have something as a buy order. It's a saying that I want to buy an asset for a given price. And again, so in cryptocurrency exchanges, this price is not USD, for instance, as most typical in any other blockchain or any other exchanges, but it's the other token practically. And you got something as sell orders. So you sell an asset for a given price, and again, price is the other token practically. And there might be some other orders as well, like spot trading, which is just get me a price that you have and exchange my token in a sense, and we get some limit orders as well. So classical exchanges are working on order book matching basis. Order book matching is something similar that you see on the right side. You get these buy orders and sell orders, and they are just matched. So practically, if I want to sell 100 token for 100 other token, and somebody wants to buy 100 token that I'm selling for 100 price, then these two buy and sell orders can be matched, and it can be executed practically in a very simple, way. So basically, this is the basis of most, or something similar. Again, it's a very simplified version. Something similar is the basis for most of the exchanges. We got an order book, matching algorithm, and then basically there are just buy and sell orders that are matched together. So most of the centralized crypto exchanges work with practically order book matching. And there are initiatives as well having order book matching in terms of decentralized service. And if we speak about DEX, DEX, that's practically means that's a decentralized exchange. And so let me just go to the next slides. And the point is basically that the problem is that such order book matching is difficult to realize basically on the blockchain. It is because of the scaling problems. It is just difficult to handle, to store a big amount of order book on chain, and it is difficult as well to do this matching, this order book matching algorithm. So like most of the initial like decentralized exchange implementation failed due to scalability problems. So again, the transaction per second, transaction time, then for instance in Ethereum, you get the gas and you get the transaction fee as well, which might be high as well. There are, despite like decentralized exchange initiatives, they are usually like hybrid solutions. So usually what you do, you bring somehow this order book matching algorithm off chain, but you keep the settlement on chain. That's generally the idea. It was like the 0x protocol does something similar. You have like different aggregated off-chain order books, and the settlement itself. I mean, the settlement means here not the settlement layer of the DeFi platform, but really exchanging the two token ownership practically. So this settlement layer is on chain practically. And then there are other ideas as well. It's like doing the order book matching practically in the blockchain protocol itself. But I mean, I would say that the success of such solutions are limited a little bit at the moment. So what's a very interesting and innovative approach, that's the so-called liquidity-based pool decentralized exchange. So liquidity pool decentralized exchange looks that way as you see it below. It looks that way. You get like free roles. First, basically, you get a liquidity provider. Liquidity provider provides you a pair of token, and this pair of token is stored in a liquidity pool. So like saying, I provide liquidity for Ethereum Bitcoin pair, and this Ethereum Bitcoin pair will be practically stored in a liquidity pool. I can't provide directly Bitcoin like on the Ethereum network, but what I can do like wrap Bitcoin. So I can provide, I don't know, I just give like 100 token in Ethereum and 100 token in wrap Bitcoin. And that's as a liquidity provider, I just lock it in this liquidity pool. And for locking that amount in, I will just financially compensate it. So I will get some transaction fees and stuff like that. So practically the key element of a liquidity pool-based decentralized exchange is the liquidity pool itself, which stores pair of tokens. And what the trader does, the trader practically transacts with this liquidity pool. So if I want to sell Ether for Bitcoin, or if I want to buy Ether for Bitcoin, these orders are basically delegated to the liquidity pool, and basically the liquidity pool serves these elements. So there's no order book and there's no order book matching. There's just one liquidity pool, and then there's a liquidity provider, of course, which practically locks some amount of money, some liquidity in. So basically, the traders can be served, basically. What's an important idea as well? So in like an order book-based exchange, the price of an asset is derived by the order book matching. So if I just go back 2 slides, so this is like somewhere the price where the buy and sell orders can be satisfied and settled. But basically, in a liquidity pool-based decentralized exchange, there's no such a thing. There's no order book. So the price is calculated in an automated way by the liquidity pool. I mean, more specifically, liquidity pool is a smart contract, and you get some more smart contracts as well, like providing other functionalities like deriving the price. And then this automatic price algorithm is called AMM, which is automated market making. And again, what's important, this full scheme is on-chain, and it works even with like low scalability blockchain settlement layers as well. So like with Ethereum. So that's the idea of a liquidity pool-based decentralized exchange. And it was pretty much hyped basically in the last 2 years, for instance. So this is like, again, in liquidity pool-based decentralized exchange, you get like several electors dividing tokens and token pairs for different benefits, like commission or liquidity mining tokens. You get the liquidity pool, which are smart contracts containing token pairs or more complex tokens, perhaps. And the pricing algorithm is realized by a so-called AMM, which means an algorithm. It's called an AMM, automated market making, or market maker as well. And that's a DEX. That's a liquidity. So the decentralized exchange is the liquidity pool and some other smart contracts, practically deriving price and giving like further functionality. And trader is anybody who wants to trade with your DEX. Anybody wants to trade with your DEX practically trades with your smart contracts or with the smart contracts. So let me just, not quite sure if I find it, but let me just try to find it. If my browser works. This is like, so like Uniswap is a classical example, just to show something in real life. So this is like Uniswap. I hope my screen changed basically, but this is like a Uniswap app. What I'm having here basically is a very simple user interface. I need to connect with my MetaMask. In MetaMask, what I'm having is basically like, this is like ring buy. This is like test Ether, what I'm having here. And the only thing what I can do for the first run is swap token. So basically, if I say I want to swap 0.1 Ether, then there's a possibility to check another asset that I want to practically exchange to. So let me say just maker. And what's happening here, there's a fetching price, which works in a way that it compares all my pairs of tokens, and everything is on a blockchain practically, and it gives me the best changing price basically for my 0.1 Ether token. So that's all. If I want to provide liquidity, there's like a pool field as well. So if I can just practically select the token pair, and I can just put in this token pair as liquidity, and I might as well compensate it with some extra tokens for that. So that's the idea of a decentralized, of a liquidity pool-based decentralized exchange. Just one slide, and just very briefly. So AMM stands for automated market making, and from a financial point of view, it's just not so perfect or optimal as an order book-based exchange. It's because so there's a slippage. Slippage is the kind of a deviation from a price that you buy from the optimal price, I would say. And it looks that way, that this slippage depends heavily on how many tokens, how many you have practically in your smart contract, and the amount that you want to trade. So like if you're having like I don't know, like 2,000 Bitcoin in your liquidity pool and 20,000 Ether, and you just want to trade like 1 Ether to 0.2 Bitcoin, then it means that the amount basically is pretty smaller. Your traded amount is pretty smaller than the full liquidity of the liquidity pool. So that means you get a pretty good slippage. But if you make a trade which exploits like 20 or 30% of the liquidity pool, then the slippage, that's practically the changing rate, can be very, very bad and very, very far from optimal. So they are not perfect in this sense, and that's practically an interesting like investigation and research how such an AMM automated market making algorithm can be realized in a way that it is like more optimal. So that's the X, that's the X, that's decentralized exchange. Another interesting concept is stable cryptocurrency. Again, decentralized exchanges are, it's just a bigger topic, but covering everything would take like days. So let me just take a look in a couple of slides. Another interesting, that's again a protocol level decentralized finance innovation, and that's stable cryptocurrency. So the idea of stable cryptocurrencies is that we want to practically keep the price of a token stable or pegged to an external asset. So like we want to have like a dollar which worth $1, but it's basically kind of crypto token basically. And then there are 3 ways of realizing a stable cryptocurrency. There's the so-called fiat money collateral-based schemes. There are the crypto collateral-based schemes, and there are the so-called algorithmic stable coins. And so sometimes they don't work, like especially the algorithmic stable coins fail sometimes. But they are interesting concepts nevertheless. One thing that's worth mentioning, so if we just speak about like DeFi protocols or like stable cryptocurrencies, what you get here is basically a complex system. And then some of your system or some parts of the system are secured basically by cryptography. So if you have like, a signature with your signing key, that's practically cryptography. Then you get something which is like a consensus mechanism. It's again something different, but especially if we speak about the peg, so this 1-to-1 ratio between your stable cryptocurrency and your underlying assets. So with US dollar or something similar, it's important to know that this peg is usually not cryptographical. This is like a market, or this is like an economic guarantee, which might work, which might doesn't work, but it's important that it's not so strong than like a cryptographic guarantee. So let's see these schemes one by one. So the first idea is the fiat-backed cryptocurrency. It looks that way. That's like Tether. You get the bank. That's an institution. If you just send $1 to that bank, then such Tether once such token is issued. And if you just want to change back one such token, you just burn that token and basically you got back your money from the bank. It's important to note that here your peg, so this one by one ratio is secured by an institutional guarantee. So there's practically a bank, if I'm not mistaken, in Singapore, storing practically your money or storing the money which is behind the protocol, and then so it's practically a counterparty risk as any kind of such counterparty risk. That's an institutional guarantee that every issued Tether has like $1 behind. Then we got some other scheme that's a so-called crypto collateral-based stable cryptocurrency. It looks that way. That's more complicated. So what I'm having here, these schemes are based on collateralized debt, CDP, collateralized debt position, or CDO, collateralized debt obligation. I'm not quite sure which one is which. But anyway, the idea is that you have to put down a collateral that's Ether usually, and then based on that collateral, there's one like stable dollar practically which is issued, and basically it means that these schemes are over collateralized, so you have to put in or lock more Ether than you get in dollar, and you are somehow compensated for or motivated or incentivized for doing that. And basically it looks that way, that this collateral is monitored in terms of the underlying asset of the US dollar, and if there's a collateral ratio which is too small, then practically this position will be liquidated. So it means that in each and every situation there's more. It is guaranteed and it is visible on the blockchain. It can be verified on the blockchain. Then you get just more collateral locked in Ether that than US dollar or tokenized US dollar practically issued in terms of Tether. Tether is the official. So that's somehow the idea of a collateral-based stable cryptocurrency. And we got the third one. These are the algorithmic or fully algorithmic stable cryptocurrencies. It works that way that in such stable cryptocurrencies there's no collateral, so you don't lock practically in Ether, or you don't have something which is like a fiat money on a bank account. Instead, what you do, you just try to play with the supply and demand of the certain stable cryptocurrency. So if there's like a big demand, for instance, for your stable cryptocurrency, you issue more tokens in an algorithmic way. And then if there's declining demand for your cryptocurrency, you burn somehow indirectly such tokens. So like increasing your token supply is easy. Of course, decreasing the token supply is always like more difficult. There's like two major items or ideas. One is the rebase model, which is based on market decreasing your token supply, and you got the rebase model is fully algorithmic, and there's the so-called seniorage model, which is based on like market conditions. There's usually another token which is like kind of an investment or seniorage token, and that must be both. And buying that token, your stable cryptocurrency amount will be decreased practically. Anyway, I'm not going very much into the details. What's important to note, so I mean these schemes can be analyzed, of course, very much with a lot of science. But let me just take a look. I mean, how they just work. So if you just take a look on Tether, we can see that it pretty much manages like the $1 US dollar. There were recently one crash. It was a flash crash that was probably at the collapse of Terra. and it influenced Tether as well indirectly, but nevertheless, I mean, it works pretty well. Then we can take a look. So no, that's DAI. So let's take a look. Let's take a look with DAI first. That's DAI. That's a crypto collateral based stable cryptocurrency. It manages pretty well containing the peg actually with $1. So that looks pretty well. And again, so the bad example probably you might heard about, that's like Terra Luna. That's a fully algorithmic stablecoin. And then unfortunately it collapsed due to several reasons. It was like a seigniorage-based fully algorithmic stablecoin. And then in certain market conditions, it just didn't manage to maintain the peg. And again, so it's important that, like, I mean, you get tokens. These tokens are running on the blockchain. So you get the cryptographic guarantee, and you get the guarantee of the decentralized protocols as well, of the decentralized consensus. But the peg itself, I mean, this one-by-one changing rate was maintained, or is something which is an economic condition. And then even if you have like, so even if you can guarantee that you have your token in a cryptographic way, maintaining a peg and giving such an economic guarantee is something which is more complicated and more complex. Okay, so this is like a negative example. So let me have just a couple of more, and I just have like 4 more slides. I will be fast, probably, or I do my best, so we can have some discussion at the end. So there are some other further interesting DeFi protocols. So for instance, one big topic is decentralized lending. There are like 2 big ways of decentralized lending, and I just mentioned like 2 perhaps important ways of decentralized lending. So the first idea of decentralized lending is having something as a collateralized debt position, and this is again something which is over collateralized. So like if I just want to have like, I don't know, 100 Ether, then I need to provide a collateral which is like 150 Ether in another token basically. There are some incentive mechanism why it is a good thing for me to do it, but basically again, so this over collateralization basically guarantees that in each and every moment there's more collateral in your full scheme than the loan itself, so practically everything can be paid back. Then there are mechanisms as well, like interest rates or interest for supplying or for lending the tokens. And the classical example is like ETH protocol. I'm not quite sure if I can pronounce it, but anyway, this is it. Again, it works similarly as basically as we basically see. So we got like MetaMask, and then you can just practically communicate with the protocol in a fully decentralized way. So you can put in your supply, which is your collateral. You even get some percentage of tokens or API for your collateral, and you can basically borrow assets, and it depends on how many collateral you have. Again, you have something which is an over collateralized position. Another very interesting concept, and this is something which can't be found, like for instance in classical finance, that's the so-called flash loan. Flash loan is practically you can get the loan without any collateral or without any guarantee or without anything. But the point is this loan must be repaid in one transaction. So you can practically get as big loan as you want, but just for one transaction. And the transaction guarantees that basically if you don't pay back your loan, then the transaction fails. So it works that way as you just didn't start the transaction, you didn't get that loan. So your transaction guarantees the consistency, your guarantees that you must repay your loan basically. It's interesting. It's usually like you get it for 12 seconds, but you can get like a couple of millions of dollars for 12 seconds without just providing any collateral or anything. Again, that's a transactional guarantee for repayment. It's typical like doing such things or use cases with that, like you can do like a collateral swap, or most typically it is used for like arbitrage. And there are just two interesting things which are still not typical, but yeah, perhaps coming on the long run. So one idea is like the under collateralized loan. So you get more loan that you provide. And the problem is with that, there's a high risk for defaulting. So for not paying back for your loan. And the reason is for that basically your full DeFi Web3 ecosystem is pseudonym, based on pseudonym accounts. So for the first round, nobody knows who's behind one transaction or who's behind one account. So basically, if you get like more loan than collateral, I mean, yeah, people just might just run away with the with the profit and that's all. So what's like in the experimentation, there are like special purpose loans. Special purpose loans, you don't get your Ether fully, so you can't do anything with your like loans, but your loan is somehow logged in a smart contract, and there are just special things that you can do with it. That's one direction, for instance. And then another interesting idea is like using NFT as collateral. So up to this point, if I say collateral, I mean usually like locking Ether or locking Bitcoin practically in your smart contracts. But so one innovative idea is just using NFT as a collateral. The problem is, of course, it's pretty difficult to value your NFT. So it's, I mean, having a valuation, how much it exactly worth is difficult. Then we got a very interesting other direction, that's decentralized derivative. So basically, derivative is an asset that derives its value from the performance of another asset. We usually call it as underlying entity or underlying asset. This can be basically a blockchain or non-blockchain asset, index, and so on. So classical derivatives are forwards, futures, and options. And there are platforms providing you services for forwards, futures, and options. They usually suffer a little bit from the same problems as like an order book-based exchange on the blockchain. So it's just difficult to realize them in an efficient way, and then difficult to get enough liquidity into the protocol. But there are like two pretty blockchain-specific ways of realizing like decentralized derivatives. One is the so-called synthetic assets. That's like synthetics protocol. And synthetic protocols works that way that you get, it works like DAI, like MakerDAO, like the collateral-based algorithmic stablecoin. You get something which is a collateral that you have to lock in your smart contract. And then practically there's gonna be a new token issued, which reflects something which is an underlying asset, and that underlying asset is monitored by an external oracle. So just as basically as DAI and US dollar, but basically here your underlying asset can be anything. So it can be like a complex index of anything. It can be even a token or price feed of some totally external and non-blockchain tokens as well. And of course, it works that way as well. There's usually an over-collateralization ratio, and if it gets like too small, then your position will be and then there's like, for instance, synthetics. There's even a synthetics exchange as well, which works in a pretty efficient way for some reasons. And just one more thing, which is usually regarded as decentralized derivative, we get something as wrapped tokens. So like if you want to provide one token on the blockchain, like you want to have Bitcoin on Ethereum, then we have wrapped token that work that way, that you lock somehow your token in one chain, and there's gonna be a wrapped Bitcoin or a wrapped token issued in another chain. So it's a big topic, like decentralized derivatives. And actually, there are many more such big topics like the classical ones: liquidity mining, yield farming. They are strategies for getting more tokens, more cryptocurrencies, and so on and so on. And then there's way for decentralized insurance, for instance, in terms of like insuring your DeFi protocols and somehow defaulting like risk. And I get my last slide. So again, we covered pretty much up to this protocol layer. And as I mentioned, the application and aggregation layers are not so well developed at the moment, but they are coming. So basically, in the future, there might be like bigger focus on them. So I get just one slide on the application and aggregation layer. Presentation and aggregation layer. So presentation layer is the user interface. For the first one, it's like Web3 user interface. But what's like more typical, we get like specialized DeFi dashboards. So for instance, you can imagine if you just, this is like just, for instance, kind of a DeFi dashboard. So if you just use these DeFi protocols very, very extensively, you can imagine that basically maintaining all of your 1,000 DeFi protocols or tokens or anything, any parameters can be complex. So for this reason, there are providers trying to give you basically solutions, having a good overview on different DeFi things. So like here you get like an overview on DeFi, NFTs and DAO protocols, and you can have some swap and bridge and so on and so on. So these solutions can be really helpful, and then they might come on the long run more frequently. And what is aggregation? At least, or last but not least, aggregations are basically protocols that work on a top level of your DeFi stack. So somewhere here, that's the aggregation layer. And the idea is basically that aggregation try to combine several different DeFi protocols, not just from the application layer or presentation layer, but from the protocol layer directly. So one typical example is like this first or 1 inch or first inch. It looks that way. That's basically an exchange, a similar token exchange than that we saw basically previously. But the underlying idea that it doesn't have like order book or kind of liquidity pools, but it integrates a lot of other different exchanges. And what's happening here, I just can't connect because perhaps it's working just with the live Ethereum and I'm on by. But anyway, so what's happening here that if I just want to swap a token, I get the price from like 60 different further exchanges. And then basically, if I just say exchange here, then it delegates practically further my call or my exchange to the best exchange, to the best decentralized exchange that is integrated here. So that's a pretty interesting aggregation level protocol. So I would say that's it. I just managed to finish. So I hope you didn't get bored. And I would say now I'm ready, and I will try to answer all of the questions that might come in. So I would say, let me just take a look on the chat. In the meantime, you can just stop me if you have any question right now. But what I'm gonna do is that I'm just reading the chat. I'm just browsing it, and I will try to find technical questions or questions that I can basically answer. So that's hello everybody at the end. So there's gonna be recording on YouTube. You can find on Hyperledger Foundation YouTube channel, and then the slides will be available as well. So yeah, so just I don't know, just go ahead and ask your questions.
If I may, Daniel, it's Miles.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. You're
Okay.
welcome.
Yes, I'd raise my hand there. Yes, just a quick one. I'd asked a number of questions, but the one kind of top of my mind is Notaros protocol versus Hyperledger. So I'm ramping up on the space and I'm just trying to understand pros and cons differences. Are you familiar with Notaros vis-a-vis Hyperledger? And can you give a quick overview?
I'm not quite sure if I know the protocol.
It's such a rapidly expanding field. Every week there's something new. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So anybody just wants to have a question, just go ahead, unmute yourself and ask. The meantime, I'm just browsing the questions and then just try to pick up which is like.
May I?
Yeah, there are like many. So the point is basically, so DeFi is pretty much booming, I would say, and there are many solutions, many like ideas, and a lot of innovation. I don't know all of these innovations, honestly. I just know the major categories and some like some specific I mean protocols, and I would say so. These protocols that I showed you are pretty much on a basic level. So I would say, like, I mean, these are the old-fashioned protocols, if I dare say it. I'm sure there's gonna be new ones practically on a daily basis. Like somebody mentioned here, Radix or Radix DLT. I saw them once actually. It's an innovative platform just for DeFi applications as well. So I just see Flare networks. I've never heard of it, but I'm sure it's great. So how to start a career in DeFi? That's a very good question. Basically, I mostly do like programming. I mean, just Solidity smart contract, but or sometimes teaching. Yeah, decentralized, Cardano, decentralized. Yeah, so the PDF will be available as well. Tokenization, I think. Yeah, probably my voice was. Again, I'm just checking the chat. So if you have some questions live, just please feel free to unmute yourself and then just ask the questions. Anyways, just
I would like to appreciate your presentation. It was great, and thank you so much. I have a question regarding the incentive mechanism.
Yeah.
For incentive mechanism, let me say my video is not working. Okay. For incentive mechanism, we know that in DeFi we need to design a token or using the tokens or the currencies that already deployed on the blockchain, for example, Ethereum or Bitcoin. But the main question is there any other incentive mechanism to create blockchain efficiently? Because in some cases there are a lot of fluctuations on the token market, and actually in some cases there is no resources that support the token. So I would like to know if there is anything that can change the incentive mechanism in blockchain in the future. For example, if you want to use it in blockchain in supply chain or other areas, or maybe DeFi system, can we use any other incentive mechanism? Because we all use token or tokenize the incentive mechanism. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, incentive mechanism is a big topic. And the innovative part here is to use like tokens. I mean, you can have the classical incentive mechanism as well. So like one incentive, I mean, one way of incentive is that, you know, I mean, if anybody does anything with the network, you just pay them in fiat. That's one classical incentive mechanism. Another classical incentive mechanism is like gamification. In gamification, you don't pay for anybody anything. It's just, you know, I mean, they just get some points or some badges or something, which are tokens for the first one, and they just like to do something or contribute something. So these are the two classical ways of incentive mechanism. But the point is actually, and that's I think the one of the most innovative part of blockchain, that in blockchain protocols, these fields are combined basically. So it means you can get token as incentive, and then it's a question is what's this token for? And there are many ideas. So like if you have like a decentralized liquidity pool based decentralized exchange, you just set up some liquidity. You might as well say, hey, you get some transaction fee in like Ether or Bitcoin. So it's almost as you get like money for your contribution. The other way is saying is like we don't give you like a tradable token, but what we give you is like a badge. You know, I mean, you're the hero of the protocol. It can be done again with a token, for instance, that can be like a non-tradable NFT token, and you can get this. You know, after a year of contribution, you can get like the hero of the protocol badge. It's more like a gamification direction. And what's perhaps interesting, you can have like something between the two. So a lot of protocol has like, you know, I mean, or have like liquidity mining or yield farming solutions. So they just provide the token rewarding people without even saying what this token good for or what you can do with this token. And people just contribute. I mean, it's again. So in gamification, you don't get rewarded explicitly by money, but by something else. So it works as well, and people just having like tokens without even having the possibility to exchange them. But basically, I mean, some of these incentive solutions go further. So they might issue some tokens for the first round, but as a second round, these tokens might have some meaning, and it can happen that these tokens can be traded basically, and as soon as they can be traded as well, there's a huge usage of the token. So practically, if there's a liquidity as well, then people will eventually probably just exchange for money. But again, I mean that's the spectrum. I would say one side of the spectrum is like giving something which is a cryptocurrency, which is almost as money. The second one is like giving a non-tradable NFT, which works as a badge and works for the same reasons as gamification. And between these two edges of the spectrum, you can have anything. So any combination, any idea can be used. Which one works better? I have no idea. But I mean, the technology provides all the possibilities.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Just my last question. About the future of regularization, about DeFi. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't really answer like regulation questions. It's like, for instance, so I'm not a legal guy. I have a lot of technical and some economical background, but I don't have like legal background. I think like I saw like the MIC regulation from the European Commission. It's like a couple of months ago. The guys were still not in like NFT, so there was no like NFT basically in the proposition. And in the meantime, there are some ideas that, you know, I mean, all of the non-custodial wallets should be actually registered, which makes the whole DeFi space impossible, and so on and so on. So I don't know. Regulation is very difficult, and I'm not an expert in that. I would say that I mean even if the regulation will be pretty negative, these innovative ideas will survive somehow, even if not exactly one by one or not such with such platforms that you see. But I mean, considering to the key ideas is not a waste of time.
Thank you.
Daniel.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Daniel.
Hi.
Yeah. So I have a quick question on crypto backed by fiat, right? So in the case of like the stable coin itself being burned, does that mean like the reserve or the amount that is stored in the bank accounts will also need to be reduced? And how do currency like Tether maintain its pegging by fiat? Maybe can you share a little bit on that? Thank you.
So I don't know the exactly details of, but the idea is the following. So and then you have like two directions. One, you want to exchange $1 to one Tether, for instance, or USDT, if I'm not mistaken. But you want to exchange $1 to one token. That means, I mean, in a very easy way. Again, it's not what Tether does one by one explicitly, but the scheme is the following: you want to exchange $1 to one token, then you pay this $1 to the bank, and on the token, on the blockchain, one token is issued. That's one way of exchanging. The other way of exchanging, if you want to exchange back, it means that basically you just burn, or not burn, but like burning can be done in a way that you transfer this token to a specific address that belongs to the bank, and on that address, that token will be burned. And as soon as the bank gets your token back from you and it's burned by the bank, then practically your $1 will be transferred back to your account. So that's the original idea of the scheme. Of course, it's like a little bit like complicated by Tether, but I'm not quite sure if I can summarize more in details at the moment.
Hi, Daniel.
Thank you.
As a follow-up to this question, how long does the typical mint and redeem process take? In other words, how long does it take to convert a fiat to a stable coin and back with a typical anchor, typical stablecoin provider? It's not instant, I presume, right? But is it a day or is it an hour? What's the
Yeah. So I'm not like cryptocurrency trader, as I mentioned. I'm a software architect, programming on blockchain. So what I did, like I bought like stable cryptocurrency from Bitcoin ATM. There are a couple of Bitcoin ATMs like around me. They have like Bitcoin, Ether, USDT. If I'm not mistaken, even DAI as well. So it's with a Bitcoin ATM, it's pretty simple. I just pay the money and practically I get back the token. So that's all. But I mean, I can imagine if you want to like trade $1 million, it might take more time.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. So the first one being, Hyperledger Fabric has a couple of different service offerings, right? So is there any in particular that you would recommend looking more into specifically for DeFi? That's number one. And number two is, I personally, and maybe I just haven't dug deep enough, but I personally haven't seen anything like an example of something built on Hyperledger Fabric. So I've written a couple, some chain code in Hyperledger Fabric, and I'm able to execute those chain codes to do what they need to do. But I haven't seen any examples of, like, let's say you create a token using chain code on Hyperledger Fabric. Is there any examples that you know of that show how a user could use a wallet to actually purchase that token? Like, I haven't seen anything on Hyperledger Fabric, and I'm sure it exists, but where a wallet is incorporated so that a user can make a purchase on chain through a wallet.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean it's a little bit difficult topic, this DeFi in Hyperledger, because so one of the mainstream application, Hyperledger Fabric, is not really meant for DeFi, or not at the moment. If we speak about Hyperledger Fabric, I mean Fabric itself, that's a consortium blockchain on the settlement layer, and the main idea is you don't use end user wallets in Hyperledger Fabric. What you use is institutional wallets. So basically, your nodes are running at different companies, and then basically companies having keys and transacting with the network. That was the original idea of Hyperledger Fabric. I think perhaps in the latest version you can do already something which might be similar to an end user wallet. But the original idea was with Fabric not to use end user wallets, but using institutional wallets basically, or something similar. And so again, Fabric is mostly the settlement, and there's already something on a tokenization level. I've never seen anything on the protocol level. So I've never seen Fabric exchange or lendings or derivatives or anything. There's some tokenization. If we just take a look on Fabric samples, just give me a second. That's Fabric samples. And then you can find here tokens already. That's ERC 721 20 1155. So these are the basic tokens. And one other thing that you find in Hyperledger for sure that I know, I think there's a Hyperledger lab, which is kind of I think it's kind of an abstract tokenization framework. I'm not quite sure if I find it, but there's an initiative in which you can define probably this one. This is a Hyperledger Fabric token SDK. You can define tokens in an abstract way. They are running only on Fabric for the first round, but you can define these tokens with several privacy guarantees, or perhaps even with several ways of executing, and so on and so on. So I would say Hyperledger is pretty much at the settlement, and there are some initiative in the asset layers. I don't know anything above, and Hyperledger at the moment is mostly on consortium ledgers. So I don't know real DeFi initiatives, but again, it might change in the future. So these are the two things. I'm just writing in the chat. So this is token SDK, and this is Fabric samples. Okay. So let me just cover a little bit more questions. I'm just browsing the chat, but if you have any questions, I'm just feel free to unmute yourself and then just ask. I
have one question related to Ethereum 2.0. So with the Ethereum 2.0 and the beacon chain going to release, and the upgrades are almost there. So what impact do you see in the DeFi, and what changes do you foresee in the architecture you shared today?
Yeah, so good question. So what I expect basically from Ethereum 2.0 is that's gonna be for the first on a settlement layer change. So as I know, anything which is running at the moment on Ethereum will be running on Ethereum in the future as well. What we could expect is that Ethereum will be scaled a little bit more. So it means there might be a possibility to run like something more on a protocol level. on a long run. So on a short run, I would say everything should be running on Ethereum, and then perhaps, one of the blocker for these protocol layer elements implementing on Ethereum was that Ethereum was not so fast, or not fast enough. Not scaled enough, or didn't have like enough transactions per second. What I would expect that this blocker will not be just disappear, but this blocker will be smaller. So perhaps in the future there might be more and more like further protocol layer innovations, even on the Ethereum network, which are still did not implemented due to these scalability reasons. So that's what I would expect from Ethereum 2.0.
Thank you.
So let me just browsing if you have like more questions. And there's a question if there's scholarship at Hyperledger. As far as I know, there's something as a university, perhaps even scholarship, but it doesn't mean like money. It means like sharing information and providing something. There's surely something which is a Hyperledger University program, but I would say probably David can answer it better.
Yeah, I was just dropping a link in the chat. There is an annual paid mentorship program. So if you want to get some support, and both in the financial sense as well as just the learning sense, the mentorship program pairs you with somebody in the community involved in the project who will help you get up to speed on using and contributing to that project. So just be aware if that's something you're interested in. That takes place, again, it takes place every year, and the applications open up early next year. So if you look at that link on the wiki that I just dropped, we're wrapping up this year's mentorship program right now, but next year we'll run a new one, and people are certainly encouraged to apply for that.
There's one question at the end almost, which might be interesting, and yeah, it's the question of CBDC, which might seem to be actually exactly the opposite direction to DeFi. And then it's the open question what CBDC can do with DeFi, if there's a possibility at all. And then I would say, these two words are going to two separate directions at the moment. So, the central banks can say like no for DeFi for the first one. DeFi is still a little bit like a cryptocurrency or like a crypto anarchist word, so they don't like central bankers. But there are already some brainstorming as well that combine these two things. And then one idea is that like use CBDC instead of stable cryptocurrencies. So instead of stable tokens or stable cryptocurrencies, one again, it's a very innovative idea, so it's not a mainstream idea, but one idea would be use CBDC, because as you see, like the Terra USD crash, these stable cryptocurrencies might not be stable enough. That can actually bring down a whole segment, which is not so much practical. So if you use CBDC instead, the full DeFi space would be more stable and probably more regulated. So it can be actually a point of regulation as well. That's one very innovative way of brainstorming on the CBDC and DeFi combination. The second very innovative way is metaverse. If we say like metaverse, we don't usually mean just by the virtual reality stuff, but what we usually mean is that metaverse should be based on a very, very extensive tokenization and even DeFi. So an open question is what should be actually the payment in metaverse? And it's probably not credit card payment, but kind of a tokenized fiat money perhaps. And that might be again CBDC as well. So again, these are two different words at the moment, but there are some interesting points how they can be combined. So I think basically I finished pretty much the questions in the chat. So if you have any further question, then let me just know. Let me just go ahead and ask the question. If there's no more question, then basically I would like to thank you very much for your attention. It was taking a little bit longer than I expected, but it is usually the case if I present the topic first time. So again, thank you very much for the attention, and then yeah, just see you next time.
Thanks, Daniel. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Daniel. Have a great day. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Daniel. All
Thank
the
you
best.
so much, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. Thanks. Thanks, Daniel.
All right. So welcome, everyone. Few items that I have to go through for our regular meetings. One is the Hyperledger Code of Conduct, which means that you basically have to behave on these calls. Even when you disagree with people, please try to be polite. Do not interrupt people unless they are holding forth for a long time. And please attribute your ideas if it is coming from the outside, or if you are give credit to people and allow time for everyone to talk. That is the Hyperledger Code of Conduct. The second thing is and of course, it goes without saying that everyone is welcome here. The second thing is the Hyperledger, no, it's actually the Linux Foundation antitrust policy. We have to abide by that, which means that we do not engage in any anti-competitive behavior. And that is, these are the only two requirements for participating in this call. You do not have to be a member of Hyperledger or anything like that. It's a completely open call with those two caveats. So before we go into our main event, I want to ask Kirti to do a short presentation on the insurance subgroup, and he will talk about that. And the second thing is Mani will say something about our ongoing efforts in CBDC, and then we go directly to Baxter Hines, who is the chief information officer, chief
investment officer.
Huh? What was
Chief
investment officer of Honeycomb Digital Investments. And he has written a book which will be coming out soon on John Wiley. It's going to be very interesting because it talks about digital finance and how things are going to be shaken up with the security tokens, which can include any variety of digital twins of real world assets. Well, as real as it gets. Anyway, so Kirti, please.
Thanks, Vipin. Just to give you a brief, the Hyperledger Insurance Subgroup, the idea came about because we're trying to solve some capital requirements problems in the Lloyd's market. So Lloyd's is a predominant market, which is an insurance market, which is based out of London. And it's got a unique subscription model structure, and it caters to specialty insurance. When we decided to do this insurance subgroup, we felt that there were a lot of synergies with what capital markets special interest group is doing. And I thought I could possibly take some of the best practices from there and try and use some of those in solving bigger problems which are associated with data in the Lloyd's market before we venture into DLT and other technologies to solve bigger problems. So recently we kind of looked at two simple structures which are associated with first steps of venturing into distributed ledger technologies. And this is where we talk about things like structured data standards, and a bit of parametric analysis to kind of build smart, I would say, contract documentation that kind of integrates and binds all the ledgers which exist within the Lloyd's value chain. So we kind of came up with a very innovative structure. It's still work in progress. We have a long way to go. So I just want to share a couple of screens and talk about what we are trying to do. So Vipin, can I share my screen? Do I have the permission to?
I think you should.
Okay, great.
It's at the bottom of the screen. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Just
you know, we were talking about that one screener that you showed me about the contracts and the payments.
Was it this one?
No, the other one which had the market laid out with the two, you know, one was the contracts getting securitized. I mean, because it naturally flows into the naturally flows into the next presentation that Baxter is about to give.
Okay, perfect. So so we're talking about the tokenization of a risk contract, and this is where we talk about bringing quite a few of the life cycle events together, where I talk about, sorry about this, where I talk about how we are trying to use tokenization to solve some of the problems within the Lloyd's market. So here in the simple diagram, we talk about the journey a risk contract generally takes. A risk contract is facilitated by multiple syndicates. Syndicates are people who take like a fraction of the risk. What we're trying to do here is that you can see we're trying to build like a blockchain, a permission blockchain, which is in the corner, which is literally a set of people working together who are trying to solve problems which are related to payments, capital adequacy, anything to do with accounting and settlement and endorsements and claims. So we're trying to kind of solve some of these bigger issues which are associated with the Lloyd's market. And when it comes to payments, we are talking about how we could use cross-ledger settlements when it comes to, we're looking at a customer input process output supplier view. That view simply focuses on looking at two ends of the chain and trying to do cross settlements of payments, premium payments, versus how we kind of show the capital adequacy and the availability of capital for solvency. So these are some of the unique problems that we're trying to solve as a part of the insurance subgroup. I'll put a better structure to it next time. So Vipin, I can't find that slide, unfortunately.
It's okay. Let's wrap it up. The main thing is Kirti is starting this group, and there are a bunch of people from Lloyd's who are already on the meeting page. So they are wanting to create this group and go forward with this effort inside the capital markets special interest group. The next person who I wanted to ask was Mani to say something about our current efforts in the CBDC, which is coming, of course, from the other side, from the payment side. So Baxter understands, that both sides have to be there for a market, a security token infrastructure, and a payments infrastructure. They have to come together, and that is the key to making this happen. So, it's Money. Do you want to say anything, or should I just ask Baxter to go ahead?
No, just want to give a quick update, to the general group, in the sense that we did an initial presentation of our white paper. I think it's last month. Subsequently, is the work we did under the Hyperledger, which is the eThaler project. We did give a presentation to the DCGI, which is the Digital Currency Group, a couple of weeks ago. Again, that's a smaller part of the overall effort we are undertaking on the CBDC white paper and the corresponding work that goes with it. The purpose of this call, the purpose of why I brought it up is to see if there's anyone has any inputs or comments on the white paper. And then separately, we also given this to WSBA. Currently, the white paper is being given to only, let's say, call the friendly groups. We haven't issued it to the wider circulation yet. We just want to see within our own groups to see if there's anyone has any specific comments. We also intend to give a short presentation on WSBA. I think Ron is there on the line as well. So, hopefully.
He's got his hand lifted.
Always happy to help. Thank you. Thank you, Manny. Yeah, we absolutely do have the white paper. I've gone through it with some comments, and I have colleagues doing likewise. Absolutely looking forward to that being presented to the Wall Street Blockchain Alliance membership. So thank you very much.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to bring it up. If anyone's got comment, you can email us, or you can directly give your comments on the Hyperledger page. So that's all, just a short announcement, and we will keep continuing working with our fine-tuning the paper and based upon inputs.
And here is the author of Digital Finance, Baxter Hines himself.
Well, thank you so very much. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm planning on talking for about 30 minutes and leaving a lot of time open for questions at the end. Just from hearing the last two discussions, it sounds like the audience is very much in tune with some of the topics that I'm planning to speak about. So I won't get into extreme details because I don't want to bore you and get into stuff that you already know. But again, it's an honor to be able to speak to your group today, and I want to thank Vipin for helping to arrange this, and also thank him for being a thought leader in this space. I think he's put out some incredible articles that have been easy for the overall community that's interested in this space to explore and to be able to ponder the topics that he's written about. So definitely want to give him a shout out for that. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. I believe everybody has gotten a copy of the presentation, or maybe Vipin, you're going to send that out afterwards. But this slide, I'm just going to be going through the slide deck as I speak, and planning on leaving plenty of time for questions at the end. Just a little bit about me and how I got into this space. I come from the traditional asset management side. For the last 12 years, I was a portfolio manager for a company called Allianz, which is the largest insurance company in Europe. I was a member of a team here in Dallas. I was one of 6 portfolio managers. We oversaw about $45 billion of assets. We were long only equity managers. We bought dividend paying stocks for our clients, which included institutions like endowments or foundations. We managed several mutual funds, as well as some separately managed accounts for high net worth individuals. So that's what I did really for the last 12 years. I realized through some of my studies in cryptocurrencies that the underlying technology behind Bitcoin and other mechanisms like Ethereum was going to be revolutionary to the financial industry and was going to allow for a much better, faster, cheaper way of doing business. And it was going to start having huge impacts on real world assets like stocks, bonds, private assets, and the like. And so I wanted to learn as much as I could. I also, earlier in my career, had worked for Reuters in the financial information business. And so I understood both the, how the business on the asset management side was run, as well as understood a lot of the technical aspects of how the back office was all put together. So that's a little bit about me. I also, as Vipin had mentioned, have a book coming out next month. John Wiley and Sons will be publishing it, and it's going to be released in retail channels throughout the world. The book is called Digital Finance, Security Tokens, and Unlocking the Real Potential of Blockchain. The reason I wrote it was because I felt that many people who knew about blockchain really focused more on crypto. They were confused about a lot of the topics and the ideas in this new and exciting technology. And so I wanted to partner with a large publisher like John Wiley and Sons to really create something that would create a clear and concise framework about how to think about investments in the digital space. And the goal here was really to help readers uncover how blockchain and distributed ledger technology were going to disrupt the financial industry in a non-technical way. That would and in a way that was very easy for people to understand. So I decided to really focus more on the benefits of the technology rather than getting into sort of the nitty-gritty and really getting down into the weeds, letting people really understand why this was going to benefit them and how it would affect their job. I would say it's more about letting someone learn about an automobile behind the wheel and how to get from point A to point B rather than getting up under the hood. That's probably the best analogy in which I can explain it. So I covered things like cryptocurrency, the digital currencies, the CBDCs, stable coins, but the meat of the book is about security tokens and how they are going to start to impact these real world assets in a very positive way and create all kinds of new opportunities for investment. So in the book, I go into a lot more depth on several of the topics that I was going to touch upon today. Again, the book is available on pre-order on Amazon and will be in bookstores on November 17th. So with that, let me just jump into the main part of the discussion today on blockchain and its disruptive effects on the financial industry. The first thing I want to just say is this: there's no investment advice here. All of this is for educational purposes only. I've got some slides in the appendix in particular that discuss all of those disclaimers. There's also some more information on me, the contents of this presentation, and some additional slides if you're interested in getting in touch later on. So in this presentation, my objective is really to talk more specifically about how the tokenization of assets is going to affect and alter the way that we issue, manage, and trade our securities, and really to get into what is unfolding, why it's important, and how this technological advancement is going to have widespread ramifications for real-world assets. Okay, so I'm going to head here to slide 5. What's really exciting to me is that this whole new technology of blockchain is really having incredible effects on connecting projects with the capital that they need. It sounds like you all are fairly up to speed on tokenization from the last two people that spoke on this call. You know, I really think of security tokens as a digital representation of real ownership in an asset. You know, one token is equivalent to one share of an asset or one bond in a specific fixed income issue. It's really all else equal, just as simple as that. And so we're seeing the digitization of securities. It's set to be a global mega trend that's soon going to be one of the biggest business opportunities worldwide. So we feel like everyone in the financial industry will need to have a broad comprehension of how the technology works, what it can affect, and what the consequences are going to be for business. And I believe truly that most people who are in the financial industry, they're aware of Bitcoin, they're aware of other cryptocurrencies, but they are totally oblivious to the far greater potentials of blockchain. And so since we are in the early innings of a large secular opportunity to embrace blockchain technology and bridge both the traditional and digital worlds, we need to have ways in which to educate the broader population on why they need to continue to adopt this technology. And just as we saw in the late 1990s, when investors started moving to web-based platforms to obtain better and more up-to-date news flow or to obtain cheaper trade executions, we're going to start seeing similar types of moves towards blockchain-based solution. That's my honest belief. Just because, again, the benefits of the technology itself are really going to be what sells this product. You're delivering much better functionality, scalability, and overall performance if we can get buy-in and start utilizing the right types of technologies to solve these problems. And what's really great about this is that our current financial system is fairly antiquated, especially when it comes to private assets and other more exotic types of investment opportunities. And so this mechanism is going to really provide a lot of efficiencies and will cut out a lot of costs and frictions that will just create a much better overall financial system. So one of the things that I have here on this slide are just some of the asset classes that I believe will be affected first in the tokenization of assets. And again, earlier in the call, we had alluded to payments. That's a whole nother sort of branch of how we're seeing it unfold. We do think, as Vipin said, you've got to have both payments and security tokens in place in order for the ecosystem to work at its fullest. So, we're looking at those kind of separately, but then again, in the big scheme of things, you've got to have everything there to work. So, one thing that I often mention to people about security tokens and how they are different from cryptocurrencies, one of the first things that I mentioned is that these are regulated financial instruments. But what's different about a security token from a traditional paper-based certificate that represents something real is that you have the speed and agility of the blockchain in which you can move things around. And so inherently they become more tradable and easier to move because of these additional features, and they have so many fewer frictions. And what's great about this is that almost anything of value, whether it be real estate, commodities, art, intellectual property, it can be used and as a backing for a security token. So it's extremely exciting that you can create these security tokens and embed in them all kinds of automated world-class investor protections, regulatory compliance, and consumer servicing procedures. And those plethora of benefits are really going to drive down costs, they're going to enhance flexibility, and they're going to open up all kinds of new business models and revenue streams for companies and endeavors throughout the world. So I have here on slide 6 a very interesting case study that was just created and issued earlier in the year. The Brooklyn Nets point guard, Spencer Dinwiddie, is a really avid technology fan, and he is really infatuated with the whole blockchain technology. He decided that he wanted to issue bonds based on his creditworthiness on the blockchain. He has a $13.5 million a year, 3-year contract with the Nets. He's using that basically as his, his creditworthiness. The contract itself is not what's backing the bond, but given that these are guaranteed contracts from an NBA franchise, he's a very creditworthy type of issuer, and he's going to pay the investors a 5% type of yield. Now, what's exciting about this blockchain opportunity to Spencer and to the overall investment community is that, number one, this is a kind of endeavor that most investors would not be able to easily get access to. With interest rates around the world being very low, and with all the volatility in the stock market, people are looking for new kinds of alternative places in which to put their money. And 5% interest rate from a NBA player is not a bad type of alternative in this kind of market today. Also, for Spencer, he wants to eventually start his own fan engagement type of trading platform on the blockchain. This was a good way for him to get started and to do a proof case. And also, Spencer, his primary job is to play basketball for the Brooklyn Nets. He doesn't want to be worried about all the compliance mechanisms that are required, and the responsibilities of those bonds are put on the issuer, i.e. him. He wants to have an automated system that can take care of all of that for him. So, like, for example, I'm an investor in some of these bonds. If I were to want to sell those bonds before the lockup date, so I'm required to hold them for a year. If I tried to sell them to someone else in a paper-based system, I could probably do that. But if a regulator were to find that out, it would be on Spencer, not only on me for violating the terms, but Spencer Dinwiddie, could find himself into trouble. The blockchain is going to eliminate some of that risk for Spencer. It's going to prevent me or whoever else owns these bonds from selling them before the appropriate time. And it's also going to make sure that if we do sell them at a later date, that we sell them to appropriate people who have been properly vetted from a compliance standpoint. They are not money laundering. They are, we appropriately know who our customers are, so to speak, KYC. All that can be automated by the blockchain. And then also, it's very easy to have a custodian, in this case Paxos Trust, maintain all the tokens and disperse all of the appropriate payments to investors through stable coins. So that's this is just one case study to me that shows the creativity element that can be applied to blockchain, and can also just shows the potential, and it's a given use case of how this is now something that's currently being offered to investors, and is proving that the blockchain technology is something that can work for issuing these specific types of securities. So other elements of that blockchain can help out on, we've talked about payments earlier in the call. We think that's a very interesting kind of way for blockchain to lower costs and the like. I won't go into too much detail because it sounds like this group is fairly well versed in that. But another simple idea that has been tokenized and is could fall into the store of value bucket here on slide 7. The Perth Mint in Australia, they just issued security tokens that are backed by gold. So Perth in Western Australia is really a center for the mining industry. There in Western Australia, a lot of gold comes out of the ground, and the first place it goes is to Perth to be refined. And so for many, many years, the city of Perth has had vaults of gold where they've stored gold for various investors. And now what the Perth Mint has done is said, look, we'll put the gold in our vaults. We'll issue these tokens. Anyone in the world can buy them so long as they are properly KYC'd, AML. These buyers are legally compliant. We're willing to take their gold, hold their gold, and allow them to trade that gold on the blockchain in a very easy 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week fashion. So you're seeing all of these new innovative projects coming out that are, again, showing the general population that this technology is for real, that it's something that is here to stay, and it's something that can impact their daily lives. And so I think, you know, as these sort of innovative types of issues come out, more and more projects will want to come in off of the sidelines. I've had many conversations over the last several months with custodians, with exchanges, or what are called ATS, alternative trading systems. These are platforms to trade assets, and I keep hearing that there are more and more issuers that are looking to use this technology to get to the end investors, and they're very excited about not only being able, again, to utilize the technology to create this better, faster, cheaper way of obtaining capital, but they're also just very excited about the number of investors that they can potentially reach out to. So just a quick visualization of how these assets get tokenized. You can see here on the left side of the screen, really any financial or real asset. You take those assets, you provide the title of those assets, you get them legally structured in a way where the title can be moved around easily. You give them over to a tokenization platform, and then that platform will put them on the blockchain and issue those tokens to the appropriate investors. It's a fairly simple concept, all in all. And again, it's something that is getting to be very, very widespread, and we think there's going to be many, many years of growth in this space. Another thing that is very exciting to me about this security token opportunity is the ability to utilize smart contracts. I just, again, from the first two conversations that we had on the call, I assume most people here are familiar with this concept. So I won't go into the details of how they work, but what is really interesting is that, again, you can take a given set of rules, predetermined types of contractual terms, put that into code, and then have the blockchain itself enforce those types of rules and transfer value according to what unfolds with it over a given span of time. One of the more interesting and easy to understand examples that I will tell to people is in the insurance space. There was a very innovative product that AXA, the French insurance giant, put out. It was called Fizzy. It was flight insurance. Basically, the way it worked was, let's assume that you were going to go to Las Vegas sometime next month for a conference. You had a certain schedule. You were expecting to get to Las Vegas at a certain time because of the arrangements of your flight ticket. And basically, if you were not going to get there by a certain time, there was a potential that you would have a monetary loss, or there would be a loss of your time, effort, and energy if you couldn't make meetings because your flight was delayed. What Fizzy allowed you to do was to go in and buy insurance on your flight contract. You would go in to a website, you'd put in your flight details, you would be quoted a certain premium, and you would pay it. And then after that, everything was put into the blockchain, and the blockchain itself would look at the flight schedule that you were supposed to have. And if you landed in your destination city more than 2 hours after the scheduled time, the blockchain would go ahead and pay you value for that loss that you incurred. What I think is really great about that is that the onerous is not on the claimant of the insurance contract. The onus is on the blockchain to automate everything. So if you wreck your car, it's on you to go to the insurance company to provide documents proving your accident. You've got a hassle with insurance adjusters or with the company that's fixing your car. In the case of Fizzy and the flight insurance contract, everything's done on the blockchain. It's all automated. It takes out all kinds of time, effort, energy, and headache. And so I think that's really great in the financial industry, that you can relieve a lot of that uncertainty. So the benefits of the smart contracts are very evident. Again, I won't go into too much detail. I'll assume most of this audience knows why this is so beneficial. but again, very exciting as we continue to develop this space. And then overall, just the advantage of digital securities, to me, I keep using that phrase, better, faster, cheaper. Not only are we going to see reductions in costs, time, effort, and energy, but there's also going to be the optionality for liquidity because these securities are going to be put on the digital rails. They're going to be placed on the blockchain, and they're going to be easier to issue, transfer, and track over time. And so that will create all kinds of new liquidity. The reason I think that is exciting, especially given my equity background, is because over the last several decades, the number of companies that are listing their securities on exchanges has been dropping. For a variety of reasons, companies have decided to stay private for longer periods of time and not to go onto exchanges. Actually, in my last job, I worked with a team that ran the largest small cap stock fund in the country. And I had so many conversations over the years with the manager about how his universe of potential stocks was just getting smaller and smaller and smaller over the years. And what's a shame about that is that if you look back over the last, let's say, 75 years or so, small cap stocks have been one of the biggest and best ways for the average investor to accumulate wealth. Let's just take the example of when Microsoft went public in 1986, they had a market cap of somewhere around $250 million. Today, it's a trillion plus type market cap opportunity, and hundreds of millions of people around the world have participated in the wealth creation that company has incurred. If you look at some of the unicorn investments today, some of the hot new companies that have come up over the last few years, really the people that have gotten rich are not the people who invested in the company post-IPO. They're the people who invested in it pre-IPO. And so there is the potential for this security token innovation to really change that and to allow smaller investors, more of a retail audience, to participate in these great new projects that entrepreneurs and corporations are creating. So I find that very enticing. What I also find very interesting is, again, with this option of liquidity, is that digital assets really can help unlock the potential for those opportunities and lower their costs of capital. So whenever you are looking at different assets and how they trade on the market, there's something called a liquidity premium or a liquidity discount in many cases. Basically, the more liquid an asset is, the cheaper it is for the issuer of that company to obtain that capital. So there's this continuum of liquidity in the market, and private investments are the least developed on this front, and therefore we think we'll see the biggest benefits from tokenization. If we can start seeing a more liquid type of market, and we can maybe discuss in the Q&A how that might work. So I don't know how much detail you want me to get into on this, but if we can start having private assets that have a ready exchange where there is the potential for liquidity, you could see the cost of capital falling in a massive way for some of these projects. And what that would do is allow for productive opportunities in the economy to get the money that they need to function and to grow. And so today we don't see that in a lot of cases, and a lot of really good opportunities are passed over because there are investors who need liquidity, who want to be able to have the chance to sell their securities at some point in the near future. But because they can't, they just totally overlook the space and throw it out altogether. So big opportunities here to the financial markets by adding liquidity. So, in kind of conclusion, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but we really believe we're in the early stages of this digital revolution based on blockchain technology. We think there are all kinds of signs of growing adoption. We think there is more regulatory clarity that's coming into the picture. And what's really exciting to me also is that the infrastructure to deliver this product from start to finish is getting created by some of the best minds in both Silicon Valley and Wall Street. And so as we continue to see that happen, there will be more and more good use cases and more proof statements, so to speak, where common investors, institutional investors will get more comfortable in utilizing this technology. So let me just stop there and see if we have any questions.
Please don't hesitate, guys.
Hey, Vipin, it's Ron. Baxter, thanks for that. And you and I both share Thomson Reuters history. It'd be great to catch up at some.
Absolutely.
I do have two quick questions for you, and I agree with the hypothesis that you have with Honeycomb Digital around security tokens really being the true benefit ultimately of blockchain and how that evolves global markets and expands the asset base. I want to go back to the Spencer Dinwiddie example. One of the things that we talk about a lot, particularly with our legal colleagues, I think the Spencer offering was a Reg D offering.
That's correct, 506C.
Right, which I don't think was filed with exemption, which meant it was not for general solicitation and generally for I'll use the blanket phrase of accredited investors or high net worth.
That's exactly right. It was only for accredited investors.
And I think one of the concerns we're trying to understand is that will be a limitation on liquidity over time, and that the ultimate goal is that securitized assets be made to general market participants. What are your thoughts about that, and what are those challenges going forward?
Yeah, sure. So I think that there are different kinds of assets that can be restricted to certain types of investor bases. You've got different Reg A where crowdfunding can be the mechanism by which the promoter of the project raises capital. That is going to be more for general investors, or you have sort of these, again, Reg D investments where it's going to only be available to the general public. So the first thing that I would say is you are starting to see the SEC kind of rethink what it wants to do in terms of the whole accredited investor definition. They're thinking about lessening that in some ways. We're not there yet, but I do think that a lot of securities will start being issued by this Reg A and crowdfunding type of platforms here through the blockchain technology. So I think that's a big deal. I think also you will start seeing more institutional money coming into this space, which will create, again, all kinds of different liquidity. And then there are different jurisdictions around the world that will let you do different things with your tokens. I think that in the end, as we get more and more scale behind this industry, the cost of issuing these tokens will decrease, as will the risk. And so some of these smaller kinds of public companies and the like will be able to go to market. So I think there's going to be a wide array of different opportunities that retail investors can get involved in, and it's certainly going to be more than what they have available today.
Thank you, Baxter. And if I could just add one more question, Vipin, if you'll all permit me. Given the world a lot of us come from, Baxter, the idea of interoperability, which in many regards is a technical issue in the blockchain world, is also a product or a use case issue in global markets, right? You and I could buy IBM in one market, sell it in another by way of example for the most part. Mm-hmm. Are there challenges around interoperability between different platforms and different markets in security token offerings down the road? And like, what needs to happen to evolve that marketplace?
Yeah, no, that's definitely a great question. I mean, I think right now where these technologies are fairly dispersed, you've got it's still a relatively immature type of just total offering technologically. There's a lot of development that needs to be done, but I think over time you'll start to see more standards written. You'll have different protocols. You'll have different just, again, kind of cookie cutter type of of applications. Really, it will make it so that investors are more comfortable that if these tokens have those certain, again, standards embedded into them, that they'll be easier for them to move around.
Great, thank you, Baxter.
Anyone else? Don't be shy.
All right, I'll go with one more, Vipin, if I could.
Yes, I know that you're not shy.
Yeah, I know. He knows that too much about me, Baxter. One of the other challenges that I wouldn't call it a challenge is you did mention Paxos, and you mentioned broadly the topic of custodianship. A lot of the investment world that we all know are required to leverage qualified custodial organizations. What's the situation for qualified custodians in the security token offering world, and what are your thoughts about how that evolves in the future as well?
Sure. I mean, I feel like that segment of the market is moving at just warp speed. So when I started talking with my current business partner, Dave Moran, about starting this business, Honeycomb Digital, the first thing that came up was you can't even custody Bitcoin.
Right.
And we were talking to lawyers back in August of last year on this topic, and what they said was, well, there's just nothing. I mean, you can't. There's no one that can do this. Within about 3-4 months, they started custodying Bitcoin. Then a couple months later, it was Ethereum. Then it was a huge slew of all other kinds of assets. Now you've got custodians like BitGo that can custody any kind of ERC20 token. Now you've got to, as the holder of it, you may have to call them a few days before you buy it and say, hey, I'm looking to purchase this token. Here are the proper identifiers for it. Just make sure that you can put it in your vaults. They can handle that. There are custodians now that are looking to hold additional chains or tokens from other chains. I think that is coming. To me, if I think about custody, the hardest part about custody, obviously, is the regulatory part. But the other piece is, if you look at something like Bitcoin versus a security token, Bitcoin and these other cryptos, they're bearer assets. So if you lose those tokens, it's a big problem. That's a problem if you lose the security tokens, but since they're registered, it's much harder for those to be transferred, stolen. So as these custodians have kind of mastered the bearer assets, the cryptos, it becomes easier for them to handle the stuff that's not really bearer assets. So I think the heavy lifting in the custody world has been taken care of. Obviously, a lot more work that needs to be done, but at the same time, I think we're on a trajectory where, again, the really bright minds are tackling this problem, and so I think we're really getting up to speed quickly.
And I think the OCC commentary letter allowing for custodianship with OCC banks is really a turning point.
I think you're exactly right. The other project that I would mention, the DTCC, the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation, which handles a lot of most of the private assets and public, really all securities here in the United States. They have something called Project Whitney, where they are really looking into this space, knowing that this is a revolutionary technology in blockchain. They want to get on board with it, and they want to make sure that they have a solution when the time comes and the regulators are and the market is ready to move assets over onto the chain. They've got a solution to do it. So I think that's really great to see the market leader really investing a lot of time, effort, energy, and money into making this happen.
Yeah. Thank you, Baxter. Great presentation.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
So anyone else? Otherwise, I'm going to go. Guys, am I free to ask Baxter a couple of questions? I guess so.
I'll keep going if you let me, Vipin, but I'll step aside for you.
No, but you can go ahead, but I have just something that strikes at the root of these things. One is in terms of custodying Bitcoin, any kind of native asset, the only thing you really are talking about is a sort of trying to get the private key you know, um, uh, either in an omnibus wallet or in a personal wallet to custody that key and to make sure that that key can be either reclaimed by using some other means. Anyway, let's not go into the details, but the difference between that kind of asset and asset like Dimwity's contract backing a security token is the fact that that is a collateral that exists outside the chain. So now you get into a situation where if Dimwity, let's say, defaults on his payments, there is nothing, you know, what can be done in terms of the perfectibility of a claim against the basic asset, which is his contract, because that's what will determine this for everything that exists in the real world, which is tokenized, and that's the question that, you know, very difficult to answer for me anyway.
No, I think you're right. I think, you know, the security tokens are really only as good as the you know, the custodian or whoever is, you know, backing the asset. Will that entity, you know, provide that asset over to you if you know, the owner demands it? And like you said, if there's a smart contract or there's some kind of you know, a default, you know, has proper collateral been put up, and is it accessible to that custodian, or in the end to the eventual owner, the rightful owner of that asset? So no, I think those are questions that have to be settled. I mean, in some ways, it's not really that different to me than the system that we're already in.
Yes.
You know, so I think in terms of the efficiencies that you gain from, you know, quicker settlement, cheaper cost of transfer, all of those things, I mean, we would definitely be in a better place than we are today. You know, you know, I think that's, you know, the angle that I would approach it from.
Yeah. So that's one of the things that are problematic with this. So Money's got his hand up, so I'm going to let him speak about this. I mean, let him ask a question.
Yeah. Thanks, Baxter. It is a great presentation. What is your opinion from the buy side? Essentially, you represent the institutional side of things. We hear from the custodian, from the issuers. How does the investor, particularly from the capital market side of things, view this new opportunity?
Sure, I think like anything, there's a skeptical view that people have at first. I mean, you know, when I talk about blockchain and the, you know, the effects that it's going to have on the industry, the first thing that comes to most people's mind is, oh, you must be dealing in cryptocurrency. And I said, well, you know, that's a little bit of what we're doing, but really it's about these real world assets that are, you know, going on to the chain. And so what I would say, first of all, is most people at this stage in the game aren't even really educated on the, you know, again, that far greater potential of blockchain, this security token aspect. Their mind is still anchored in the, you know, the Bitcoins and the Ethereum, which they, even in that respect, they don't truly understand that well. So there's a lot of education that needs to be done in the space. You know, I have talked though with a ton of, you know, industry leaders, and they really get what's going on, and they, you know, it takes a little bit of time a lot of times for people to understand, but you know, kind of the light bulb goes off and they go, oh my gosh, I really get why we need to go down this path and how this opportunity is going to unfold. I think that there are definitely some early movers that are getting into the space in a big way. But I think that, you know, it's going to take time before institutions are going to really start to put money into the space. It's going to really be more of a grassroots effort to get adoption in the asset management space. And so, you know, it's just like anything. It's going to take time, but you know, there definitely are a lot of green shoots out there, and there are major, corporations that are putting a ton of money in it. I didn't share the slide during the presentation, but when Vipin distributes it to you, you can take a look. There are major corporations, whether it's, like see here, Santander, HSBC, all around the world, there are corporations that are wanting to establish a foothold in this space because, again, they can see the potential. They are usually very slow to announce what they're doing. One, because they want to make sure that everything is foolproof from A to Z, because they don't want a big headline splash of negative news if something goes wrong. So these big companies are taking a measured approach into how they're getting into it, but there is serious capital going behind it. And I can tell you that there are a lot of very prominent people in the industry that are on board and at least are starting to point themselves in a direction to start moving in a big way towards seeing this space be successful and be developed.
Ron, you still have your hands up?
I do. I have one more, Baxter. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I want to attack different a little bit. One of the things we spend a lot of time looking at is correlations, and there was this hypothesis for a long time that crypto assets and digital assets would be negatively correlated against the equity markets. It was great from a portfolio management and allocation perspective. We're starting to see some data that suggests they're a bit more correlated than not correlated. Do you have any insights on that or any thoughts?
I think that over time, they probably will become more correlated just because you're getting a bigger and bigger, investment base into Bitcoin. So it starts moving around differently. I think also as you start seeing more and more ways to invest into crypto, it's going to, affect, how money flows in and out. It'll become, an asset just like any other. And so that will probably increase correlations. In fact, I've actually got a slide on, kind of how those digital assets, and in this case, Bitcoin has worked over the years. I mean, yeah, the correlations were very low and could, from a portfolio management standpoint, really improve your risk return types of metrics by holding it. And despite all the volatility that it displays, just because of the way it moved around relative to some of these other holdings in a portfolio, it kind of smoothed out your ride over time. Again, as more and more people start getting involved in it, it will probably have a higher correlation with other assets, but I still think it's something that's very different from, again, whether it's stocks or bonds. It's different. It's global. It's also something that, the supply is fixed. So I think that there is that whole inflation hedge element to it that hasn't really had to be tested so far. We've been going through a period of, historically low inflation over the last decade. If inflation rates really start going out, and Bitcoin should have a real chance to prove itself, and that would, in theory, make it decouple in terms of its correlations with other assets.
Great, thank you, Baxter.
Yeah, and also interest rates would be another thing. Rates are extremely low, and so that's kind of made assets have a little bit different of a behavior than they would have in previous cycles.
Yep.
Looking for yield in the most unlikely places.
Exactly right.
Anyway, so I think we have come to the top of the hour. Yeah, Baxter. Yeah, I mean, we haven't even talked about DeFi. Maybe you should come back, in a month or so when DeFi would have, changed, transmogrified even further.
Lots of exciting stuff happening in that space. I mean, I think there's an incredible amount of potential. My worry is that, because it is unregulated, it is the Wild West, I'm hoping there are not going to be any kind of blowups that can attract kind of sensations, the Mt. Gox hacking. Yeah, right. I mean, oh gosh, you read these crazy stories almost every day about stuff that's going on in this space, but there are people that are making money. But then there are all kinds of questions about where the money's coming from and all that. I mean, it's like any new technology. When the internet first came around, I remember people would say, I can't believe you put your credit card on that thing and bought, whatever it was that you bought. I heard about a lady getting her credit card hacked, or you heard about, a dictator in Central Africa putting his money in a bank in Caribbean. I mean, they're same kind of stories then that are happening now. So it's just a kind of history not repeating itself, but showing similar patterns.
All right, it's been a delightful hour. Unless anybody else has stuff that they want to talk about, next week we are going to have Eugenio Reggiano talking about DCEP. And the latest news on DCEP, of course, can be picked up in Kiffmeister's Chronicles. As always, I monitor that every day.
Thanks for that plug.
Anyway, so, the whole point is that next week we are going to have Eugenio talk about DCEP, which seems to be going ahead full bore. And he lives in Shanghai, so he has a better view of this than most of us. Anyway, until next time, which is 2 weeks from now, it's been great. Thanks for showing up. And we keep on trucking.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
So hello, everybody. Thank you for attending today's webinar presented by Javier Campos on practical use cases of artificial intelligence in finance. Javier Campos, who we remind you, works at Experian as head of data labs for the UK, Ireland, and EMEA divisions. We would also like to thank him for his presence and for accepting to share his knowledge with as many people as possible. During this webinar, you will have the opportunity to ask your questions either in writing in the chat room or by activating your microphone at the very end of the presentation when I will announce the Q&A time. This event is finally expected to last 1 hour. Throughout the presentation, please be careful to mute your microphones and not disturb the speaker. Behavior that interferes with the smooth running of the webinar will result in exclusion from the event. Now that everything has been said, I'll leave the floor to you, Javier, and good webinar to all.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. As the introduction, my name is Javier Campos. I'm the head of the data labs for Experian UK and EMEA. I'll introduce very briefly what Experian is, so you understand what we do and why we have this all this experience. Then I will go into definition of artificial intelligence, why it's actually very important, and you will see a couple of very important points. Then I will continue to just focus on a couple of use cases we've been working. So the data labs in Experian, they've been running for 11 years. They were launched back in 2010. So they many projects we have done, but just gonna focus on 2 or 3 projects, and at the end I will try to leave about 10 minutes or so for questions in case someone wants to ask. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. I also included a couple of slides about going into a career in artificial intelligence for those that might be interested. Okay, so I'll start going very quickly. So Experian, as I said, some of you might or might not be familiar depending on the country where we are, but effectively we are a data company. So we help both companies and consumers to make financial decisions about a number of decisions by providing data. And as you can see, depending on the country that you live, you will see us in all this space. So we of the most countries we have, we do what is called the Bureau of Credit, which is a register of every consumer in a given country, for example, the UK, Spain, the US, we actually hold a record of every consumer, the credit score. So the way we do that is we receive information from all the banks in the country quite regularly every month. And then we compile all the data and then we create a score, which actually tells what is the probability you will pay back if you get a loan. So that the key information. But as you can see, we also have quite a lot of provide data and software to companies to do insurance, in online shopping. We also have a lot of fraud and identity services. You will see some of the project we've done. In some countries as well, we have the vehicle, so we can check that if you're gonna buy a car in the UK, we can tell you, if that car is been in accidents, whether it's genuine or not. So, finally, in countries like the US, we do have a division in health as well, which is quite interesting. Well, we are, as previously said, in about 45 countries, nearly 18,000 employees, and you can actually see some of the numbers there in terms of revenues, country, and so on. So going into the actual data labs, okay, that's Experian, is a financial company, provides financial data to do a number of services, but what is actually the data labs within the company? Well, we are a bit like the R&D part of Experian, and we have 4 hubs, the one in London, which is the one I manage, that we cover the UK and EMEA, but then we also have another one in San Diego to cover the US, in Sao Paulo for Latin America, in Singapore for APAC. And our job is really to create a new generation of product. So we do have really highly skilled teams of R&D, data scientists, machine learning engineers, and product managers. And our job is constantly be scanning the market, scanning the technologies, and coming up with potential new products that eventually all the company will use. That's why AI is actually on our case. The one thing here to emphasize is, of course, we do artificial intelligence, but we're not just AI. We pretty much look at every single new technology that come up. For example, and it's not in this presentation, we look in emerging technology like quantum computing, which we think is actually going to go into full production much sooner than we thought, within the next couple of years. A few years ago, I would have not said this. It's advanced quite a lot, very surprisingly. So quantum computing, cryptography, for example, we're doing quite a lot of in Web3 in terms of the sort of crypto, decentralized finance. So our job is just to look at everything that is coming out from technology. We also look at the metaverse, for example, what could be the implications, see how we can see the new technology coming up to solve business problem and then apply it. That's why we do. And of course, AI is a big thing of what we do. The one thing to say is we do appear in, we have the thought leadership. So if you look at the in Harvard Business Review, we publish quite regularly sort of reports where we take, and for example, what we do. We also appear on television, and you probably see there my face. I did some interviews on ITV and BBC. Those are British channels for those of you living outside. But the BBC is quite famous everywhere. But we did a project which I'm going to talk a little bit about the COVID, and that's when we went onto the BBC in collaboration with the NHS, which is the health service in the UK. And this is the head of the globally, Eric, which appeared on the CNN. So I think that you can see we do get a lot of coverage from the media, because we do a lot of our projects get quite a lot of high impact. And this is, we've been appeared in this book, which is being written by an expert, nothing to do with Experian and innovation. It talks about the usual suspect, Google. We Experian have a chapter because of the data labs. So going now into what we hear, the first question is, some of you might have a lot of this background. So I will go fairly quickly, and then at the end I'll go into some of the machine. But I think, there is a lot of confusion about what is AI, what is ML. Is people say it's different. I think it's one of those things. It's quite difficult to define actually, because and it's not very clear. People confuse. For example, when people talk about AI, sometimes they are talking about narrow AI, and sometimes they're talking about AGI, which is artificial generic intelligence, which is a more generic one. But basically, AI, the definition, and if you look at the Oxford Dictionary, is anything that can perform tasks that require human level intelligence. That system can be thought of artificial intelligence. As I said, most of when people said about AI is mostly at the moment is narrow AI, which they can do a task, a very specific task. They don't do a more, at the moment we don't generalize very well, and I'll talk a little bit about at the end on the myths. The important also the things to understand is how sort of ML is different from the traditional system. When you look at all of the system, or the vast majority of software systems today in every industry, not just in finance, but pretty much everywhere, they're all made in software, and the software is being built getting the requirements, and those requirements are specific rules. A business analyst have gone, what the software exactly perform. If this happened, then something has happened. So these rules have been coded by a human. So when you use machine learning, that's actually you don't really tell the machine the rules. What you do is you come up and you say, this is your objective function, something you have to optimize, and then the machine gets the data and it takes decisions to maximize or what, minimize, maximize, whatever, depending. But basically, you tell it, this is your objective function, and then the machine change and makes the rules according to comply with the objective function that you program. And that's a quite a subtle but very big difference, which means, and that's what it called machine learning, because it can actually learn from the data. When it sees the data, it will take it and learn depending on the algorithms. And again, we can talk a little bit about them later on. But I think that the key message here is, an easy way to explain what is traditional software, mostly rule-based algorithm based on machine learning. The rules are made explicit by a human on the software. Somebody has to do them, and the other thing is, when there is a new situation on the rules, the program fails because it hasn't seen it before. Versus machine learning, you don't program every single situation. You just program an objective function, and the objective function is able to, in new situations, make the right call because it's been asked to, depending on how well you do this objective function, then you can do much better or worse. So why AI is important? And people saying is that, another sort of technology, what's the name, hype. As you know, if you know in technology, every now and then there is a new wave of new developments. There was the internet, there was the mobile. There is a lot of these technologies, wave of technologies, and Gartner and the analysts talk about, and they have this sort of a curve of the technologies coming in and out. Is AI another one like that, or is something quite different? Well, I think the AI, and this is why it's very, very different from just another technology, because it's what we call a foundational technology. Why? Well, similar to electricity, and electricity, people don't think about it, but it really changed society at the beginning of the century. Why? Because before electricity, if you wanted power, you have to go to where the power was done, which was in a large factory. And those factories, by the way, they were also close to where the raw material is, the mines. So if you look at even in the UK, in Britain, where the Industrial Revolution was born, most of the factories were really, really close to where the carbon was, the coal was. That's why, and then society sort of organized around that. what happened is once electricity appears, that changed because all of a sudden you can decentralize the power. You can send power away. And that completely changed the makeup of the towns. And all of a sudden you could actually have towns that they were separated from the mines, you could then send and that, this sort of subtlety becomes to a completely chain of society, how the people were arranged, new cities, towns, and villages. So similarly, AI is gonna have a massive change in society as well. Why? Because with AI, what you're doing is you are again decentralizing, but now what you're decentralizing is the human level decisions. At the moment today in our society, a lot of processes are around. At some point, a human have to make a decision. So the sort of the software, the companies, the processes, they all run there. Once that decision, human decision, you can actually decentralize to the edge, then that's going to change a lot. It's going to change a lot of our society, how we organize jobs. Some of the jobs today, some of the jobs we know today, they might not be tomorrow. The ones we know today, they will be changed. That's why, so the key message in this slide is AI will change the way we work because is able to distribute that human level decision to the edge where the consumer is. So, if you are on a phone, on a website, today you get just the same. Everybody's treated the same with some rules that someone has done. In the future, it will feel like you are actually with your own personal assistant, or if you are doing banking, your own personal banker, because it will just look into what you have and it will make a decision. So that's why the AI is a big deal. The other thing is, well, AI is magic. Why does it work? Well, the way it works, and this is we're still investigating, by the way, because it's not fully known. But I think that the main thing is what AI does is exploits the symmetries that are on the data sets. So there is a really nice analogy with physics for those of you that actually study. If you think about physics, is actually quite interesting. Is amazing, to be honest, that a very few formulas in physics can explain pretty much all physical processes. And the reason why that happens is because nature has a lot of symmetry. The reason why the electromagnetic rules were that way, there is a lot of symmetry. So actually, there is a very nice paper which does this comparison. When you look about machine learning, it's the same thing. Machine learning is able to exploit those symmetries there. So if you look at, for example, a deep learning system that is classifying, is doing the different images, classifying images between cat and dog, where actually when you look at what the system is doing, the neural network is actually separating looking at the symmetries that are and exploiting those symmetries to be able to make a decision. So I think again the key message here is AI works because of the symmetries on the data. It's not magic, and it works very well, and it works better than the rule base because it can. When you have, as I said, the objective function, it can make good decisions when it's unseen data. So now going into finance and some of the project we're doing. So in finance, when you look at what I said, AI can, well, the first thing I will say is AI can actually change pretty much most industries. The more you probably see AI needs data. So you need to have data. And the other thing is sort of exploit the symmetries in the data when they are especially, so whenever we have data from humans, we actually, believe it or not, we are quite behavioral, meaning we tend to behave the same way all over and over. So that's why any data that is capturing this behavior, there will be a symmetry, and the symmetry means that humans do things. We all do things in a similar way. We all have, of course, everyone has their own personality. This is the sort of behavioral science. Of course, everyone has their own personality, but actually, when you look at within your own personality, you behave certain ways. You wake up, you do things, and that's the signal that the AI pick to really be able to predict how each human will do different, but they can be predicted because on that sort of behavioral repetition that humans we do. So basically anything that has data that is coming from humans, you could AI can apply. So some of the key use cases for finance, any process automation. So for example, if you have a bank, the process at the moment when you have to underwrite a mortgage, at the moment is a process which is lengthy because you have to go a lot of paperwork, documentation that has to be sent to a bank. In a bank, which there is a massive queue, an underwriter has to review all the applications, look at all the documents, make a decision. This could take weeks and weeks. It's very stressful for the consumer. That can all be automated to a lot of degree. So AI could do that. The other one, of course, is security. At the moment, the detecting when there are, for example, if you look at the banks, and this is why people are scammed, especially vulnerable people. So, for example, some elderly people are very vulnerable to being scammed by people calling them, pretending to be from the tax or the police, or, and the police, please send me that money or whatever. If you think about it, you could actually, and there are already some tests, you can have a system monitoring the accounts, and if there is a unusual behavior, you can actually contact there. Like, for example, if I see you try to send money to the police, I said, well, whatever is at the police, or you put something there, you could say, look, this is a bit unusual. Let's call one of our people, because I don't think that's actually the real police. The real police wouldn't never able to tell you that. So the security aspect is also very important. That's the process automation is underwriting and credit scoring. Again, at the moment, sometimes these things have to be manually. You could automate all of these. The other area, which the algorithmic trading, today in the stock market, there is quite a lot of AI, and you probably heard something called a market flash crash, which is when all of a sudden the market sort of go down very quickly. That happened a few times in the early 2000s. People didn't know until when the FCA, what's the name of the organization, the SEC, the organization that sort of is in charge of overseeing the markets in the US. They actually find out that the whole crash, and that happened. I think the first one happened in the 90s. So the first went down without anyone knowing what's going on whatsoever. I think it went down probably 15% within seconds. And what happened is they have all these high trading algorithms, which these algorithms were using AI, and they were the way they were making money. They were predicting, doing micro buys very quickly. So buy, sell. If you think about it mathematically, they were predicting where the share price was going to go up or down. And if they could predict it more than 50%, which actually that's random, you could make a lot of money because you're doing a lot of this. That's what is called high frequency trading. The problem with that is if there is only one of those in the market, they will make a lot of money. Nothing happen. But when you have all the systems that are trading shares are doing this, what happens is, if for whatever reason, which is what happened in a flash crash, if one starts selling, they all start selling, and before you know, you just drop 10, or I think the first one, it was quite famous, it's 10-15%. So algorithmic trading, there's already a lot of going on, a lot more coming there, a lot of future. And then, of course, the robot advisory. So again, if you go to a bank, imagine having a personal advisor looking at you. You go to a bank and they give you generic advice, or in the website here, they will tell you exactly, what you want for them. So these are the typical use cases, many, the many ones. These are some of the ideas we're doing in our lab. So we have categorization engines. We want to talk a little bit about that. We have fraud modules. We have credit scores, and this is the ideation. This is the things we're looking. We're looking synthetic data, climate change. This is how to calculate the carbon footprint just looking at your data. Things to do anti-money laundering as well. You can calculate, is that person that is trying to open a bank account, is that going to do money laundering or not? You can do that. So you will see there are quite a lot of different projects. They're all in the same use cases. So the couple of things there to say, because AI, you probably see there is a lot of potential, and you will say, oh, hold on, this is so amazing. Why we don't have AI everywhere? And the reality is, and this slide is, even when it's from 2017, is actually the same. The situation hasn't changed much. The only very few models made it all the way to production. So AI is quite hard to do. It's very powerful, but hard to do. Why is that? Well, when you look at there, and the first top of the slide, this actually comes from a McKinsey report. To do AI well, you have to really understand these 5 things. And when these things are not understood, then the project will not work. It might work on the lab when you have a model which in perfect conditions work, but when you put it in the real world with real data, it just doesn't fly. So, these 5 points, which are having the right use case, and you will hear me a lot how to do properly. And this, believe it or not, many people still get it wrong. I've seen people starting this the other way around. They say, oh, well, I have what data, first to start AI, I'm going to train all my data systems and clean all the data. That, for example, doesn't make any sense. You can't just, data on its own is not really nothing. You have to really understand what's the use cases. And then once you really understand what's the problem, what data do you need? Which in some cases you might need another data that you don't have. And in some cases you might need, okay, now I need that data and I need to clean it in this way. What it doesn't make sense is to have data on its own, just generic. And you still see big companies doing things the other way around, and they're all making large, massive programs when they spend a lot of money and a lot of time on doing, like lake systems and things like that. That's not the best way to do AI. Then use the right techniques and tool. Again, here the one mistake I see doing many organizations is to try treat AI as if it was a software program. So you have the model, you put it, you deploy it to production, and you forget about it. You leave it there or as an API. That is a big mistake. It's not quite the same. You need, but I can talk about later on. You need to do it. And the other one is the organization and culture. So many companies, people are not familiar with AI, so they're very afraid of trying it, and they don't do it. And then the other thing is to have the right teams. Do we have the right data science teams and so on. So I think these things are important. It can be done, and when it's done, is bring you a lot of value. And if you look at the big technology companies, the Amazon, the Google, all these guys, we in Experian, we also have quite a few products there in AI in production and getting a lot of value. But many organizations, even today, they hardly use AI. The other thing, for example, which is another, this is true with the current generation of AI, which is a little dirty secret of AI, which it needs a lot of humans on the back. If you look at this Alexa, for example, I don't know if you realize, but Alexa, the reason why it's so good, because when it's talking to you, when it doesn't really understand, Alexa communicate to the Amazon servers, and eventually some of your conversation might go to a human, so the human can label. And labeling meaning, and this is the reason why one of the techniques in AI is NLP. And on NLP, you have to label, for example, a sentence, what is an intent. And an intent is what is that sentence mean. So when you do in NLP, or in this case, voice recognitions, the first one is a speech to text, which is how do I recognize what the person said into text. That actually for a single person in English is okay. There are libraries that they work quite well, but if you look other languages, or when you have a lot of noise or conversations, or it can become quite difficult for a machine to understand who said what and where. but still it works relatively well. So effectively, if I say I want to go to Paris, so and a speech to text will generate a file with that sentence, I want to go to Paris. Then you need to pass it to another part of the system, which is to what is the intent of that, and that's the one it translates the meaning of that sentence. In this case, this person wants to book a flight to Paris. So if you're in a website for Expedia or whatever for flights, then that's fine. So this, when you train the system, a human has to train it, and then when you end up with a lot of these sentences, what they call utterances, and the intents, which is being the labels, and then that's how you can train. So Alexa, that's the way it works. So effectively, Alexa gets so efficient because you have these call centers, which are, well, not call centers, they are these places in countries of low cost, like Philippines, India, and so on. And you have hundreds of people listening to the messages, transcribe it, and putting what do they mean. And then that is fed into the machine, and then the machine gets better and better and better. You only send there the interesting one, but this is something to bear in mind. So the other thing in the future of AI, and I'm going to touch briefly, one of the things also about AI, which it's not a black box, but we need to start talking about the how this AI was produced. So one of the things we've been talking for some time, they're saying that food have a label. If you go to a supermarket, you know exactly what is in a can. We should be able to do at some point for every algorithm, you should have like some sort of like a label telling you, okay, this data set is that. Have you checked that the data set doesn't discriminate? Do you know who the accountability, who actually, if something goes wrong with the algorithms, who is accountable for there? Have you tried the transparency, what data is used, the customer, and so on? So this will come, and at the moment AI is quite starting, but eventually in the future it will come there. So now going deep into a few examples, and this is now part of the output of my lab over the last year or so. So this project was quite actually interesting. We did it when COVID happened. We partnered with one of the NHS trusts in Nottingham, one in particular. And basically, if you remember at the beginning of the pandemic, and it still is happening, by the way, there was a lot of mess with what data, what isn't, the model, what is predicting. The models are still they're not very good predicting. And in the UK, the first models were based on infections, and they were giving really weird scenarios, which they weren't really sure whether they were true or not. So we actually work with the NHS, and we develop at the level. So rather than having a national level saying, nationally the R is 1, and we work with a hospital. Why hospitals need to know that in advance? Because they need to know. So for example, if the R, you probably are familiar now with these numbers because of the news, but the R naught or R0 call is the ratio of where the disease is spread. And it's basically if one person have in this case, COVID, or this applies to all infectious diseases. So if I have COVID, how many people do I pass it? So if that number is bigger than 1, it means the disease is spreading, and technically even exponentially, because if I pass it to 2 people, then those 2 people pass it to then 4, those 4 to 8, and that number very quickly, and this is why humans, we don't understand very well exponentially. That's why a few in an exponential model, a few days or week can make a massive difference. So these models were not very good. So bottom line, we work with them 3 months, and we manage, and sorry, the hospital need to know about the R because they need to calculate what's going to be the demand in 2 or 3 weeks ahead. Why? Because they need to understand how many nurses I have to put in reception, how many doctors I need to be in rota, how many ventilators I need, how many oxygen, which was also actually a big problem in the UK. It wasn't on the news, but it was a big problem. So all these things you need to know. So you need a model that advanced. So eventually we work with the NHS Trust, and we developed this using Bayesian hierarchical model, which is quite an advanced algorithm, which will allow us. And I think here the main innovation was to use, such as the artificial intelligence, using And you will see a lot of artificial intelligence algorithms using Bayesian type approaches, which a Bayesian type, you always use priors to sort of to understand what is the probability. You know, in a normal frequencies sort of algorithms, you always calculate the probability of an event without taking into account what has happened before, versus in a Bayesian model, you always look at what are the prior, and then taking into account the prior, what I can do. So they're very powerful method, and they use in some of the most advanced AI models. So here the important thing is, as well as the method, which was quite more advanced than the traditional, if you look at the classical infection models, they're a second order equation. They're exponential, but they're very, very simplistic. That was quite a more complex, taking ages into account. And I think the other big innovation here is the data sets. Rather than we find out very quickly that the infections, the reported infections, were close to useless. Why? Because the reported infections depend on how much testing you're doing, and you keep changing that all the time. So because you change it, and if you don't test, you don't see. If you might be testing a lot, so it is actually useless. What we found, better proxies for how the disease was impacting, and we did a lot of modeling with historical data, is the numbers, the calls to a number in the UK, 111, which is like the and also the mobility. The data Google and Apple, they released during COVID, they're still doing it, by the way, the mobility, the average mobility. So we know there is a massive correlation of how the disease is spreading versus how much people is moving. I mean, it makes sense. But by doing the mobility and the 111 calls, we could predict fairly accurate what the R was going to be, much better than the government looking at the infections, which not surprisingly, they made it quite a few mistakes. And then the other thing we did is the hotspot risk map. So that was, during the whole pandemic, Nottingham was one of the, I think they never experienced any problems with the planning during COVID, which a lot of hospitals in the UK, they did, because they didn't have a good planning, and they either ran out of doctors or oxygen. Nottingham, thanks to our model, could do a very good job. So that's one thing. Going into now finance, then here we just launched a product in the UK. So in the UK, if you live there, you can increase your credit score, and you have to go with an app. You share your there is something called open banking in Europe. In France, it's called PSD2, which is the same concept. You can share your bank account with apps and do certain things. But the concept here is we can categorize the you expose your data, then we categorize automatically, and this uses machine learning, NLP. So you can see here how this works. You do cut the full transaction of your open banking. You cut it in tokens, engrams technically, and then you do a bit of supervised and unsupervised, and then eventually you find out, okay, that in this case, this transaction is betting. Why is it important to categorize this? Because then when you categorize, so the first thing is automatically and real time, you categorize all your transactions, and 2 years is about 2,000 transactions. And then on top of that, you create a model to then calculate the credit score with this information, which you don't have on the normal credit score. And then you see how the system, the way it works. I see if I can boost your score or not. If I cannot boost, I don't do it. But if I can, I will boost a few points. So we launched this in the UK and also in the US, very, very successful. It has, and actually it's a big thing, because if you increase your credit score, means A, you can get more loans or credit cards than before you couldn't, and B, even the ones you can, you get them with a cheaper interest rate. So it's good for the consumer. It's also good for the bank because it's less risk, so they can afford to do it. And the way to, here the trick is you're using AI and the data. So in terms of now looking at some of the data, and again, getting a bit now technical for those of you that are more interested of some of the Gini. So if you look at a traditional, this is a model to calculate the probability of default, in 1 year. It's called, that's what a credit score or scorecard is. Then you have a single bureau and dual bureau. In the UK, there are a few bureaus. The more data you use, you get the more benefit. Although it's expensive, so you need to do the business case. But anyway, if you do the traditional logistical regression with a single bureau, you have this sort of Gini. Compare using machine learning, you do get a much more increase, and I will explain how this come. So you actually get the Gini uplift of 8 Gini point uplift, and more importantly, 30. Well, it's also linked. You get also a bad rate reduction compared to traditional models. And this is how, part of the way we did the project. So we take some of the band applications, we use the dual bureau, which is all our credit score data, and then we'll do the preprocessing, pass it to the machine learning, the calibration, and then we created these models that in this case, this bank put it into production there. The one thing we do is every time you do a new scorecard, you have to do what is called swap set, which the concept is, okay, if my old model have, and you do the swap set across the sort of close to the cutoff point, you say, okay, what percentage of good and bad this, when you create a new model, how will then impact these things with the old model behave like that? The old model have this accuracy, have these mistakes, the new one with us. So effectively, what you found is you can, you can massively reduce the bad rate from the original model to the new one, and that's by nearly 36%, which is a lot, by the way. When you think about a bank, some of the, if this is a credit risk for a loan, and there's a big ban, and the portfolio, it's called the book, is 50 million, reducing the bad rate by 36%, that's a lot of money. And it's the same data, it's just a better technique. The other thing which we actually did, as well as, okay, if we now have a machine learning model compared to a traditional one, but it's actually, is the new model discriminating more than, and when we did the, when you check in for fairness, you have to check first the metrics, and we don't have time to go into the details. I mean, the fairness on AI is a fascinating topic. Really, it could be another 2 hours talking about that. And we actually developed my lab a product, and this is why we did it. So then you have to get a attribute, which this is the protected attribute. What you want to make sure you don't discriminate. And here we put gender, age, sex, nationality, sexual orientation, blah, blah. You can put whatever sensitive attribute. And then what you do is, okay, if I have, and this is how the fairness tests work. So imagine you're going to check for nationality. So what you say is, look, if in the wider population you have all these people with these nationalities, my model should have similar ratios. So if there are, I don't know, I'm going to make that up, 5% from foreign origin versus 10% or whatever it is these days in every country, the model should do the same. If the overall population have certain distribution, but your credit score, let's say, doesn't give any credit to the foreign people, say, well, there is a problem there. Your model somehow is discriminating. That doesn't mean, by the way, there is a problem. You need to understand why the model is doing that. If the model is doing that based on income and on then that's something you can justify to the regulator. But if it's doing that using things like, for example, postcode or using data that is not really relevant to your finance, then you can be in trouble. That's why you need to check each of the attributes and each of the metrics. As I said, the metrics, this is for hours. There are many different types there. So the other thing, and this is the, why machine learning, well, la heuristic regression is literally, I mean, this is a simplified two variables, but as you know, a normal credit score have 100 of these. So to visualize that, you have to have a multi-dimension with 100 dimensions. We're not going to do that because humans, we have trouble to see more than 3 dimensions, but in 2, you can get the idea. So basically, a logistical regression is a line. In 2 dimensions will be a plane. In 3, 4, 5, it's a multi, but it's just one line versus the machine learning model allows to be much more precise. That's why you can actually get the That, and the machine learning model actually does better to the other thing that does very good is for the new customers. So this is how the machine learning works by, not being, it's not linear, so it allows to match better the data set. And the other thing is for new customers, it works better. So that's the first, we talk about the use cases. So we talk about that credit risk using machine learning model, how much better from the logistical regression. Another use case in this case is for financial, for fraud, anomaly detection. So this is, and probably you have experienced this at some point. You have a credit card, you travel, and in some cases, if you go, you just land, let's say you're based in France, you go for holiday in Spain, you just land in Spain, you want to go to a shop, you try to use your credit card and you deny. Sometimes happens, sometimes not, and say, what's going on? Well, the problem is the traditional systems in fraud, they basically call rule-based systems. You know what I said before. So in fraud, in this case, traditionally is a combination of one of the major rules for fraud is proximity. So effectively, if your credit card is registered in France in an address, the closer you are to that address in Nice, the less probability of fraud. There are more rules, but that's the first one. So so what happens is and this is why suggestion, if you travel to another country and you don't use the credit card in the airport or when you go there, if the system goes from seeing the car in Nice, all of a sudden it sees it in Malaga, depending on what it is, it might actually reject it. And there are some rules, and if actually I can tell you, if it's a big amount, probably there. So what we did is, this is not right. We can do it better using AI. And in AI, we use neural embeddings. And I think the neural embeddings, and I'm gonna, I think these slides can be distributed, but conscious of the time. So the way it works, you convert your input space, which in this case is the transaction. If you think about it, you get in a credit card, is that fraud or not? So you need to see, okay, what is the amount? What is the location? Or, what is the merchant as well? You check, in the next one. So you check these things, when, the time, the online, how much, and the merchants, yeah? So normal rules, as I said, and sometimes they fail. What we did is, don't forget about the rules. Let's use all a combination of that. And then what we did is we created these embeddings so we can do a electronic signature of what you like to buy. So we do the combination of all those. So effectively, if you like to buy a coffee every morning in Nice, when you go on holidays, if you do the same, this system will not reject your car because it knows, look, that's consistent with your behavior. You like to buy, the frequency, every morning you get €3 on a Starbucks or whatever, that's fine. Whether it's €3, or even if you go to the US and you spend $4, is the same sort of thing is okay. And using this thing, which unfortunately I don't have time to go through all the details of the model, but you can actually see with just 20% of fraud. So that system have a lot of advantages reducing the false negative. False negative is exactly what I said. If you are genuine, your credit card, go on holidays and you decline, but it's your credit card, you are very annoyed because you cannot use it. That's a false positive. With the rules, it's quite high. Using machine learning, and in this case, neural network and embeddings, you can really reduce that quite a lot. So the last few, I just want to spend 5 minutes, what are the different ways to get AI? I had a slide about the general trends on AI, some of the myths, and we can talk a little bit, and then I'll leave about 10 minutes for question. So, actually, probably you already working on a postdoc, or you working on a BEAS, or you already done your degree. But actually, the one thing, and I put this slide because people get sometimes very, they think, I have to, unless I've done computer science, I cannot do. Actually, that's not the case. And a lot of people I hire have a lot of these different backgrounds. The other interesting thing is there are two things here new, which you might or might not surprise you: law and philosophy. We want to see people coming into the field because ethics is going to be a big area, and the same with biomedics, bioinformatics. Then if you want to get into as a practitioner into AI, so you can actually do to an apply AI. So for example, my job is to take AI and apply it in financial services, but you can go to any company. You could also look at the research path, but that might, for that you might have to get a PhD and get into a university, and that's fundamental research on AI. Or another way to really get very involved is to get a startup, either your own one or get into a one. You will see what I said at the beginning. This is some of the AI jobs. Some of those are already today. Some of them are going to be in the future. So they're going to be, for example, AI forensics will become quite big, by the way, as more and more AI start doing it. Machines behave different than us. You're going to need experts doing that. Chief ethics officer as well, chief ethics officer. The more and more AI you have, you're going to have to start thinking about what are the implications from the ethical point of view, what I want to do, what I don't. So you will see some of these, some of these jobs are today, researcher, sort of data scientist, DevOps, AI, and so on. Some others might come new, cybersecurity as well, very big. But the point is that there's quite a few jobs coming. So in terms of the long terms versus mid fast, and I will consider them very, very quickly. So you will see here, for example, the myth, and here there are two myths about what is the potential of AI. Some people are panicking, saying tomorrow is going to happen. Some people are saying it's impossible. Those are the two myths. The reality is we don't know. The experts, if you ask me, I don't think, I think it should be possible, but I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow. But as I said, the experts, and you should know that the experts disagree. The other myth is, only the really people that they don't like technology worry about AI. The fact is, and me including, actually that's not the case. AI, and I talk a little bit about and this is a strong AI, which, as I said, it's not going to happen tomorrow, but when it happens, we really need to worry. This is a technology that has the potential to destroy humanity. I'm being a bit alarmistic, but the point is, not every technology we do can any technology, and there are a lot of books about the risk to humanity, including an asterisk, and you probably see the Netflix move, but also any technology that can replicate themselves is a danger for us. And AI could, at some point, think about that and replicate and be a problem. I mean, AI on its own is not a problem, but accessing resources in the real world, it is a problem. Now, the other myth, which is the Terminator and the Hollywood movies, the problem is AI, like the Matrix, all of a sudden the machines are going to turn, we want to kill the human and that. Actually, that's not the risk, but the actual worry is misalignment. Remember that AI, you have to do objective function. You have to tell that objective function is really, really hard. And anyone that has put objective to a team, you will know how difficult it is to put objective to humans, because they can be contradictors. The same will be with the machine. If we're not careful and we give the machine the wrong objective, it might be detrimental. So for example, imagine you create an artificial intelligence system and say, look, I want you to make sure just fix climate change. If you say just like that, the machine might analyze all the data and say, you know what, the problem is humans. I kill all the humans. Thank you very much. I'll solve your problem. I fix climate change. Unfortunately, nobody told the machine, well, actually, that, and oversimplifying, but this is the risk is misalignment. Is not the machine, because the problem is that's when we humanize. The machine will not hate us. To do that, you have to get emotions there, but emotions is not the same as intelligence. Then the other fact, myth, the robots are the concern, the Terminator. Actually, no. The fact is you don't need a body. You just need a program that escaped to the internet. Another myth that AI can control humans. The fact is, we need to be careful. We might be able to do it. The myth is machines can have goals. The fact is, actually, they do. And by the way, they are already AI using in wars, which is very concerning, and we should do something about this. And this is the final one. The superintelligence is years ago. Well, no, it might take decades, but we should plan ahead. This is coming back to, if you think an unconstrained superintelligence, you need to worry and do something about it. But anyway, so very quick 3 takeaways, and we go to the questions in the last few minutes. The first one: where are we in the AI journey? The good news is we are at the beginning. You know, those of you might not remember here, but this is what I put the music. It says a tape from the 80s. AI is like that. You know, even when you think in the news, this is amazing. Oh no, there are so much to do. We haven't fixed. There is so much to do. We have what we call narrow AI. So for some things we do very, very well. You know, in deep learning, image recognition, we do very, very well. You know, playing chess or Go, fine. But there are, our AI doesn't generalize at all. So we, let alone the self-awareness of it. So we still very early days, which is good news if you want to come into the field. The point 2 is AI will change all our jobs. So either whether you go into the field or not, you really need to know about it. And the final one, and this, as I said, the presentation is there. If you really want to start into that, you can, I recommend a few books. This is amazing book. Actually, the diagram with the myth is taken from here, you will see. If you are more technical, this is the best book, but you need some high degree mathematics to get there. And the best thing, like everything, is you learn by doing it. So just go into Kaggle. They have amazing data set and really, really nice things to that. The first one which I recommend is the Titanic tutorial. So in Titanic, you might know, but there is a list of all the passengers of the Titanic, including who survived and who didn't. You can actually have fun trying to use AI to predict who was gonna survive or not. Quite interesting, by the way. I will let you to do it if you want to do that. Okay, so I think there's about 7 minutes or so. So we'll open for questions, comments. I know it's probably a lot of content.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, thank you very much, Javier, for the presentation. It was passionating listening to you. So I'm Serge Miranda, in charge of the master degree here, and definitely that was passionating. A lot of questions. Couple of the one, just because you talk about finance, it's not in the order, but you just quote crypto money, metaverse somewhere, but this huge financial dimension built by crypto money and Bitcoin. Do you have any concrete use case in this area of crypto money or this kind of crypto finance? And okay, so and your comments about that, about this, your vision of AI and Bitcoin. For instance, talking about frauds, it could be interesting tomorrow to have kind of fraud detection by people using crypto money, if there are, etc., etc. You could imagine. So
Yes.
What is your vision?
I mean, it's a good question, but is very, very big and complex. Absolutely. The way, and again, I think this is, the whole field is called Web3, which if you think about the reason it's called Web3 is Web 1, 2, and 3, different generations. In Web 1 was at the beginning of the web, everything was centralized in one place. So the content, and you could only consume content. The Web 2, you have 2 ways and you have the apps. And in Web 3, the ownership goes from the center to that's what is the centralized web. That's what they call it, the Web 3. So massive potential. AI can do a lot of stuff and is already doing. So there's a lot of fintech. So for example, you can use AI on the market to calculate whether, at the moment I will say, and I think the crypto, I will separate the technology, which uses really good like distributed ledger, some sort of symmetry and so on, versus the actual crypto as an asset, which is an investment asset. And if you look at BTC, Bitcoin or Ether, it's got a value that goes up and down. That's another debate whether that make that. But in terms of the use cases for AI, many. So for example, you have fraud, like you can actually, one of the things about Bitcoin is you have to have a wallet ID to be able to transact. That wallet ID is anonymous, which is a problem for the identity, by the way. But eventually, if you can see, you can actually create models that generate what is the probability of this to be fraudulent or not. This is actually quite important. And another area, for example, which I don't know if you probably have heard about, NFTs, non-fungible tokens, there is a lot of fraud. effectively the fraud is, and you can do it with the technology. You can create, if you do it well, again, without going into the debate whether it makes sense or not to have a digital something for yourself and pay a lot of money for something that you can get a perfect copy. But anyway, I won't go into that. Let's assume for a minute there. What happened is using protocols, in some cases you can, and there are people already scamming a lot of people, but using AI, you could actually reduce a lot of that. So you can, anything, so for example, to the optimizing the sort of the different transactions and the in fraud reductions, which is going to be quite a lot, to the market as well, to high trading there. So quite a few use cases there in the technology.
Okay, thank you very much. Just another question, also a couple of questions from a technical point of view. You emphasize the fact of explicability for AI, and I think that's a major issue even for researchers today, who are planning today to solutions where you have hybrid AI using machine learning tools with rule-based system and deep learning tools where explicability is missing. And what is your experience concerning this kind of hybrid solutions between deep learning and other machine learning methods?
Yeah, explainability is an issue. It's also a complex one because, by the way, and if you think about this, and some people, they always say, "Oh, it's a black box." Well, it depends on what it is and it isn't. So the first thing I will say, which is a good point, every algorithm have different ways to being explained, and some of the algorithms are relatively easy to explain, especially if you put some of the variables. So the one that is, and that's what in the news, the way, a deep learning system, the way it sort of learns, it can be quite obscure, and that can be quite difficult. So there are a few things. It will be quite difficult to explain to a human or to say in a different, in a way that a human would understand. And the reason is because the machine is using other logic that we don't use. So for the right algorithm, you can explain it. Even using deep learnings, there actually can be technique that you can use it. And for example, the example on very quickly on explainability, they programmed this software to detect a wolf from a dog, and they trained it with millions of pictures. It was absolutely 99.9 perfect. Then someone went to a zoo, took a picture of a wolf, passes to the system, and it failed completely. And then the expert saying, "What's going on? That's cannot happen. That wolf is a very clear wolf with the big there, what's going on." So what happened is when they look at how they train the machine, they actually realize that all the pictures of the wolves were in nature. And because wolves tend to live in sort of high level in mountains, pretty much everyone have snow. So effectively what the machine has done, and this is what I said about the opaque, I mean, this took months to figure out what the machine was doing. What the machine is very good to get shortcuts and to really understand what it is. You just put in the label. So the way it works, you say, okay, this is wolf, and you put the word. This is a picture of the wolf. This is a picture of dog, wolf, dog. You fit off these million pictures, and the machine then does the there. So what the machine was doing is it actually learning is much more efficient. As soon as I see a snow, call it wolf, and I make the prediction right. So effectively, if you think about it, the machine wasn't, you can argue, understanding, because humans, we all have a model of the world, and that's how we explain things. The machines don't work like that. I mean, this generation of algorithm. So the point about explainability is absolutely some algorithms are, and this is again is a myth. Some algorithms is zero problem with explainability. They call an XGBoost, like the ones I show. You can do the same explainability for the It's a bit more difficult than because the logistical regression is linear. So you can say for this income, I accept or not. Which I might make a mistake, by the way, that's the other thing, but it's relatively easy to explain why you are rejecting. On the machine learning, because it's non-linear, sometimes the income is true, but sometimes it's not. So there's a bit more complicated explanation, but you can argue that it works better. And I think that's the so my whole take is this is an area that we are advancing. The other thing which also need to be, and this is an area of research, we also need to be careful because a lot of the algorithms, but not just AI, even the current statistical algorithms are correlation-based algorithms, which means they're not causal inference algorithms, which means they don't really explain. So the point is, even the current algorithm is not really explaining, and you can see that in entry-level college for education, but not for others. So big topic, even if you use deep learning, it can actually make, and for example, what happened on the deep learning, rather than teaching, let's say, the last problem, like for example, in a credit risk, you will say, give all this data and predict if default or not. Rather than doing this, what you would do is you start predicting individual features, predict the income, predict the expense, and then all these things can be explained, and then you can use deep learning. But use especially deep learning because and the reason is the way, I don't have time to explain, but it uses a lot of hidden layers, so it's not obvious to see what is doing. And even the snow example I mentioned, it took months to do it.
Thank you. Two very short questions finally. The first one is, when you're looking at the work, the AI work which is performed in your data lab, concerning the algorithm which exists in the market, there are hundreds of machine learning, etc., and various types of deep learning. Generally speaking, do you use existing algorithms, or do you build new ones and eventually optimize existing ones? What is your production? Is it in producing new algorithm and eventually have patterns on that, or just using and applying what exists?
It's a very, very good question. So we do a bit of both. At the end of the day, if there is something out there, so for example, an SGBoost, we use any of the libraries, we have our favorite one, but why would I do my own SGBoost? I wouldn't. We are an apply lab, not a research. However, if we're doing something that there is not really a good algorithm out there, and when we did the project in Fairness, so for Fairness, we created our own algorithms. We actually publish papers in arXiv. I can send the links. We are at the moment filing for 3 patents in UA, in Europe, in UK, and US. So these algorithms we completely have, because the problem is in Fairness, and we started this project 3 years ago, there wasn't anything in there. At the end of the day, the best way to describe, we are here to do a speed to value, to give Experian a competitive advantage on our competitors, and we do that. You have to be fast. Sometimes, if it's something that is really new and like, for example, no one has the algorithms on Fairness we have yet, it will happen at some point, but that gives us a competitive advantage. But if it's something that like SGBoost, like everybody have one, we just whatever is quicker, so we'll utilize that.
Okay, thank you very much. And the final question, as far as I'm concerned, you quote 5 important elements of successful AI transformation, and since you had end-to-end applications running, where do you say it's eventually the most important step? Are all the steps important? From a technical point of view, for me, use case and source of value, proof of value, etc., is not a huge step, but I would like to know the human factor. The human factor is the most difficult part, for instance, in the organization, in the governance, or in the technical aspect, and what is of prime importance for you to be successful?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So if I have only, you saw there is actually quite a few challenges. People struggle, to have the right tools, the right people, and the approach. But for me, if I have to pick one, is the governance. You need to have, and for that you need to have the right support from the top management. If you're doing this in a company, and some people have described middle management like a permafrost, like it's not just for AI, but for all the antibodies of a company. So middle management is designed to be really risk adverse, and they're not going to try anything. So all these things, there is a lot of value, and they work. But because a lot of the middle management are incentivized, which is a bit, that happens also in public office. In many places, if you do something that is amazing, they might give you a big bonus. Okay, but if you miss something, then you could actually. So if you made a mistake, you could get in problems. So there is a massive imbalance on, if you really do something really bad, you're going to be fired. If you do something amazing, well, you might get a bonus, but it's not there. So because this imbalance, and that's what normally is with the middle management, you always have to have full support from the top, so they can actually really help. And then, technology works, providing you're doing it well. It's just the human element, and how do you overcome this middle management? So for me, the one thing you need to look is the governance, to make sure there is the right accountability. And the other thing with AI is, don't think of AI as a standard software. The return on investment sometimes, actually, unlike normal software you put it at the money you put it, start earning money little by little. AI sometimes is exponential. So it takes a while, because with AI at the beginning, it might not have good data. So it's still not performing well. Some algorithms, but then once it start getting more and more data, it gets more accurate, all of a sudden, then, so the point is the return on investment, and you need to talk to the management. It might be a bit longer originally. So it's a bit of the trade-off. Look, rather than earning little very soon, you might take longer, but then when you do it much better.
Okay, so questions in the by students. And first of all, there is a question, and that's Mishket. We can answer to share the video for watching it later. The videos will be the video is recorded, will be available in the School of Engineering website, along with the other webinars, and along with the Datum Academy. So that will be shared, of course. And there is a question: what do you see? It's not mine, so it's Harry question. What do you see as a future of banking products in terms of AI? What is a revolution we could expect from AI in banking products tomorrow? Beyond fraud, beyond scoring?
But I think you're going to have quite a, if you look at the banks, usually are divided into front office, middle office, and back office. So customers will see there's going to be a lot of interaction, and it's already happening in process in the back office, which means you will see things done quicker. In terms of the customer, probably the best thing you will see and is coming is a robot advisor. So effectively, someone who can really, is like you're talking, the problem with if you look at the financial advisors at today, unless you have a net worth of few million, it's not worth it, but they can actually make you money. In the future, imagine a robot which is actually looking constantly at your money and is giving you advice all the time. Is, for example, you have a credit card with certain rate, and this technically can happen today. There are reasons why it's going to take a while, but the machine could be looking all the time new offers on credit cards, and if detects there is a new credit card better and it makes the calculation, it might close, you get your old credit card, do that, open on your behalf a new credit card with a new vendor, which, because it calculated, it knows you're gonna get granted, so you don't have to even, that will be automatically. So it will create a new credit card, consolidate 2 or 3, close them, and then save you on interest, whatever. You could do the same for investment, you could do the same for pensions. So a personalized very efficient financial advisor, this will happen. It might take, and as I said, a lot of the technologies are today, but for many reasons, regulatory and everything, there is not quite there. So I think for me, you will have a personalized finance one-to-one, and it will feel like you have your own personal banker with you all the time. Even, and this is another thing that might happen in the future, even before you actually, or where you might do some bad financial decisions in terms of, you could take it to the extreme, but if you look at optimizing a financial life, most people, we don't even think about these things, even in the industry, but people sometimes make bad decisions in terms of rent versus a mortgage. Should I buy this car? If I buy, should I finance or not? What deposit all these things could be done for you, or could actually be the most efficient. And at the moment, there is a lot of inefficiency. So there is a lot of potential there.
Okay, thank you very much. That's fascinating to see how it will happen in the future, to have this kind of online interaction with a robot. Secondly, another question from Sergio Simonian, a researcher, deep learning researcher at university, working with us, is the fact that it's very close to the previous one. What applications do you see for large language models in finance as part of automatization of bank customer interactions? So for me, you answer that question. Maybe you would like to append something, because the question is, do you see the emergence of language modeling in finance as part of this robot automatization, etc.?
Absolutely. I mean, any robot advisor, you're going to have three components. You're going to have the speech to text. So you need to be able, whatever I'm saying, put it on a text file. The second one is analyze the intent, what I'm trying to say. That's what you need NLP. And then finally is what to do about it. That's the other, but that's easier. So the most difficult one is you got your utterance, which is the sentence, whatever you said, how do you interpret it, and then how do you feedback. So absolutely. I think the other thing, by the way, NLP is used, I didn't have time, but another project we did with a bank in Italy, which is fascinating, is we can actually listen to a conversation. So for example, when you default, let's say you cannot pay a credit card, and then you default, and then you go into something called collections, so people want the money back, so they start calling you. And one of the things they need to do is do a repayment plan. And on the repayment plan, it's important to know, are you gonna try to do it or not? So we develop a model using NLP, which listening to a lot of these conversations when the call center called the customer and said, look, are you gonna pay or not? Well, it was a long, it have a lot of questions, everything. When we did that using NLP, we could calculate fairly accurate who was lying and who wasn't. And the reason is because, the way to do this program is you listen to the last year, 100,000 conversations. All these people said they were gonna pay. These ones didn't. This one did. You get into the machine. You get the target, which is look this. So when you analyze, and this is using big data and NLP, when we analyze all this language, we found certain patterns. It's fascinating. So the people that lied, for example, didn't use third party, sometimes pronoun to refer to you. They were very vague. So there was a lot of signal on the language to estimate this customer is lying. He doesn't want to pay. And why is important? Because if when you're doing, imagine you have a problem, most people, by the way, when they have a problem, they try to repay, and then you should hold, because eventually you get the money back. But if you know someone have no intention to pay, what you do is then you send that to another agency and you sell the debt. And then actually you save a lot of money, because otherwise, if I keep calling you, so the way collection works, you own a euro, how many pen, and people only get a fraction of that. But the sooner I know if you're gonna try to repay or not, the sooner I can reduce my cost. So this, there are quite a few. I think I will say a language is quite important, because, as I said, on the transactions, on the bank transactions, there is a lot of language, and there is a lot of signal, because whenever you go and buy a coffee, be debit or not on the debit, on the payment transaction. There is the locations, there is the sort of number, there is. So I think NLP has got a big future for fraud models. You can predict who is. The other thing we can do is we can even using language do a lot of things. One bank, by the way, they challenge us, which is we're still thinking about is a bit too much. I said, look, can you using voice, if you listen to someone, can you actually give a loan just listening to someone? This is again NLP. Is I give you a think about that. That's a difficult one. Yeah.
Okay, that's very interesting. That's close to the last question I see in the discussion in the chat from Moise. Can we teach AI to detect human feelings or to predict it? So that's exactly your last comment concern this. Globally speaking, sentiment analysis is part of an AI solution somewhere. You just gave a good example with the Bank of Italy, but beyond that, this aspect of detection of human feelings, whether person is cheating, not cheating, comfortable, stress, whatever, is that a function which is of importance in any AI solution?
That is a very, very good question. And here I will say it depends. And so the first one, and this is why concerning, and China is doing things here, which is very, very debatable. So there are two things here. Can I, looking at for example, looking at your language, looking at your behavior, your transactional behavior, looking at that, can I see if you are cheating or yes, in many cases, but that's one thing. Now, can I, for example, which is the big debate, if I look at you, I do face recognition, can I see if you are upset, happy, that, and I'm very categorically, there is absolutely zero serious research that says, when you have that face, you're happy or no. So here there are two problems. Can you, face recognition is very advanced and can do a lot of things. So that's one side of things. So I could see if you are smiling or not. That is possible. But the other thing, which is where there are a couple of fintech in the US and in China that what they're doing is they're looking at your face expression and they are claiming, and if you ask me, that's not true, by the way, and you should go away. Because the science is not there, and why is not there? Because all the expressions in the face is very cultural. So, for example, if you are French or Spanish or English or from any country around the world, every country, the expressions are different. We are all different. So there is, as I said, there is no absolutely, I'm not sure of zero. There are very, very, very few, and it's all very, you wouldn't see a lot of peer reviews. You wouldn't see proper scientific research that can tell, given expressions on the face. Some people say, oh, but so therefore, there is, especially in the US, I've seen a lot of fintech that said, I can, for example, for interviewing, I can do a job interview and I can infer the feelings or the abilities of this person. That is actually very wrong, but which is the irony. The AI can actually understand the face recognition and everything, but scientifically, there is no correlation, universal correlation between our expression in the face and our feelings. That has been shown so many times. So just with the face recognitions, emotions, maybe I'm a bit categorically, it's not possible. The science is not there. You might think I'm unhappy or unhappy now. There are some cultures that they are less prone to smile. That doesn't mean they're unhappy. They just don't smile. At the same time, there might be cultures, in the Nordics, sometimes people, they're a bit, you think they are all the time really happy, smiling, and actually half of them are depressed because they don't have sun. So you can't really, as I said, the science is not there. At the same time, when you get a lot of different data points from different places, it is possible to get predict a lot of the human behavior, like, what you're going to do next, whether you're cheating or not. Those things are possible, but it's different from the face recognition and the feelings.
Okay. As far as I'm concerned, I'm through with the questions I see from the students, from myself. Mishket, since you follow the complete stuff, if you have any extra question, please, I give you back the word and to let everybody knows what happens with the presentation, when it will be online, etc. So Mishket, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So
thank you, everyone. Thank you all for participating in this very, very interesting webinar. Thank you, Javier, for having been kind enough to share with us all your knowledge on artificial intelligence and more specifically in the field of finance. So you will all receive by email the link to the replay of the video tomorrow morning, as well as the presentation in PDF format. And if nobody has no more questions, I wish you a good end of afternoon and a good weekend to all. Goodbye, everybody.
And thank you very much, Javier, for your webinar. And I'm quite sure we'll have a fruitful cooperation in the future.
We'll do. I just post a link, by the way, which talking about the feelings. Don't buy shares in this company. You will lose money.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a nice weekend
Likewise.
and good luck and take care. Thanks, Javier.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how to navigate the bear and bull market. Welcome, everybody, to today's live stream on Tuesday. We had a lot of things to go over, so let's just get into it. So first of all, if you've done your job and you've listened to this channel, and I think most of you have, you've actually been adding to your bags in this bear market going into a pretty big bull market. So the question you have is, well, how bullish is it and what's going on kind of behind the scenes? So I'm going to give you a sneak peek into what actually is happening. There's a couple of different articles that I came across today, which are pretty interesting. And one I wasn't too impressed with, but this second one was pretty massive. So this first one is from Crypto Slate. City survey reveals family offices doubled down on crypto year over year. Now, I've been in this market since 2017, and I can tell you there's no shortage of bullish articles that come out, but you have to understand that just because something is bullish and we see some positive indications doesn't mean that things will just pop off. So just take this with a grain of salt, but I got to tell you, usually I try to be balanced, and this one's going to be a pretty bullish video. So here's what we have. A number of family offices optimistic about crypto more than doubled 17% this year from 8%. So you're thinking to yourself, well, that's not so great. And you're right, it's not. I mean, it's just an indication of where things are going, but 17%, 8%, I mean, come on. The report indicated that interest in digital assets, though, continues to increase from a very low base. Both large and small family offices with less than 500 million AUM, respectively, showed similar levels of interest in digital assets, with direct crypto and crypto-linked investment funds being top priorities. A quarter of respondents had already invested or were planning to invest in digital assets, with 17% categorized as early adopters and 10% as digital asset curious, which is funny. Most early adopters seem to be experimenting with crypto, as 15% of them allocated less than 5% of their portfolio. And I get it. But the thing you have to understand is that they're not just going to jump all the way into Bitcoin and digital assets. They're just not going to do it. It's because they have a fiduciary duty to their investors to not screw up too badly. So they're not going to jump into a pretty volatile asset class, even Bitcoin being part of that. So when I take a look at this, I'm like, well, I mean, how big is that? Well, honestly, it's not that big. But I took a look at the actual report behind the report. I found this interesting. This is I believe it's their 5th year now. Now in its 5th year, our inaugural edition drew responses from 71 entities, which again, if you're taking a look at a different survey, 71 entities is not that much, but that was the very first time. This 5th year, they've gotten it from 338 family offices, 2/3 of which came from the rest of the world. I got to tell you, I don't think that America is leading the way in crypto. I've been proven wrong before, but that's just one part. And I'm interested, and it's quite bullish, but this one right here, this one was most interesting. Bitwise CIO says the most powerful people in finance are allocated into crypto. And we've heard this song and dance before, I get you, where there's all these people that are coming in, but yet the price doesn't go up. What the hell's going on? Well, as a reminder, just a year ago, Bitcoin was around 24,000, 25,000. We topped that at 73, and now I don't even know what today it is. I don't even look. I just think I know where things are going. So here's what we have. This is it was a direct quote from Hogan, CIO of Bitwise, Matt Hogan. And he states this: a wave of the most powerful people in finance are finally allocated to crypto. This is what he said for our clients on Tuesday, reflecting on his keynote speech at the Barron's Advisor 100 Summit in Palm Beach, Florida on Friday. First of all, what the heck is that? So this is the 100 Summit by Barron's. Barron's, pretty well-known publication, very well respected in the field of traditional finance. But I take a look at this Thursday, September 19th, and I was just taking a look at like who was in attendance and what were they talking about. David Kelly, Chief Global Strategist, Head of the Global Market Insight Strategy, JP Morgan, Asset Management Interviewer, Jack Otter, Global Head of Barron's Wealth and Asset Management Group. That was just the general session. Leadership session, Lindsay Hans, Merrill Lynch, Aaron Shrimp, President Co-Head of Merrill Lynch Wealth Management, and again, Jack Otter, Global Head of Barron's Wealth and Asset Management, and a whole host of people. Vestria Capital, Morgan Stanley Private Wealth, Merrill Lynch Wealth Management again, and just some powerhouses. And I wanted to say this to you first before I get on the next piece, which was this. Attempting to gauge the room, Hogan kicked off by asking how many people own Bitcoin or another crypto asset in their personal portfolios, not in what they're getting with their investors, with the people that they serve, but in their personal portfolios, meaning, do you believe in this or not? Having attended the summit and asked the same question for the past 3 years, Hogan said the response was previously in the 10% to 20% range. Well, that's kind of sad. You ask people, who's into this? You got like 100 people, and you got 10 people raising their hand. However, this time, the Bitwise CIO estimated it was more like 70%, as nearly every hand in the room went up. Now, I'm not saying this is the end-all be-all, but it kind of gives you an indication of where things are going. And thankfully, the Bitcoin ETF was one of the most, if not, it's not the most successful ETF of all time. There was one more. It was explained in a video we did about a couple of weeks ago, but it was heavily, heavily successful so far. So I think that is leading this adoption moving forward. And this, to me, I think is a bullish indicator of things to come. And then also, moving forward as far as like the ETFs, there was a little FUD, a little rumor going around, which I asked everybody to do their own due diligence and do your own research. And it looks like there was some trading of paper Bitcoin with Coinbase and the ETFs. And because of that, it got back to Brian Armstrong, head of head of Coinbase. And he said, no, because everything's on the up and up, but we can't share our clients' Bitcoin addresses. Well, Larry Fink steps up and says BlackRock now requires Coinbase to deposit Bitcoin directly on chain within 12 hours of instructions. After concerns were raised, it was selling paper Bitcoin to ETFs. And I got to tell you, that's a pretty good statement by the head of one of the largest asset managers on the planet with 9 trillion AUM or whatever else it is. And so that part is positive, but there is one thing that got to me. This is from Sean. He lays out just the list of US spot Bitcoin ETFs, or who holds what as far as how many Bitcoin that are out there. And this was actually put out from September 20th. But if you take a look at the Treasury, let me bring this up. I don't know why it's not there. You can see that ETFs, all the countries around the world, this is all the ETFs. You know, they own 1,088,884. That is 5% of the total amount of Bitcoin. And then also, on top of that, who's custodying all these ETFs? Well, I think you know, but I just wanted to bring this home that the majority of custody is not self-custody. And of course, remember, this is ETFs. This is people buying Bitcoin for their clients, not they hold them directly. But Coinbase is by far and large the largest custodian. They hold it for Grayscale, ARK, BlackRock, Bitwise, VanEck chose Gemini, sure, Wisdom Tree, Invesco, Valkyrie, Global X, and Franklin Templeton. That is a lot of funds that are holding by Coinbase. Hopefully it works out pretty well. And hopefully nothing happens to that because it's pretty much all on Coinbase. Also, just a real quick update to the ETFs. It is the most successful ETF, but we still see outflows. And there's nothing surprising about almost negative 637 Bitcoin outflows. And that was as of yesterday. BlackRock, Fidelity, pretty much canceling things out, Grayscale Bitcoin Mini. But we can see that over time, this ETF has been positive all the way through, and we're almost back to the all-time high of the total net flows, which is 297,000, which sounds pretty good to me. Oh, there it was. But on the flip side to that, because I have to give you balance, I cannot just show you the positive. Ethereum ETFs. Did you know that yesterday was the largest outflow of Ethereum? The largest. Who was selling? Grayscale yet again. So Grayscale, this is in millions, 80 million worth of Ethereum outflowed. And even though we've got BlackRock and Fidelity and Bitwise also doing this, not much inflow. So I know people say there's massive interest by institutions. I don't think there is. I think there is interest, but I don't think it's coming from regular traditional BlackRock, Fidelity, Bitwise, 21 shares. I mean, you can just take a look at the outflows. I mean, correct me where I'm wrong here. That's where I see it. Let me know what you think about that in the comments section. But as a reminder, not to be negative, because I have to give it balance, there are some good parts also as well. This was from Cointelegraph. Bitcoin price target hit 78,000 after a Chinese stimulus package. Apparently, the People's Bank of China is injecting 140 billion into the financial system. I got to tell you, as an American, those are rookie numbers. If you really want to get out there and do things, check us out on 2020. We are the champions of printing funds. But that's good for China. Analysts predict a Bitcoin breakout. Previous stimulus announcements led to 100% Bitcoin rallies. We'll see if it actually transfers, but that's good again for Bitcoin. Just remember, even though people will say, it's a little bull run or it's a bull trap or these are the things that are going on. Remember, there is nothing in a straight line. This is from Caleb and Brown. And just as a reminder, 4-year cycles are still in play. You can see here in 2017 the amount of appreciation from 2016, 2017, 2,300%, pretty good. But then we dropped 84%, 130% in 2019, 2020, the halving year, 170%, and 260% up. And then down we go, flat line, and then up we go. So I know people will say, well, are we in a bull market or not? Depends on how you look at it. To me, the trend has always been one way and one way only, up and to the right. But along that way, it's going to be very difficult to get there because there are peaks and valleys. And also, on top of those peaks and valleys and the different price appreciation, you're going to have to deal with negativity and stories. 2 things. This is 99 Bitcoins. It's a great website, a link in the description. The stories that we just talked about were very bullish, and that's great. But you're going to have to combat that with the negativity. Look at this. I just pulled up the last year or so. These are the most negative stories that I could find here on 99 Bitcoins. Remember, in 2022, FTX crypto exchange files for bankruptcy, and everybody called crypto a scam. And then just a couple weeks later, the European Central Bank says Bitcoin is on the road to irrelevance. Then also, about a month later, U.S. crypto miner Core Scientific files for bankruptcy. December 29th, I don't know if this is real, but MicroStrategy sells the Bitcoin for the first time. I didn't know that was even a thing. January, Ordinals Protocols introduces Bitcoin NFTs, and what happened when they did that? It crashed, or that didn't crash the system, I should say. No, that didn't happen. But the fees for Bitcoin went outrageously high. Crypto-friendly Silvergate Bank voluntarily closes. Again, see how they introduced crypto in there. U.S. government sells Bitcoin seized from Silk Road. That was in March, and of course, that was negative price appreciation. Banking crisis rallies Bitcoin. BlackRock files for iShares, and then major investment firm refile application for spot Bitcoin because they were turned down. And then, of course, over here, spot Bitcoin approval. So again, as time goes on, you're going to have to go through with this. I think if you're here right now, I feel pretty good with the people that are watching this channel. You guys aren't tourists, which is pretty good. So it's just a reminder of the negativity that's out there. And also, friend of the show, Nick over at Coin Bureau, put this little snippet out. It was about 20 seconds or so. And he says, remember the last time of the year when the actor from the OC went on CBC and tried to lecture us about the economic ills of investing in crypto? And this was a big thing. Ben McKenzie, Easy Money author, and he pretty much just poo-pooed all over Bitcoin and digital assets and everything else. And this is when Bitcoin was 29,000 and sold at 24. And I'm sure you probably felt this same type of pressure from your family or friends. And they're like, I mean, not just this guy, but all the different negativity that we see. So I just want you to watch this and remember what it was like back in the day when you could have bought Bitcoin at 29,000. Nobody listened to you. So let me just share this so you can hear this perfectly. Listen to Ben McKenzie school us.
Your issue is around Bitcoin versus the other currencies, because I could even make an argument that the other currencies are even more precarious, if you will, than where Bitcoin really is.
Well, that's certainly true. I mean, even worse is probably how I would say it. I mean, at least with Bitcoin, theoretically, the number is limited, right? There are only 21 million Bitcoin that can ever be mined. Bitcoiners usually make a conflation there. They confuse limited supply with scarcity. Those are not the same things, as anyone with a degree in economics knows. Scarcity only occurs when demand exceeds supply at the price of zero. So something can be limited in supply and scarce because there's demand for it, or it can be limited in supply but not scarce.
All right, you should talk to this gentleman over here, Mr. Joe.
No.
And you know what? I got to tell you, Ben's absolutely right. If you have a limited supply of something and nobody wants it, it's not scarce. No one really cares about it. However, that was his assertion, and I can see where he's coming from, and I appreciate people like that because they bring that FUD to our situation. They let people kind of say, well, maybe I shouldn't get into it, and then allows people like us to accumulate. And then all of a sudden, when there's these big stories that break out, like, oh, this ETF that came through, and then, there's these banks like BNY Mellon, they're going to be able to custody Bitcoin. And then, there's this company called MicroStrategy, and they seem to be like a proxy for Bitcoin, and they've rallied their stock price by 4x in a very short amount of time because of them buying Bitcoin and putting it on the balance sheet, and a host of other things. I appreciate guys like Ben to come out there and trot out his opinions. This actually works out pretty well for me. So anyhow, let me know what you think about that in the comments. And to finish up, let's just quickly, we talked heavily about Bitcoin. Let's talk about altcoins. I know, altcoins. But good news for World Mobile Token holders. This is, and I said this before, I believe that the future is multi-chain. World Mobile is a DePIN play, infrastructure play, essentially connecting the unconnected for talk and data and text and all those things across the world. And on September 30th, which is in 6 days or so, they're going to introduce the portal. Now, what's the portal? Well, I'll get into that in videos coming up. But this will be a boom, I think, for World Mobile Token. I'll explain that as time goes on. And what I like about World Mobile Token is that, first of all, they started on, I believe it was Binance. And then they came to Cardano. And now they are on Base, and they actually have their own token as well. So I see the future as multi-chain. On top of that, I just saw this little piece. Ton wallet. Ton. And of course, I'm talking about these things because I own that, right? Does anybody not know that I own Bitcoin and World Mobile and Ton wallet? Now you do. Or Ton coin. Multi-chain. This is the first time. So it looks like Ton is integrating with Tron. And this will actually be able to swap within the wallet itself. And there was an article that was put out, Ton-based wallet to support crypto assets on Tron. I think it's pretty good. If you'd like to find out about Ton and the wallet itself, I want to give you the official website, which is ton.org. When you go there, under use, get a wallet. All the wallets are there. I use Ton Keeper, and I just downloaded my Ton wallet because of this. Very slick and very easy. You can go to this website, but I'm not for sure if that's the right one. So just go to ton.org and go that route. And that's where I would say would be, the best thing to do. But also on top of this is something you'll not get anywhere else, is I actually talked to the folks at Ton Wallet this morning because there's a project that is coming out on Ton, which is my project, which is a game, which I can't talk about. But I just, because they were talking to me before, I reached out to Lana, I go, hey, are you guys going to be able to swap inside the wallet? She says, yes. And I go, what's the next step with the Ton wallet and Ton? Are you guys going to go EVM compatible? Are you going to go to Solana? And she said, yes and yes. So again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The future is multi-chain. And I think Ton is going to crush it, and we'll see how it works out. And then lastly, also, I'm very excited because iTrust Capital, which is a show partner for a Roth IRA. I've been using those guys for 3 years. And they're just going to introduce Near, which I talked about a bit, one of my favorites. Render on Solana, also a DPIN play, AI play as well. And Ton is going to be listed for the new alts to put into your Roth IRA. Now, if you're older like me or you're thinking about retirement, this might be something for you. There's a link in the description. You can check out everything that has to do with iTrust Capital. And we'll see how it goes. That's it for today. So look, if you like today's video, give it a thumbs up. Consider subscribing. Everything we talk about is time sensitive. Now that we've gone over that, let's do a little Q&A. I'll answer all your questions the best of my abilities, and we'll go from there. And the first question I would like to take, which is actually not a question, it's a statement. Mr. Jules says, iTrust Capital is a scam. Mr. Jules, I have been with iTrust for 3 years. If you have evidenced that it is a scam, please let me know. Things are still on the up and up. Hopefully stays that way. But I still think it's doing pretty well. Let's see. It was haunted for a bit. Halted for a little bit. Yes. Nate Bender, I don't trust. That's the right answer, actually. Nate is correct. You should never trust anything. I have a video coming out on Saturday. And it's about a community member who lost all their crypto. And it's a sad story. And it's a scam I've never heard before in my life. And it has to do with trust, not trust. It has to do with AI and just how deep it can go and how elaborate things can be. I'll put that out on Saturday. All I'll just say is from here until then, if you have any discrepancies or you think like, okay, I'm going to get in this investment, even if you talk to somebody on the phone, you can't even trust that anymore. You have to, I'll just say it, you have to go to the location and actually see a person face to face. Now, you can use a centralized exchange like Coinbase. You can use something like Binance because we know what's around there, and hopefully go to the right website. I will show you this though. If you're like, well, I don't know, is it Coinbase.org? Is it Coinbase.com? It should go to the same place. But if you want to find the correct listings or sites for anything, Bitcoin's not a great example. Let's Solana. So here's what I like about CoinGecko. It has the official websites. So if you go to Solana, it's Solana.com. That's the right one. Not Solana.org or Solana.sol or Solana.scam, whatever. It's there. It has the correct socials. community. And then what I like about this one is like, well, where the hell do I buy it? If you go to markets, here's all the official centralized exchanges that you can go to and decentralized exchanges that you can find. And it has their official sites that you go to. So that's one way to help it. And again, Nate is right. Don't trust anybody. It's my second rule. Everything's a scam until proven otherwise. What about WorldCoin? Is that the one where they scan the eyeballs? No, I'm not into that one. World Mobile Token, yes. Yeah. Echo Lee says, I trust had a 47-page custodial agreement update. Oh, good news. Well, first of all, they, which one was it? Fortress. So they had a custodial service called Fortress. And they went from Fortress to a regulated bank, an FDIC insured bank called Forti. And what Fortress did is they said, okay, if you want to move from us, you guys got to pay us $125. And they're like, and what iTrust said is, well, yes, in the language of the legal letter, it is in there. You're right to do that, but nobody does that in the industry. Why are you guys doing that? They said, that's what we're going to do. So that's what I like about iTrust. They go, okay, if any of our customers, let me show it to you. If any of our customers are moving their funds from Fortress to the new regulated bank, Fortis, ooh, that's a good catch. We will reimburse the $125 service fee. And also, I know they're also adding in another custodian. And let me tell you, it's a big one. So anyhow. Uzi says, Rob, have you panic sold in 2017 just like the rest of us? No. I did the exact opposite. I held on way too long. And yeah, I just held on way too long. And I diamond handed because that's what everybody said to do. They're like, well, you got a diamond hands. I mean, you know, John McAfee told me he's going to $1 million. He wouldn't lie to me. And, you know, a lot of other influencers said the same things. I was like, well, it's got to happen. And that didn't happen. And that's when I realized, hey, these guys lied to me. On top of that, I thought to myself, maybe there's a better way of just dumping cash in there. Maybe I should just go over the long haul. Maybe I should learn about what I'm investing into. And that's when I got into the 4-year cycles and dollar cost averaging and taking profits along the way. And that's where the rules come from. So yeah. He says, I do trust iTrust. Everybody's going to be different. Ben's chair, buying or mining? It's a good question to Ben's chair, which I'm pretty sure he is here. Let's see. Nate says, not your keys, not your crypto. The thing is about this is that with iTrust and a Roth IRA, and I've always talked about this, the US government is not going to allow you to custody your parts of your Roth IRA. And there was, and this is even from Swan Bitcoin. Corey Klepstein is a huge Bitcoin proponent, and that's all they deal with is Bitcoin. And even he said, look, we've talked to multiple lawyers. Our lawyers specifically say that we have to have a custodial service. You can't keep that. And that's what it was. And I think part of that comes from this. This is the McNulty case. And what they did, it ruled that although an IRA can purchase certain types of precious metals, those metals must always be in the physical possession of a trustee or a custodian. Meaning, if you have commodities that are in your Roth IRA, like Bitcoin, you can't self-custody it. When Miss McNulty, as the manager of Green Hill, her IRA-owned LLC, took physical possession of the American Eagle coins for her Roth IRA, which would say, hey, I'm going to do this and not have to pay capital gains tax because I'm going to wait till retirement. When she took possession, she was deemed to take a taxable distribution of the value of the coins because Ms. McNulty did not acknowledge this taxable distribution on her tax form. She was subject to additional IRS penalties on top of capital gains tax. So imagine that you waited all this time. They're like, this is great. You know, I did this for 20 years. Gold appreciated this much. I don't have to pay capital gains tax. I don't have to pay any penalties. And they go, oh, did you self-custody that? Oh, guess what? You're going to have to pay us the penalties that over the years you were supposed to pay us, and we're going to capital gains tax you because you self-custody it. You're welcome to go the other route. That's why I went with iTrust. And remember, we talk a lot about, you know, diversification of your portfolio. I can't put all my crypto investments into iTrust. There is a limit per year, but I know that I put in when I retire, which is getting pretty close, kid. It should appreciate massively. So the $7,000 that I've been doing every single year will probably pay off big time later on. And that's it. Oof, it's a lot of stuff. Seth says, yeah, with AI, you can't trust your eyes or ears anymore. It's true. Like, I'm actually surprised at the very few AI generated videos that I've seen for the presidential election for this year. I thought I'd see a bunch more. I mean, I've seen some, but they're ridiculous. So yeah. Rob's fan. It's funny. Solana.scam. Correct. Aha. Good one, Nate. Touche. I like Solana. I don't think it's a scam. I own a bunch of it. What's this? I did not know that. I can't talk about that. Sorry. Hey, Dez. Dez is here. Everybody's happy that Dez is here. And there's thank you. Divorced and tired. Yeah, it's pretty much goes hand in hand. Sorry, my man. Anthony Paldino. Wow, I got a full Bitcoin and Coinbase. I feel great about it. Now, Anthony, you can do what you want to do. And I'm just telling you, a lot of us have learned our lesson here. I don't know how long you've been in crypto or Bitcoin, digital assets, but look no further than Mt. Gox, which is a long time ago. But also FTX, BlockFi, Celsius, Voyager. There's no better feeling than knowing that anything that happens to those centralized exchanges, you're protected when you use a cold storage device. You don't have to use the whole thing. Just get used to it. Just take off, I don't know, $100 worth, stick in your cold storage device. And actually, if you go to, and there's a link in the description for my website, it's 100% free. It'll always be free. And we go over the steps for cold storage and how to, go through it. We actually show you how to wipe out your ledger and to get everything back. So you do this with a small amount, so it gives you confidence that, hey, if something happens, I can get it back. What? Star Crypto says, per iTrust Capital, you can custody your coins. I don't think that's true. I'll follow up with them. I'll load your keys. Who is yelling, Janet? Where did I go here? Oh, that sucks. Robbie might need to get a new affiliate link for iTrust. Tried twice for me and my husband to open an account with your link, and we couldn't reach out to iTrust and use it. I'll ask him. As long as you got that $100 bonus, that's what counts. Just tell him, yeah. If someone just say, hey, Dan sent me. Jonathan says, what's your plan on multiples of gains for the next 6 months? There's a video in the description where I say when I'm going to be selling 80% of all my crypto. Watch that video. That is essentially the plan this time. Eco says, do you own Velo? Been a nice week. I don't, Ecos, but if you do, congratulations. I don't. That's good. It's been a good week for some altcoins. He can send it to my wallet. I will serve him. Aristotle Player says, Rob, you have a wife, kids, and pets. How are you not tired and broke? I'm tired constantly. You guys just don't see it. This is the only time I have a lot of energy. Kids are grown up and gone, so nothing there. And this lazy bum right there doesn't require much effort. That's about it. That's the beauty of getting a shelter dog that's 10 years old that nobody wanted. Yeah. 39th September, 29th. Close enough. Oh, wow. Uzi says, I bought Bitcoin at 54K and transferred to Tangent, and at 63 back to Coinbase and sold. How do I pay taxes? Coinbase wouldn't know my profits. It's a good question. There's a link in the description, and it's called coinledger.io. And I've used that for 3 years as well. And this is what I've used every single year for my taxes. And you just put things in, very safe, very easy to use. Also, they have, let me show you. If you guys are so interested, they have a portfolio tracker that you can stick in there, and it's free. So what's great about the portfolio tracker is when you have that and then you have to do your taxes, which you got to do your taxes. Do not get audited by the IRS. I've had that happen before. It was like 10, 15 years ago. Sucks. So I know they're going to be cracking down on crypto, so just do your taxes. And I go to CoinLedger. You do your portfolio tracker there. Since it has all your information, then it's like a one-click done shop for your taxes. I think I did a video on how to use it. And also if you're like, you know what, I want to deal with that stuff. I just don't like it and I want some more advice. Under here, under user links, it says find a crypto tax expert. These guys are CPAs or lawyers or both, and they deal specifically with crypto taxes. So take your pick. So you don't have to be all nervous about taxes. I get nervous about taxes. Yeah, thanks, Panda. By the way, don't forget to subscribe, check the bell to not be notified by YouTube, and a little thumbs up for this man talking to his computer. That's very true. Also very true. This is also true. CoinLedger, you're going to stick in like 500 different pages to see 20 bucks of profit. That's us, right? That's all of us. Irrational says, I can hardly wait for Bitcoin on okay to watch Rob jump on the green screen pool. Yeah, that'd be good. You know, some people are calling for that to happen before the end of 2024. Wouldn't that be something? Usually we start to pick up steam in October, and then November is a pretty good month, and then December is usually a pretty good month. Usually. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I'd like to see it happen. That'd be great. Orlando says, right, but Rob, that's not your dog, that's your green screen. That's true. I just had her photoshopped into the green screen. A dog carpet. It's pretty much what she is. And she is lazy. That's very true. Constant companion. If you want to get in shape, just get a dog. You got to walk him twice a day. I mean, if you're into that type of thing, I think that's what's kept me thin into my 50s. So, yeah. I think that's it. Great. I did my job. Everybody, that's it for today. So again, that video about the scam and AI, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'll put that on Saturday. But until that time, if you're going to do any kind of trading or any kind of like investment, meet somebody face to face, because you can't trust even anybody that you're talking to on the phone, apparently, because of AI. Weird, I know. That's it for today. Everybody, like today's video, again, like and subscribe, all that good stuff. It's not like YouTube's going to tell you, so good luck with that. But that's it for today. Thanks so much, everybody. See you on the next one. Adios.